Agatha Christie Death on the Nile. Linnet Ridgway. That's her, said Mr. Burnaby, the owner of the 3 Crowns. He touched the arm of the man next to him. Both men looked with wide eyes and open mouths. A bright red Rolls-Royce had stopped in front of the post office. A young woman got out of the car. She did not wear a hat, and her dress looked simple but was clearly expensive. Her hair was golden and straight. Her face was calm and proud. She had a beautiful body. A woman like her was not often seen in Moulton-under-Woad. She walked quickly into the post office. That's her, said Mr. Burnaby again. His voice was low and full of wonder. She has so much money, he said. She wants to spend a lot on the new house. There will be swimming pools, Italian gardens, and a big room for parties. They will take down part of the house and build it again.
She'll bring money to the town, said his friend. The man was thin and looked tired. His voice sounded jealous.
Mr. Burnaby nodded. Yes, it's good for Moulton-under-Woad, he said. It will really wake up the town. Not like Sir George, said the other man. Ah yes, said Mr. Burnaby. It was the horses that ruined him. To extract from the social column of the Daily Blade. Mr. Burnaby spoke kindly. He said, never had any luck.
Another man asked, how much did he get for the place?
Mr. Burnaby replied, around 60,000, I heard. The thin man whistled in surprise. Mr. Burnaby smiled proudly and said, and she will spend another 60,000 before it's all done.
The thin man said, that's wild. Where did she get all that money?
Mr. Burnaby answered, from America, I heard. Her mother was the only daughter of a very rich man. He smiled again. Just like in the movies, he added. A young woman came out of the post office and got into her car. When she drove away, the thin man watched her.
He said quietly, it doesn't seem right that she looks like that. She has money and beauty. It's too much. Rich girls shouldn't also be so pretty. But she really is beautiful. She has everything. It doesn't seem fair.
To extract from the social column of the Daily Blade. At the restaurant Chez Ma Tante, I saw the lovely Linnet Ridgway. She was with the Honourable Joanna Southwood, Lord Windlesham, and Mr. Toby Bryce. Miss Ridgway, as everyone knows, is the daughter of Melwish Ridgway and Anna Hontz. She received a very large fortune from her grandfather, Leopold Hontz. The beautiful Linnet is very popular now, and people talk about her everywhere. Some say she may soon get engaged. Lord Windlesham looked very much in love with her. The Honourable Joanna Southwood said, Darling, I think it's all going to be wonderful. She was sitting in Linnet Ridgway's bedroom at Woad Hall. From the window, she could see the gardens and the open countryside with soft blue woods.
Linnet said, it really is perfect, isn't it?
She leaned on the window and looked outside. Her face was full of life and excitement. Next to her stood Joanna Southwood. Joanna was tall and thin, with a long face and strange thin eyebrows.
You have done so much work, Joanna said. Did you have many builders and designers?
3, Linnet answered.
What are designers like? I think I've never met one.
They're fine, said Linnet. But they are not very practical sometimes.
Joanna smiled. Darling, you always fix problems quickly. You are very sensible.
Joanna picked up a pearl necklace from the table.
These are real, aren't they, Linnet?
Of course, Linnet said.
I know, my dear. But most people don't wear real ones. They are so beautiful. They look very expensive.
Do they seem vulgar? Lynette asked.
Not at all, Joanna said. They are just lovely. How much are they worth?
About 50,000, Lynette replied.
What a lot of money! Aren't you scared someone might steal them?
No, Lynette said. I always wear them. And they are insured.
Let me wear them until dinner, please, darling. I would love that, Joanna asked.
Lynette laughed. Of course, if you like.
You know, Lynette, Joanna said softly, I really envy you. You have everything. You are only 20, rich, beautiful, healthy, and clever. When will you be 21?
Next June, Lynette said. I will have a big party in London.
And will you marry Charles Windlesham then? Joanna asked. Everyone is talking about it. He seems crazy about you.
Lynette lifted her shoulders. I don't know. I don't want to marry yet.
Darling, you are right, Joanna said. Marriage always changes everything.
The phone rang loudly, and Lynette went to answer it.
Yes, she said.
The butler answered, Mr. Belfort is calling. Should I connect her?
Belfort? Oh yes, please, said Lynette.
There was a click and a warm, quick voice said, Hello, is that Lynette?
Jackie, my dear. I haven't heard from you for so long.
I know, Lynette. It's terrible. I really want to see you, said Jackie. Can't you come down here? I'll show you my new house, Lynette said. That's exactly what I want, Jackie replied. Then come by train or car. All right, I will. I have an old 2-seater car. I paid only £15 for it. Runs well most days, but sometimes it stops. If I'm late, you'll know it's one of those days. Bye, my sweet.
Lynette hung up the phone and turned to Joanna.
She's my oldest friend, Jacqueline de Belfort, said Lynette. We studied together in a convent in Paris. Her life has been very hard. Her father left with another woman. Her mother lost everything in the stock market crash. Jackie has had no money at all for 2 years. I don't know how she manages.
Joanna was painting her nails a deep red color. She looked at them carefully and said, That sounds annoying. I always stop seeing unlucky friends. It sounds cruel, but it's easier. They always want to borrow money or sell things to you.
So if I lost my money, you'd stop being my friend? Lynette asked.
Yes, darling, Joanna said. At least I'm honest. I like rich and successful people. Most people feel the same, but they pretend not to.
How mean you are, Joanna, Lynette said.
I just want to live well, like everyone else, Joanna replied.
I'm not like that, said Lynette.
You don't need to be, Joanna answered. Rich American trustees send you plenty of money.
You're wrong about Jacqueline, said Lynette. She's not like that. She's proud. I tried to help her, but she never takes money from me.
What does she want to see you for? Joanna asked.
I'll bet she wants something. You just wait and see.
She sounded excited about something, said Lynette.
Jackie often gets very excited. She once hurt a boy with a small knife.
How shocking. The boy was teasing a dog, said Lynette. Jackie told him to stop, but he did not listen. She tried to pull him away, but he was stronger than her. Then she took out a little knife and hurt him. There was a big argument after that.
I can imagine. It must have been very unpleasant.
Lynette's maid came into the room. She said sorry softly. Then she took a dress from the wardrobe and left the room.
What's wrong with Marie? Asked Joanna. She looks sad.
She has been crying, said Lynette. She wanted to marry a man who works in Egypt. I decided to find out more about him. I learned that he already has a wife and 3 children.
That must make you many enemies, Lynette.
Enemies.
4. Lord Windlesham sat under the big cedar tree. He looked at Woad Hall and liked how beautiful and peaceful it was. The old house looked perfect in the autumn sun. The new buildings were hidden behind the corner. But soon he stopped seeing Woad Hall in his mind. He imagined another grand house, his own family home called Charltonbury. He saw the wide park and the tall grey walls. In front of the house, he imagined a girl with bright golden hair and a happy face. He saw Lynette there as the lady of Charltonbury. He felt full of hope. Her words before had not been a real no. She had only asked for more time to think. He could wait for her decision. He thought how well they suited each other. It would be good for him to marry someone with money. But it was not only about that. He really loved Lynette. He would have married her even if she had little money. But she was, in fact, one of the richest girls in England, which made him lucky. He started to dream about their future life. Maybe he would rebuild the west wing of the house. Maybe he would plan bigger events or keep land for hunting. The sun felt warm and bright. Lord Windlesham sat quietly and dreamed. At 4 o'clock, a small old car stopped in front of the house. The tires made a loud sound on the gravel. A young woman got out quickly. She was thin and had short dark hair that fell around her face. She ran up the steps and rang the doorbell. Soon, she was shown into the large drawing room. The butler spoke in a serious voice.
Mr. Belfort.
Lynette.
Jackie.
Lord Windlesham stood nearby and watched. The lively girl jumped forward and hugged Lynette warmly.
Lord Windlesham, Mr. Belfort, my best friend, said Lynette.
He looked at the girl. She was not truly beautiful, but she was very charming. Her dark curls and large eyes made her look full of life. He said a few polite words and quietly went out, leaving the two friends alone.
Jacqueline turned to Lynette quickly, just as Lynette remembered she always did. Windlesham? Windlesham? Isn't he the man people say you will marry? Are you going to, Lynette? Are you?
Lynette said softly, maybe.
Darling, I'm so happy. He seems nice.
Don't decide yet, said Lynette. I still don't know what I want.
Of course not. Important ladies must think carefully before choosing the right man.
Don't be silly, Jackie, said Lynette with a smile.
But you are a queen, Lynette. You have always been one. Sa Majesté la Reine Lynette. Lynette the blonde. And I am your close friend, the trusted maid of honor.
What silly things you say, Jackie, my dear. Where have you been all this time? You just disappear, and you never write.
I don't like writing letters. Where have I been? Oh, working too much, my dear. Bad jobs with unhappy women.
My dear, I wish you would.
Ask the Queen for help? Well, yes, my dear, that's why I came. Not to borrow money, not yet. But I want to ask you for a very big favor.
Go on.
If you're going to marry Mr. Windlesham, you might understand.
Lynette looked confused for a moment. Then she smiled.
Jackie, do you mean?
Yes, dear, I'm engaged.
So that's the reason. I thought you seemed more lively than usual. I feel that way too. Tell me about him.
His name is Simon Doyle. He is tall and strong. He is simple and kind. He is very sweet. He doesn't have much money. His family is old but not rich. He is the younger son. He comes from Devonshire. He loves the countryside. For 5 years he worked in an office in the city. Now the company is making changes and he lost his job. Lynette, I must marry him. I can't live without him.
Don't say silly things, Jackie.
I mean it. I love him so much. He loves me too. We need each other.
My dear, you are in deep love.
I know. It's terrible and wonderful. Love takes over your heart and you cannot stop it.
She was quiet for a moment. Her dark eyes looked serious. She shivered a little.
It's even a bit scary sometimes. Simon and I are perfect for each other. I'll never love anyone else. You must help us, Lynette. I heard you bought this place and that gave me an idea. You'll need someone to take care of the land. Please give Simon the job.
Oh, Lynette was surprised.
Jacqueline spoke quickly. He knows about estates. He grew up on one and he understands that kind of work. He also has business training. Please, Lynette, give him a chance because of me. If he isn't good, you can let him go. But he will do well. Then we can live in a small house near you. I'll see you often and everything will be wonderful.
She stood up.
Say you will, Lynette. Please say yes. Beautiful Lynette. Tall golden Lynette. My special friend. Say you will.
Jackie, you will.
Lynette started laughing.
Silly Jackie, bring your young man here so I can meet him. Then we can talk about it.
Jackie ran to her and kissed her quickly. Dear Lynette, you're the best friend in the world. I knew you'd help me. You never disappoint me. You're wonderful. Goodbye.
But Jackie, aren't you staying?
No, I'm not. I'm going back to London now. Tomorrow I'll return with Simon and we'll arrange everything. You'll love him. He's so nice.
But can't you wait and have tea?
No, I can't, Lynette. I'm too excited. I must go and tell Simon. I know I'm being foolish, but I can't stop myself. Marriage will calm me down, I think. It usually does.
She walked to the door, stopped for a moment, then came back for a quick, happy hug. Dear Lynette, there's no one like you. 6. M. Gaston Blondin owned a small and stylish restaurant called Chez Ma Tante. He usually did not give special attention to his guests. Even rich or famous people often waited without notice. Only sometimes would M. Blondin greet a person kindly and give them a fine table. On this evening, he had done this 3 times. First, for a duchess. Second, for a famous man who loved horse races. And third, for a short man with a funny look and big black moustaches. Most people would not think this man was important. But M. Blondin treated him with great respect. Although many other people were told there were no tables left, one suddenly appeared for this guest. M. Blondin led him there quickly and politely.
For you, Monsieur Poirot, there is always a table. I wish you would come here more often, he said.
Hercule Poirot smiled. He thought of a past case with a dead body, a waiter, M. Blondin, and a beautiful woman. You are very kind, Monsieur Blondin, Poirot said.
And you are alone tonight, Monsieur Poirot? Blondin asked.
Yes, I am alone, Poirot answered.
Good. Jules will make you a special meal. It will be like a little poem. Women, even very pretty ones, stop a man from thinking about his food. You will have a wonderful dinner, I promise. Now, about the wine.
They began to talk about wine. Jules, the head waiter, helped with the choices. Before leaving, M. Blondin spoke quietly.
You have important business tonight, he asked.
Poirot shook his head. Sadly, I have nothing to do, he said softly. I have saved money over the years, and now I can live a quiet life. I wish I could do that too. No, you should not wish for it. It is not as pleasant as it seems. He sighed softly. It is true that people created work so they would not spend too much time thinking. M. Blondin raised his hands.
But there are so many things to do. There is travel. Ah, Egypt, said M. Blondin. Now you can even go there mostly by train. You don't need much sea travel except crossing the channel. I feel the same, said M. Blondin kindly. It often upsets the stomach. It is not fair of God, said M. Blondin.
Yes, travel is good. I have already seen many places. This winter I may go to Egypt. They say the weather there is wonderful. It will be good to get away from the fog and the rain. You do not like the sea. Hercule Poirot shook his head and moved slightly as if uncomfortable. But some people feel nothing at all. They even enjoy it. He looked sad and then walked away slowly. The waiters moved carefully around the table. They brought the food, the butter, and the cold drinks. The orchestra of black musicians began to play lively, strange music. People in London danced. Hercule Poirot watched quietly and thought about what he saw. Many faces looked tired and bored. Some heavy men seemed happy, but their partners looked as if they were only waiting for the dance to end. A large woman in a purple dress looked bright and full of life. Perhaps being fat had some joys, some energy that thin people did not have. There were also many young people. Some looked empty, some bored, and some clearly unhappy. How strange to call youth the time of being happy. It is really the time when people feel weak and unsure. His eyes became gentle as he looked at one couple. They seemed perfect together. The man was tall and strong. The girl was thin and graceful. They moved together as if they shared the same joy. They looked happy with the music, the place, and each other. The dance stopped suddenly. People clapped their hands and it began again. After the dancers finished one more time, the couple went back to their table near Poirot. The girl's face was pink and she was laughing. When she sat down, he could watch her face turn toward the man. There was more than laughter in her eyes. Poirot slowly shook his head.
She loves too much, he thought. That is not safe. No, it is never safe.
Then he heard a word that made him listen: Egypt. He could hear their voices clearly. The girl sounded young and proud, and her words had a light foreign sound. The man spoke slowly and kindly in good English.
I'm not being too sure yet, Simon, she said. I know Lynette will help us.
He answered, maybe I will disappoint her.
She laughed softly. That's nonsense. It's the perfect job for you.
As a matter of fact, I think it is. I haven't really any doubts as to my capability. And I mean to make good, for your sake.
The girl laughed softly. Her laugh showed she was very happy. We'll wait 3 months to make sure you don't lose your job, and then
I'll give you everything I have. That's how it goes, right?
And as I said, we'll go to Egypt for our honeymoon. I don't care about the cost. I've always wanted to see Egypt, the Nile, the pyramids, and the desert.
He spoke in a quiet voice.
We'll see it together, Jackie. Together. Won't it be wonderful?
I wonder, will it feel as wonderful to you as it does to me? Do you really care as much as I do?
Her voice became sharp, and her eyes looked frightened. He answered quickly.
Don't be silly, Jackie.
But the girl said again, I wonder. Then she lifted her shoulders. Let's dance.
Hercule Poirot whispered to himself. One who loves and one who only accepts love. Yes, I wonder too. 7. Joanna Southwood said, "What if he's a very tough man?" Lynette shook her head.
Oh, he won't be. I trust Jacqueline's choice.
Joanna spoke softly. She said that love does not always follow clear rules. Lynette looked annoyed. Then she began to talk about something else.
She said she needed to see Mr. Pierce about some plans.
Joanna asked what kind of plans.
Lynette said they were for some old houses that were not clean or healthy. She was going to take them down and move the families somewhere else.
Joanna smiled and said it was kind and thoughtful of her.
Lynette said the houses had to go anyway because they were too close to her new swimming pool.
Joanna asked if the families were happy to move.
Lynette said most of them were pleased. Only a few did not want to go, and she found that annoying. She said they did not understand how much better their new homes would be.
Joanna asked if Lynette was acting in a strong, commanding way.
Lynette said she was doing it for their own good.
Joanna agreed politely. She said it was a kind of force.
Lynette looked displeased. Joanna laughed. She told Lynette she was a ruler who liked to help people. "I'm not the least bit of a tyrant."
But you always want things your way.
Not really.
Lynette Ridgway, can you tell me one time when you didn't get what you wanted?
Many times.
Oh yes, many times. But can you give me one real example? You can't, my dear, no matter how hard you try. You always win, riding through life like a queen in a golden car.
Lynette spoke quickly.
You think I'm selfish?
No, only impossible to resist. You have money and charm together. Nothing can stop you. What you can't buy with money, you win with a smile. That's why people say you are the girl who has everything.
Don't be silly, Joanna.
Well, haven't you got everything?
I suppose I have. It sounds rather awful somehow.
Of course it is, darling. Sooner or later you will get bored. But for now, enjoy your ride in that golden car. I only wonder what you'll do when you meet a road that says, no entry.
Don't be stupid, Joanna.
Lord Windlesham came over to them. Lynette turned to him.
Joanna is saying very nasty things to me.
All jealousy, darling, pure jealousy, Joanna said as she stood up.
She didn't say sorry for leaving. She had seen the look in Windlesham's eyes. For a short time he said nothing. Then he spoke directly. "Have you made up your mind, Lynette?"
Lynette answered slowly. Am I being unkind? Maybe if I'm not sure, I should say no.
Don't say it. Take all the time you want. But I do believe we could be happy together.
You see, Lynette said softly and almost like a child, I'm having such a good time, especially with everything here. She moved her hand around. I wanted Woad Hall to be just how I imagined a perfect country house should be. I think I've made it quite lovely, don't you?
It's beautiful, he said. It's planned wonderfully. Everything works well. You are very clever, Lynette. He waited for a moment and then said, "And you like Charltonbury too, don't you? It needs some modern touches, but you're so good at fixing things. You'd enjoy that."
Yes, Charltonbury is wonderful, Lynette said with lively interest.
But inside, she suddenly felt cold. Something had spoiled her happy mood. She didn't understand the feeling then. Later, after Windlesham left, she tried to think about it. Charltonbury, yes, that was what had troubled her. She didn't like hearing about it. But why? Charltonbury was well known and very respected. Windlesham's family had owned it since Queen Elizabeth's time. To be its mistress was a great honor. He was one of the most respected men in England. Of course, he could not think seriously about Woad Hall. It could never compare with Charltonbury. But Woad belonged to her. She had found it, bought it, and fixed it. She had spent a lot of money to make it beautiful again. It was her own place, her own home. But if she married Windlesham, it would not really matter anymore. They would not need 2 big country houses. Of course, Woad Hall would be the one she would have to leave. Then she, Linnet Ridgway, would not be the same person. She would be Countess of Windlesham. She would bring her money to his home. She would not be a queen anymore, only his wife.
I am being silly, Linnet said to herself.
Still, she did not like the idea of leaving Woad. Something else bothered her too. She remembered Jackie's voice when she said, "I shall die if I can't marry him." Jackie had sounded so sure and full of feeling. Did Linnet feel like that about Windlesham? No, she did not. Maybe she could never feel that way about anyone. It must be a strange and strong thing to love like that. A car sound came through the open window. Linnet moved quickly and tried to stop thinking. That must be Jackie and her boyfriend. She went outside to meet them. She stood in the doorway when Jacqueline and Simon Doyle got out of the car.
Linnet! Jackie ran toward her. This is Simon. Simon, this is Linnet. She is the nicest person in the world.
Linnet saw a tall young man with wide shoulders and dark blue eyes. He had short brown hair that curled a little and a square chin. He smiled in a simple, friendly way. She reached out her hand. His hand was warm and strong. She liked how he looked at her. He really admired her, just as Jackie had said. Linnet felt very happy.
Isn't everything beautiful? She asked. Come in, Simon, and let me welcome my new land agent.
She turned to walk inside. She thought, I feel so happy. I like Jackie's boyfriend very much. Then she felt a small sadness. Jackie is so lucky, she thought. 8. Tim Allerton leaned back in his chair and looked at the sea. He gave a quick look at his mother. Mrs. Allerton was a pretty woman with white hair. She was 50 years old. She loved her son very much. When she looked at him, she tried to hide her love by making her mouth look strict. But strangers could see her true feelings, and Tim knew it very well.
He asked, "Do you really like Mallorca, Mother?" "I'm cold," said Tim softly and moved his shoulders.
Mrs. Allerton thought for a moment. "It's cheap," she said.
Tim was tall and thin. He had dark hair and a small chest. His mouth looked gentle. His eyes seemed sad. His chin looked weak. His hands were long and soft. Threatened by illness some years ago, he had never been a strong man. People said he was a writer. But his friends knew he did not like to talk about his work.
"What are you thinking about, Tim?" Mrs. Allerton asked quickly.
Her bright brown eyes looked at him with doubt. Tim smiled at her.
"I was thinking about Egypt," he said.
"Egypt?" Mrs. Allerton asked, not sure if she liked the idea.
"Yes," said Tim. "Warm sun. Soft golden sand. The Nile. I'd like to travel on the Nile. Wouldn't you?"
"I would like it," she said in a dry voice. "But Egypt costs a lot, my dear. Not for people who must watch their money."
Tim laughed. He stood up and stretched his arms. He suddenly looked lively and happy. His voice was full of excitement.
"The money will be my problem," he said. "Yes, Mother. I made a little deal in the market. It went very well. I got the news this morning."
"This morning?" Mrs. Allerton asked quickly. "You only got one letter and that." She stopped and bit her lip.
Tim looked for a moment, not sure if he should laugh or be angry. Then he decided to smile.
And that letter was from Joanna, he said calmly. Right again, Mother. You'd be a great detective. Even the famous Hercule Poirot would have to be careful if you were around.
Mrs. Allerton looked a little angry.
I just happened to see the handwriting.
And knew it wasn't that of a stockbroker. Quite right. As a matter of fact, it was yesterday I heard from them. Poor Joanna's handwriting is rather noticeable, sprawls about all over the envelope like an inebriated spider.
What does Joanna say? Any news?
Mrs. Allerton tried to make her voice sound calm and ordinary. She felt annoyed whenever her son spoke about his cousin, Joanna Southwood. She told herself there was nothing romantic between them. She was sure of that. Tim did not have loving feelings for Joanna. Joanna felt the same. They only liked talking about people and gossiping. They both had many friends and liked to discuss them. Joanna was funny but sometimes spoke sharply. Mrs. Allerton did not worry that Tim would fall in love with Joanna. She only felt uncomfortable when Joanna was near or when her letters came. She did not understand why she felt this way. Maybe she was a little jealous because Tim seemed so happy to be with Joanna. Tim and his mother were usually very close. So it surprised Mrs. Allerton when he looked deeply interested in another woman. Sometimes she saw them talking together with great excitement. When she came near, they stopped for a moment. Then they began talking again but tried too hard to include her. It felt unnatural, like they did it out of politeness. Mrs. Allerton really did not like Joanna Southwood. She thought Joanna was false and liked to act. She also believed Joanna cared only about surface things. It was hard for her not to say these thoughts loudly. Tim took Joanna's letter out of his pocket. He looked at it and read it quickly. It was quite a long letter. His mother noticed that.
Nothing important, he said. The Devonishes are getting a divorce. Old Monty was caught for driving after drinking. Windlesham has gone to Canada. He was very upset when Lynette Ridgway refused to marry him. She is really going to marry that land agent.
How strange, said his mother. Is he a bad man?
No, not at all, said Tim. He's one of the Devonshire Doyles. He doesn't have money. And he was engaged to one of Lynette's close friends before. That's quite unpleasant.
I don't think it's nice, said Mrs. Allerton. Her face became a little red. Tim gave her a quick, loving look.
I know, dear. You don't like people taking another person's husband or fiancé.
In my time, people had strong values, said Mrs. Allerton. And that was good. Young people today seem to think they can do anything they want.
Tim smiled. They don't only think it. They really do it. Look at Lynette Ridgway.
Well, I think it's terrible.
Tim laughed softly. Don't be upset, you old softy. Maybe I agree with you. Anyway, I haven't taken anyone's wife or girlfriend yet.
I'm sure you wouldn't do that, said Mrs. Allerton. She added with pride, I taught you well.
So you get the praise, not me, said Tim playfully. He smiled and folded the letter, then put it away.
Mrs. Allerton had a quick thought. Usually he shows me his letters. He only reads small parts of Joanna's. She pushed the thought away. She decided to stay kind and polite, as always.
Is Joanna happy? She asked.
SO, said Tim. She says she may open a shop in Mayfair to sell fancy food.
She always says she has no money, said Mrs. Allerton a little sharply. But she goes everywhere. Her clothes must cost a lot. She is always dressed perfectly.
Well, said Tim, she probably doesn't pay for them. No, Mother, I don't mean anything bad. I just mean that she doesn't pay her bills.
Mrs. Allerton sighed. I don't understand how people can do that.
It's a kind of talent, said Tim. If you love expensive things and don't care about money, people will trust you and let you buy on credit.
Yes, but then you end up in court, like poor Sir George Woad, said Mrs. Allerton.
You still like that old horse seller, said Tim. Probably because he called you a rosebud at a dance long ago.
I wasn't even born then, said Mrs. Allerton.
Allerton spoke quickly.
Sir George is very polite, and I don't want you calling him a horse trader.
I've heard strange things about him from people who know, said Tim.
You and Joanna always say unkind things about others, said Mrs. Allerton. You think it's fun to gossip.
Tim lifted his eyebrows.
My dear, you sound upset. I didn't know you liked old Woad so much.
You don't know how sad he was when he had to sell Woad Hall, she said. He loved that house deeply.
Tim did not answer sharply. He only said, "You might be right." Lynette asked him to come and see what she had done to the house, and he refused rudely.
Of course, said Mrs. Allerton. She should not have asked him.
I hear he talks badly about her, said Tim. He still cannot forgive her for buying his old home.
You don't understand that, asked Mrs. Allerton in a hard voice.
Tim smiled calmly.
No, he said. Why live in the past? Why hold on to things that are gone?
What will you have instead? She asked.
He lifted his shoulders.
Maybe fun. Maybe something new, he said. Work hard and make your own money. That's better than waiting to get some land from the family.
Such as trading shares, she asked.
He laughed. Why not?
And what if you lose money? She said.
That's not very kind, said Tim. Anyway, this isn't the day for that talk. Let's speak about Egypt.
Well, she started to say.
He smiled. It's decided, he said. We've always wanted to visit Egypt.
When should we go? She asked.
Next month, said Tim. January is the best time there. We'll enjoy this hotel a few more weeks.
Tim, said Mrs. Allerton softly. Then she added, I told Mrs. Leach you would go with her to the police station. She doesn't speak Spanish.
Tim made a face.
About her ring, he asked. That red ruby. She still thinks it was stolen? I'll go, but it's useless. She'll only blame some poor maid. I saw the ring on her finger when she went into the sea. It must have fallen off in the water.
She says she left it on her table, said Mrs. Allerton.
She didn't, said Tim. I saw it. She's silly. Anyone is silly who goes swimming in December and says the water is warm. Big women shouldn't bathe anyway, they look terrible in swimsuits.
Mrs. Allerton said quietly, maybe I shouldn't bathe either.
Tim laughed loudly. You look better than most young girls, he said.
Mrs. Allerton sighed. I wish there were more young people for you here.
Tim shook his head. No. We're fine together. I don't need anyone else around, he said.
You'd like it if Joanna were here, she said.
I wouldn't, said Tim firmly. You're wrong. Joanna is funny, but I don't really like her. She annoys me when I see her too much. I'm happy she isn't here. I could live well enough without seeing her again.
He spoke quietly. There's only one woman in the world I truly respect, and I think you know who she is. His mother blushed and looked shy. Tim said seriously, there aren't many really good women in this world. You are one of them. 9.
In a room high above Central Park in New York, Mrs. Robson said, That's wonderful. You're very lucky, Cornelia.
Cornelia Robson turned red and smiled. She was a large girl, not very graceful, with soft brown eyes like a dog's.
Oh, it will be wonderful, she said quickly. Old Miss Van Skyler nodded with pleasure. She liked Cornelia's polite manners.
I have always wanted to go to Europe, said Cornelia softly. I never thought I could really go.
Miss Bowers will travel with me as usual, said Miss Van Skyler. But she is not very good company. There are many small things that Cornelia can help me with.
I would love to help Cousin Marie, said Cornelia happily.
Good, said Miss Van Skyler. Now go find Miss Bowers for me. It is time for my eggnog.
Cornelia went out of the room. Her mother turned to Miss Van Skyler.
Dear Marie, I am so thankful to you, said Mrs. Robson. Cornelia often feels upset because she is not popular. If I could take her out more, things would be better. But you know how hard it has been since Ned died.
I am happy to take her, said Miss Van Skyler. Cornelia is a nice girl. She always helps and never complains like some young people today.
Mrs. Robson stood up and kissed her rich relative's old yellow face. I am very grateful, she said warmly. On the stairs, Mrs. Robson met a tall woman carrying a glass with a yellow drink.
Well, Miss Bowers, you are going to Europe?
Yes, Mrs. Robson.
What a wonderful trip.
Yes, I think it will be very pleasant. You have visited abroad before. Oh yes, Mrs. Robson. I went to Paris with Miss Van Skyler last year. But I have never been to Egypt.
Mrs. Robson stopped for a moment. I hope everything will be fine, she said quietly.
Miss Bowers answered calmly, Do not worry, Mrs. Robson. I will watch carefully and make sure all goes well.
Mrs. Robson still looked a little worried as she walked down the stairs. In his office downtown, Mr. Andrew Pennington was reading his mail. Suddenly he hit his desk hard with his fist. His face turned red, and veins rose on his forehead. He pressed a button for his secretary. She came quickly.
Ask Mr. Rockford to come in, he said.
Yes, Mr. Pennington. A few minutes later, Sterndale Rockford, his business partner, entered the office. The two men looked very similar. They were both tall and thin. Their hair was turning grey. Their faces were clean and smart.
What's going on, Pennington? Asked Rockford.
Pennington looked up from a letter. She's married, he said.
What? Who? Asked Rockford.
You heard me, said Pennington. Lynette Ridgway is married.
How? When? Why didn't we know? Asked Rockford.
Pennington looked at the calendar on his desk. She wasn't married when she wrote this letter, he said. But it happened this morning, on the 4th. That's today.
Rockford sat down heavily in a chair. No warning at all, he said. Who is the man?
Pennington looked at the letter again. His name is Simon Doyle, he said.
What kind of person is he? Do we know him? Asked Rockford.
No, said Pennington. She doesn't write much about him. He looked at the letter again. I think something is not quite open about this marriage. But the main thing is, she's married.
The two men looked at each other. Rockford nodded slowly.
We need to think about this, he said. What should we do?
I was hoping you would tell me, said Pennington. They sat quietly for a moment. Then Rockford asked, Do you have a plan? Pennington spoke very slowly. The Normandy ship leaves today, he said. One of us could still catch it.
You're crazy, said Rockford. What's the reason for going?
Pennington started to explain. Those British lawyers, he said, then stopped.
What about them? Asked Rockford. You're not thinking of going to talk to them, you? That would be mad.
I'm not saying we should go to England, said Pennington.
Then what are you thinking? Asked Rockford.
Pennington spread the letter flat on the desk. Lynette is going to Egypt for her honeymoon, he said softly. She will stay there for about a month.
Egypt, said Rockford. He thought for a moment, then met Pennington's eyes. Egypt, that's your plan.
Yes, said Pennington. We could meet her there by chance. She'll be with her husband, on honeymoon. It could work.
Rockford spoke slowly. Lynette is smart, he said. But still.
Pennington smiled a little. I think we can find a way, he said.
Again they looked at each other.
Rockford nodded. All right, my friend.
Pennington looked at the clock. We must hurry, he said. Whoever goes will need to move fast.
You go, said Rockford.
11. William Carmichael spoke to a thin young man at the door. He said, "Please tell Mr. Jim to come to me."
Jim Fanthorpe came into the room and looked at his uncle.
The older man gave a short nod. He said, "Ah, you are here."
Jim asked, "Did you want to see me?"
His uncle said, "Look at this."
Jim sat down and pulled the papers closer.
The older man watched him carefully. He asked, "Well?"
Jim answered quickly, "It looks strange to me, sir."
Mr. Carmichael made a quiet sound that showed he agreed. Jim read the letter again. It had come from Egypt by air mail. The letter said they had spent a week in Mina House and then visited the Fayum. Soon, they would travel up the Nile to Luxor and Aswan by boat and maybe to Khartoum. The writer said that when they bought tickets at Cook's, they saw the first person, their American trustee, Andrew Pennington. 2 years ago Carmichael had met him. The letter said that the writer did not know Pennington was in Egypt, and Pennington did not know they were married. The marriage letter must have arrived too late. Pennington was also taking the same trip up the Nile. The writer said it was a strange coincidence. When Jim was about to turn the page, Mr. Carmichael took the letter back. He said, "That's enough. The rest is not important." He looked at Jim. "Well, what do you think?"
Jim thought for a moment. He said, "I think it's not really a coincidence."
Mr. Carmichael nodded. He asked sharply, "Would you like to travel to Egypt?"
"Do you think it is the right thing to do?" Jim said, "I think we should go soon."
Mr. Carmichael said, "But why you?" He added, "Think, boy, think. Lynette Ridgway has never seen you. Pennington hasn't either. If you go by air, you might arrive in time." 12. Mrs. Otterbourne fixed the cloth she wore around her head. She looked tired and unhappy.
"I don't see why we can't go to Egypt," she said. "I'm so tired of Jerusalem." Her daughter said nothing. Mrs. Otterbourne frowned. "You could at least answer when I speak to you," she said.
Rosalie was holding a newspaper. There was a picture of a woman's face on the page. The words under it said, "Mrs. Simon Doyle, who was once the famous lady, Miss Lynette Ridgway. Mr. and Mrs. Doyle are spending their holiday in Egypt." Rosalie looked up.
"You want to go to Egypt, Mother?" she asked.
"Yes, I do," said Mrs. Otterbourne sharply. "They have not treated us kindly here. People should know that my name in this hotel means free advertisement. They should give us cheaper rooms. When I said that, they were rude to me. Very rude. I told them exactly how I felt. Rosalie sighed. All places feel the same, she said quietly. I just wish we could go somewhere far away. Mrs. Audubon continued angrily. This morning the manager told me that he needs our rooms in 2 days. He said all the other rooms were booked. Rosalie looked down. So we have to leave, she said. Not at all, said Mrs. Audubon. I will fight for my rights. Rosalie spoke softly. I think we can go to Egypt. It doesn't really matter where we are.
It's certainly not a matter of life or death, said Mrs. Otterbourne. But she was wrong. It really was a matter of life and death. That's Hercule Poirot, the detective, said Mrs. Allerton. She and her son Tim were sitting in red basket chairs outside the Cataract Hotel in Aswan. They looked at two people walking away, a short man in a white suit and a tall slim girl. Tim sat up quickly.
That strange little man, he asked with surprise. That strange little man. What is he doing here?
His mother smiled. My dear, you sound excited. Why do men love crimes so much? I never read detective books. But I think Monsieur Poirot is only here for a holiday. He has money and wants to enjoy life.
Tim laughed. He seems to like the prettiest girl here.
Mrs. Allerton turned her head a little and watched Poirot and the girl. The girl was taller than Poirot by a few inches. She walked nicely, not too stiff and not too lazy.
I think she looks rather nice, said Mrs. Allerton.
She looked at Tim sideways. He answered at once.
She's more than nice. Too bad she looks angry and sad.
Maybe that's just how her face looks, dear.
No, she seems unpleasant to me. But yes, she's pretty.
The girl they spoke about was walking next to Poirot. Her name was Rosalie Otterbourne. She held a closed sunshade and looked unhappy. Her eyebrows were pulled together, and her red mouth turned down. They left the hotel gate and walked into the cool garden. Hercule Poirot talked softly and smiled. He looked cheerful. He wore a clean white silk suit, a light hat, and carried a fancy fly whisk with a yellow handle. I love this place, he said. The black rocks of Elephantine, the sunshine, and the little boats on the river. It is good to be alive. He stopped and looked at her. Do you not feel the same, mademoiselle?
Rosalie answered quickly. It's fine, I suppose. I think Aswan is a sad place. The hotel is half empty, and everyone here is very old. She stopped and bit her lip.
Poirot's eyes shone with amusement. Ah yes, he said. It is true, I am almost old myself.
I wasn't thinking of you, said the girl. I'm sorry. That sounded rude.
Not at all. It is normal that you want friends of your own age. Well, there is one young man, at least.
The one who always sits with his mother. I like her, but I think he looks very proud.
Poirot smiled. And me, do you think I am proud?
Oh, I don't think so.
She did not look interested. Poirot did not mind. He said calmly, my best friend says I am very proud.
Rosalie spoke without much care. Maybe you have a reason to be proud. But I don't care about crime stories.
Poirot said seriously, I am glad that you have nothing bad to hide. For a second, her unhappy face changed. She looked at him quickly, as if trying to understand something. Poirot did not notice and continued. Madam, your mother did not come to lunch today. Is she feeling well?
This place is not good for her, Rosalie said shortly. I will be happy when we leave.
We are traveling together, yes? We both go on the trip to Wadi Halfa and the Second Cataract.
Yes.
They left the shade of the garden and walked on a dusty road near the river. 5 men selling beads, 2 selling postcards, 3 selling small statues, and a few boys with donkeys came toward them.
One of them asked, "You want beads, sir?"
Very good, sir. Very cheap. Lady, you want scarab? Look, great queen, very lucky. You look, sir, real lapis. Very good, very cheap. You want ride donkey, sir? This very good donkey. This donkey whiskey and soda, sir. You want go granite quarries, sir? This very good donkey. Other donkey very bad, sir, that donkey fall down. You want postcard, very cheap, very nice. Look, lady, only 10 piastres, very cheap, lapis, this ivory. This very good fly whisk, this all amber. You go out in boat, sir? I got very good boat, sir. You go back to hotel, lady? This first-class donkey. Hercule Poirot moved his hand slightly to make the noisy people go away. Rosalie walked past them without looking, like she was dreaming.
It's best to act like you cannot see or hear them, she said.
The small, poor children followed beside them, saying softly, "Money." Bakshish? Hip hip hurrah, are very good, very nice. Their clothes were old but very bright. Flies were sitting on their faces. They were the most persistent beggars. The others moved away and tried again at the next street corner. Poirot and Rosalie walked past the shops. People called out to them politely. "Please visit my shop today, sir. You want this ivory crocodile, sir? You have not been in my shop yet, sir. I show you beautiful things." They went into the 5th shop. Rosalie gave the shopkeeper several rolls of film. That was the reason for their walk. Then they came out again and walked towards the river. One of the Nile boats was just stopping. Poirot and Rosalie watched the passengers with interest.
There are quite a lot of people, said Rosalie.
Then Tim Allerton came up to them. He looked a little tired from walking fast. They all stood together for a moment. Then Tim spoke.
"A big crowd as usual," he said, looking at the passengers with dislike.
They are often very noisy, said Rosalie.
The 3 of them watched the new arrivals, feeling superior because they were already there. Suddenly Tim looked excited.
"Look! That's Lynette Ridgway," he said quickly.
Poirot did not react much, but Rosalie looked with interest. She leaned forward and asked, "Where?" "The woman in white."
Yes, with the tall man. They are coming off the boat now. He must be her new husband. Can't remember his name. Doyle, said Rosalie. Simon Doyle. It was in all the newspapers. She is very rich.
"About the richest girl in England," said Tim happily.
They stood and watched the people leave the boat. Poirot looked carefully at Lynette. "She is very beautiful," he said softly.
Some people get everything, said Rosalie in a low voice.
Her face showed envy as she stared at Lynette. Lynette Doyle looked perfect, like someone on a stage. She moved with confidence and grace. People always looked at her, admired her, and she liked it. She knew many eyes were on her, but she was used to it. She walked as if playing a part, the rich, beautiful bride on her honeymoon. She smiled and said something to the tall man beside her. He answered, and Poirot listened carefully to his voice. Poirot's eyes shone with interest. The couple passed close to him.
He heard Simon Doyle say, We'll try and make time for it, darling.
We can stay here for a week or two if you like it. His face turned to her. He looked happy and full of love. He also seemed a little shy. Poirot watched him carefully. He saw his strong shoulders, brown skin, and blue eyes. There was a simple smile on his face, like a child's smile.
Lucky man, said Tim when they had gone past. It's amazing to find a rich lady who is pretty and healthy too.
They look so happy, said Rosalie softly. Her voice showed she felt a bit jealous. Then she whispered something so quietly that Tim did not hear. It isn't fair.
Poirot heard her though. He looked at her quickly. He had been thinking deeply before. Now his eyes were full of interest. Tim said, I must go and buy some things for my mother. He lifted his hat and left. Poirot and Rosalie walked back slowly to the hotel. People offered them donkeys to ride, but they said no. So you think life is not fair, mademoiselle? Asked Poirot kindly.
The girl's face became red with anger. I don't know what you mean.
I only repeated what you said quietly a moment ago. Yes, you did say it, Poirot answered.
Rosalie lifted her shoulders. It's too much for one person, she said. Money, beauty, a fine body, and she stopped speaking.
Poirot finished her sentence. And love, yes. But you don't really know. Maybe she married for her money.
Didn't you see how he looked at her? Asked Rosalie.
Oh yes, mademoiselle, said Poirot. I saw everything. In fact, I saw something you did not notice.
What was it? Asked Rosalie.
Poirot spoke slowly. I saw dark marks under the lady's eyes. I saw her hand holding the sunshade very tightly until her knuckles turned white.
Rosalie looked at him with surprise. What do you mean? She asked.
I mean that everything that shines is not gold. This lady is rich, beautiful, and loved, but there is still something wrong. And I know one more thing. I have heard that man's voice before, the voice of Monsieur Doyle, but I cannot remember where. Rosalie was not listening. She stopped walking. With her sunshade, she drew shapes in the sand. Then she said angrily, I'm horrible.
I feel like a terrible person. I want to tear her dress and crush her proud, perfect face. I'm just jealous. She is too sure of herself and too successful.
Poirot looked surprised at her strong words. He took her arm and gave it a friendly shake. You will feel better after saying that, he told her.
I really hate her. I have never hated anyone so much before.
Wonderful, Poirot said with a smile. Rosalie looked at him, unsure, then laughed. Poirot laughed too. They walked back to the hotel together. I must find my mother, Rosalie said when they reached the cool hall. Poirot went out onto the terrace that looked over the Nile. There were small tables ready for tea, but it was still early. He stood for a moment looking at the river, then walked down into the garden. Some people were playing tennis in the hot sun. He stopped to watch them, then walked down a steep path. On a bench by the river, he saw the young woman from Chez Martant. He knew her at once. He remembered her face clearly. Now she looked pale and tired. Her face showed deep sadness. She didn't see him. Poirot watched her quietly from a little distance. Her foot tapped the ground with impatience. Her dark eyes looked full of pain and strong emotion. She watched the white boats move along the river. Poirot thought about her face and the voice he had just heard, the voice of a new husband. As he stood thinking, new voices came from up the path. The girl on the bench jumped to her feet. Lynette Doyle and her husband were walking down. Lynette's voice sounded happy and sure. She looked relaxed and bright again. The girl stepped forward quickly. The couple stopped.
Hello, Lynette, said Jacqueline de Belfort. So here you are. We meet again and again. Hello, Simon, how are you?
Lynette stepped back with a small cry. Simon's face changed with anger. He moved a little, as if he wanted to push her away. Then Jacqueline turned her head sharply and saw Poirot. Simon also noticed him and said in an uneasy voice, "Hello, Jacqueline, we didn't expect to see you here." His words did not sound honest. Jacqueline smiled and showed her white teeth. "Quite a surprise," she said. She asked a question. Then she gave a small nod and walked up the path. Poirot quietly went the other way. As he walked, he heard Lynette Doyle say, "Simon, please." "Simon, what can we do?" Dinner had finished. The terrace outside the Cataract Hotel had soft lights. Many guests were sitting at small tables. Simon and Lynette Doyle came out with a tall man who had grey hair and a clean-shaven American face. He looked important. When they stopped in the doorway, Tim Allerton stood up from a table near them and came forward. He said kindly to Lynette, "You don't remember me, I'm sure, but I am Joanna Southwood's cousin."
You don't remember me, I'm sure, but I am Joanna Southwood's cousin.
Lynette smiled and said, "Of course, how silly of me. You are Tim Allerton. This is my husband." Her voice shook a little, maybe from pride or shyness, "and this is my American trustee, Mr. Pennington."
Tim smiled and said, "You must meet my mother."
A few minutes later they sat together as one group. Lynette sat in the corner. Tim and Pennington were beside her, each trying to talk to her and get her attention. Mrs. Allerton spoke to Simon Doyle. Then the swing doors moved. For a moment Lynette sat very straight and tense. Then she relaxed when she saw a small man come out and walk across the terrace. Mrs. Allerton said, "You are not the only famous person here, my dear. That little man is Hercule Poirot."
You are not the only famous person here, my dear. That little man is Hercule Poirot.
She said this lightly to make conversation, but Lynette looked surprised. She said, "Hercule Poirot?" "Yes, I have heard of him." Then she became quiet and thoughtful. The two men beside her stopped talking for a moment. Poirot walked to the edge of the terrace, but someone called to him. "Sit down, Monsieur Poirot. What a beautiful night."
Sit down, Monsieur Poirot. What a beautiful night.
Poirot smiled and said politely, "Yes, madam, it is very lovely." He looked at Mrs. Otterbourne. She wore a lot of black cloth and a strange turban. Her voice was high and complaining. She said, "There are many important people here now. I think the newspapers will write about it soon. Society ladies, famous writers."
There are many important people here now. I think the newspapers will write about it soon. Society ladies, famous writers.
She laughed a little. Poirot noticed the young girl sitting across from her. The girl looked unhappy and turned her mouth down even more. Poirot asked, "Are you working on a new novel now, madam? Are you working on a new novel now, madam?"
Mrs. Otterbourne laughed again and said, "I am being very lazy. I really must start writing soon."
My public is growing very impatient. My poor publisher keeps sending letters and even cables asking for my next book. The man sighed as he felt the girl move in the dark.
I will tell you, Monsieur Poirot, I am also here to find inspiration for my story, he said. The name of my book will be Snow on the Desert's Face. It is a strong title. It makes people think. Snow in the desert melts quickly when passion begins.
Rosalie stood up quietly and walked down into the dark garden.
One must be brave, said Mrs. Audubon, shaking her head with energy. My books are bold. They talk about things that matter. Some libraries ban them, but that does not stop me. I write what is true. People fear to speak about love and desire, but it is part of life. Monsieur Poirot, have you read my books?
Sadly, madam, Poirot answered. I do not read many stories. My work takes much of my time.
Mrs. Audubon nodded firmly. Then I must give you my book Under the Fig Tree, she said. You may find it deep and real.
That is very kind of you, madam, Poirot replied. Mrs. Otterbourne was quiet for a short time. She moved nervously and touched a long necklace around her neck. She quickly looked around her.
Maybe I will go and bring it for you now, she said.
Oh, madam, please don't worry. You can do it later, said Poirot.
No, it's no problem, she said as she stood up. I want to show you something. What is it, mother? Asked Rosalie, who came close to her. Nothing, dear. I'm only going to get a book for Monsieur Poirot, said Mrs. Audubon. The *Fig Tree* book. I can get it, said Rosalie. You don't know where it is, dear. I'll go, answered her mother. Yes, I do. Rosalie walked quickly across the terrace and went into the hotel.
Madam, you have a very lovely daughter, said Poirot politely.
Rosalie? Yes, she looks nice, said Mrs. Audubon. But she is very strong-minded, Monsieur Poirot. She is not kind when I am sick. She always thinks she understands everything. She believes she knows more about my health than I do.
Poirot raised his hand and called a waiter. Would you like a drink, madam? A chartreuse, he asked. 4. Would you like a crème de menthe? Asked the waiter.
Mrs. Audubon shook her head strongly. No, she said. I almost never drink alcohol. You may have seen that I drink only water or lemonade. I cannot stand the taste of strong drinks.
Then may I bring you a lemon squash, madam? Asked Poirot. He ordered 1 lemon squash and 1 Benedictine. The door turned slowly. Rosalie came through, holding a book in her hand.
Here it is, she said. Her voice was cold and without feeling. Monsieur Poirot has just ordered me a lemon squash, said her mother.
And you, mademoiselle, what will you have?
Nothing, Rosalie said quickly. Then she added, nothing, thank you.
Poirot took the book Mrs. Otterbourne gave him. It still had its bright cover. It showed a woman with short hair and red nails sitting on a tiger skin. There was a tree with large, colorful apples above her. The title was Under the Fig Tree by Salome Otterbourne. Inside was the publisher's note. It spoke about the brave and realistic story of a modern woman's love life. There were words like fearless, unusual, and real. Poirot bowed politely. I am honored, madam, he said. When he looked up, he met Rosalie's eyes. He was surprised and sad to see the pain in them. Just then, the drinks arrived, bringing a welcome change. Poirot lifted his glass. To your health, madam ou mademoiselle, he said.
Mrs. Audubon took a sip of lemonade. So nice and fresh, she said quietly.
They were all silent. They looked down at the dark rocks by the Nile. In the moonlight, the rocks looked strange, like big old animals half in the water. A small wind came and went. The air felt quiet and waiting. Poirot looked around the terrace. He thought the same quiet feeling was there too. It felt like people waiting for someone important to come on stage. Then the door moved again. This time, it seemed to turn slowly and with importance. Everyone stopped talking and looked. A tall young woman in a dark, wine-colored dress stepped out. She stopped for a moment, then walked calmly across the terrace. She sat down at an empty table. She did not act proud, but it still felt like she was making an entrance.
Well, said Mrs. Audubon. She lifted her head. That girl thinks she is special.
Poirot said nothing. He was watching. The girl sat so she could look straight at Lynette Doyle. Soon Lynette leaned forward, spoke to someone, then moved to another seat. Now she sat with her back to the girl. Poirot nodded to himself. A few minutes later, the dark girl changed her seat too. She sat smoking quietly, looking calm and comfortable. But her eye stayed on Lynette Doyle's wife, almost without knowing it. After about 15 minutes, Lynette Doyle stood up and went inside. Her husband went after her. The girl, Jacqueline de Belfort, smiled. She turned her chair, lit another cigarette, and looked out over the Nile. She kept smiling softly to herself. "Monsieur Poirot," said a voice. Poirot stood up quickly. He was alone on the terrace now, everyone else had gone. He had been thinking, watching the smooth black rocks, when he heard his name. The voice was well-spoken and sure of itself. It was pleasant but a little proud. Poirot looked up and saw Lynette Doyle. She wore a purple velvet wrap over her white satin dress. She looked very beautiful and elegant.
"You are Monsieur Hercule Poirot," she said. It did not sound like a real question.
"At your service, madam," Poirot answered.
"You know who I am, perhaps?" she asked.
"Yes, madam," said Poirot. "I have heard your name. I know who you are." Lynette nodded. She had expected that answer. She spoke in a calm but firm way.
"Will you come with me to the card room, Monsieur Poirot? I really want to talk to you."
"Of course, madam," he said. She walked into the hotel. He followed her. She went into the empty card room and asked him to close the door. She sat down at one of the tables. He sat across from her. She started talking at once. She did not stop to think. Her words came quickly and clearly.
"I have heard a lot about you, Monsieur Poirot," she said. "I know that you are very clever. I need help very much, and I think you might be the person to help me."
Poirot nodded politely. "You are kind, madam, but I am on holiday. I do not take cases when I am resting."
"That can be managed," she said calmly. She spoke like someone who was used to getting things done her way.
Lynette continued to speak.
"Monsieur Poirot, someone is bothering me very badly. It must stop. I wanted to go to the police, but my husband thinks they cannot help us."
"Perhaps you can tell me a little more," said Poirot softly.
"Yes, I can," said Lynette. "It is really very simple." She spoke in a clear and businesslike way. She stopped only to think how to tell the facts quickly. "Before I met my husband, he was engaged to Miss de Belfort," she said. "She was also my friend. He ended the engagement because they were not right for each other. She was very upset. I am sorry about that, but such things happen. She said some unpleasant things, but I did not take them seriously. She did not act on them. Instead, she started to follow us everywhere we go."
Poirot raised his eyebrows. "That is a rather strange kind of revenge," he said.
"Very strange and silly, but also annoying." She bit her lip.
Poirot nodded. "Yes, I understand. You are on your honeymoon."
"Yes. The first time it happened was in Venice. She was there at Daniele's. I thought it was just an accident. It was awkward, but nothing serious. Then we saw her again on the boat at Brindisi. We thought she was going to Palestine. We left her on the boat. But when we arrived at Mina House, she was there waiting for us.
Poirot nodded again. And now, he asked.
We came up the Nile by boat. I thought she might be on it too. When she wasn't, I hoped she had stopped acting foolish. But when we came here, she was already here waiting.
Poirot looked at her closely. She seemed calm, but her hand was holding the table so hard that her knuckles turned white. He said, "You think this will keep happening?"
Yes.
She stopped for a moment. Poirot moved his hand a little. Lynette frowned. His tone made Lynette uneasy. Her face turned red, and she said quickly. She sounded upset. Poirot nodded slowly.
This whole situation is foolish. Jacqueline is acting very silly. I am surprised she does not have more pride.
Sometimes, madam, people forget about pride. They feel stronger emotions instead.
Maybe. But what does she hope to get from all this?
It is not always about getting something, madam.
You are right. Talking about reasons does not help. The important thing is to stop this.
And how do you wish to stop it, madam?
My husband and I cannot live with this trouble. There must be some law that can help us.
Has she ever said bad words to you in public? Has she tried to hurt you?
No.
Then, madam, I do not think you can do much. If a young woman likes to visit the same places that you and your husband go to, well, what can be done? The air belongs to everyone. She is not trying to enter your private space. She meets you only in public places.
You mean there is nothing I can do? Lynette asked in surprise.
Poirot calmly said, "No, there is nothing you can do. Mademoiselle de Belfort has the right to be there."
But it is so annoying, Lynette said. It is unfair that I must accept this.
Poirot looked at her quietly. "I understand, madam," he said. "I believe you are not used to accepting things you do not like."
Lynette frowned. There must be a way to stop her, she whispered.
Poirot lifted his shoulders. "You could leave and go somewhere else," he said.
She would follow me. Lynette cried.
"That could happen," Poirot agreed. "It is ridiculous." "Yes, that is true."
Why should I leave? Lynette asked. Why should we act as if she stopped speaking?
Poirot nodded. "Yes, madam. As if, that is the point, isn't it?"
Lynette raised her head and looked at him. What are you trying to say? She asked.
Poirot's voice became softer. He leaned closer. He spoke kindly. "Tell me, madam," he said. "Why does this upset you so much?"
Why? Lynette repeated. But it's so annoying. It makes me very angry. I already told you the reason.
Poirot shook his head. "Not completely," he said.
What do you mean? Lynette asked again.
Poirot sat back in his chair. He crossed his arms and spoke calmly. "Listen, madam. I will tell you a small story. One day, about a month or two ago, I was eating dinner in a restaurant in London. Near my table sat a man and a young woman. They looked very happy. They were clearly in love. They talked with great hope about their future. I was not trying to listen, but they spoke so openly that I could hear everything. The man sat with his back to me, but I could see the girl's face. She looked very serious. She loved him deeply, with all her heart. She was not someone who falls in love easily or often. For her, it was everything. Life or nothing. I understood that they were going to get married. They talked about their honeymoon plans. They wanted to go to Egypt. Poirot stopped speaking.
Lynette quickly asked, "Well?"
Poirot continued, "That was a few weeks ago, but I still remember the girl's face very well. I know that I will remember it if I see it again. I also remember the man's voice. You can probably guess, madam, when I see that person and hear that voice again. It happens here in Egypt. The man is on his honeymoon, but he is not with the same woman." Lynette spoke in a quick and sharp way.
"What of it? I already said the facts."
"The facts, yes," Poirot answered.
"Well then," she asked.
Poirot spoke slowly. "The girl in the restaurant talked about a friend. She said this friend would never fail her. I think that friend was you, madam."
"Yes," Lynette said. "We were friends." Her face turned red. "And she trusted you?" Poirot asked. "Yes," Lynette said. She waited for a moment and bit her lip because she felt annoyed. Poirot kept quiet, so she finally said, "It was very unlucky. But things like that happen, Monsieur Poirot."
"Yes, they do happen, madam," he replied softly. He stopped for a second. "You belong to the Church of England, I think?" he asked. "Yes." Lynette looked a little confused. "You have heard parts of the Bible in church. You know about King David and the rich man who had many animals and the poor man who had only one small lamb. The rich man took the poor man's lamb. That really happened, madam." Lynette sat up. Her eyes looked angry.
"I understand what you mean, Monsieur Poirot. You think I took my friend's boyfriend. Maybe that is true if you look at it with feelings. But the real truth is not the same. Jackie loved Simon very much. But maybe you don't see that Simon did not love her in the same way. He cared about her, yes, but even before he met me, he started to think he had made a mistake. Think clearly, Monsieur Poirot. Simon found that he loved me, not Jackie. What should he do then? Should he marry someone he does not love and make 3 people unhappy? He could not make Jackie happy in that way. If he had already been married to her when he met me, then maybe he should stay with her. But I'm not sure. When one person is unhappy, the other feels it too. An engagement is not the same as marriage. If there is a mistake, it is better to see it before it is too late. It was hard for Jackie, and I feel sorry for her. But that is how it happened. It could not be stopped."
"I wonder." She looked at him.
"What do you mean?"
"What you say makes sense," he said. "But it does not explain one thing."
"What is that?" she asked.
"Your own feelings, madam," he said. "This person follows you. You could feel annoyed, yes. Or you could feel sorry for your friend, who is hurt and forgets all manners. But you do not feel either way. To you, this situation feels impossible to bear. And why? I think it is because you feel guilty." Lynette stood up quickly.
"How dare you?" she cried. "Monsieur Poirot, this is too much."
"But I do dare, madam," he said calmly. "I will speak honestly. I think you knew what you were doing when you took your friend's husband. You liked him at once. But I believe there was a moment when you stopped to think. You knew you could choose to stop or to go on. You made the first move, not Monsieur Doyle. You are beautiful, madam. You are rich and clever. You are intelligent, and you have charm. You could have used that charm, or you could have controlled it. You had everything that life could give. Your friend cared deeply about one person. You knew this, but you did not stop yourself. You reached out and took that person away from her. There was a quiet moment. Lynette tried hard to stay calm and spoke in a cold voice.
"All this has nothing to do with it."
Poirot answered, "Yes, it does. I am telling you why Mademoiselle de Belfort's sudden visits bother you so much. You feel that, even if her actions are wrong, she still has some truth on her side.
That's not true, said Lynette.
Poirot lifted his shoulders. You don't want to be honest with yourself.
That is not fair, she said.
Poirot spoke softly. Madam, I believe you have had a good life. You have often been kind and giving.
I have tried, said Lynette. Her face lost its angry look. She spoke quietly and looked sad.
And that is why it hurts you so much to think you may have hurt another person, said Poirot. You don't want to accept it. I am sorry if I speak too freely, but understanding the mind is very important.
Lynette said slowly, if what you say is true and I don't think it is, what can I do now? We cannot change the past. We have to live with things as they are.
Poirot nodded. You think clearly, madam. Yes, no one can go back and change what has happened. We must accept life as it is. Sometimes, that is all we can do, live with the results of our own choices. You mean, asked Lynette in surprise, that I can do nothing? You must be brave, madam. Yes, that is how it seems to me. Lynette spoke slowly. Could you talk to Jackie, to Miss de Belfort? Try to make her understand. Yes, I can do that. I will speak to her if you want me to. But I do not think it will help much. I believe Mademoiselle de Belfort has a strong idea in her mind, and nothing will change it. But isn't there something we can do to get away from this? You could go back to England and live in your own house.
Even then, said Lynette, Jacqueline might stay in the same village. I would see her every time I went outside. That is true. And also, Lynette said slowly, I don't think Simon would want to run away. What does he think about this? He is very angry, really angry.
Poirot nodded and looked serious.
Lynette said in a pleading voice, you will talk to her?
Yes, I will. But I think I cannot change anything.
Lynette cried out, Jackie is strange. No one can guess what she will do.
5.
You said she made some threats. Can you tell me what they were?
Lynette lifted her shoulders.
She said she would kill both of us. Jackie can be very emotional sometimes.
I understand, said Poirot seriously. Lynette looked at him with worry.
Will you help me? She asked.
No, madam, said Poirot firmly. I will not work for you. I will only try to help because it is right to do so. This situation is difficult and could be dangerous. I will do my best to make things better, but I am not sure I can succeed. Lynette spoke slowly.
So you will not act for me?
No, madam, said Hercule Poirot. Hercule Poirot found Jacqueline de Belfort sitting on the rocks near the Nile River. He had guessed she would not go to bed yet and that he could find her somewhere around the hotel. She sat quietly, resting her chin on her hands. When Poirot came closer, she did not move or look up. Mademoiselle de Belfort, said Poirot. May I talk with you for a short time?
Jacqueline turned her head a little and gave a small smile. Of course, she said. You are Monsieur Hercule Poirot, I think. Let me guess. You work for Mrs. Doyle and she will pay you a lot of money if you do your job well.
Poirot sat down on the bench beside her. You are partly right, he said with a smile. I just spoke with Madame Doyle, but I will not take any money from her, and I am not really working for her. Jacqueline looked at him carefully. Hercule Poirot asked another question instead of answering. She moved her head. Her face became still and serious. Her voice sounded hard and full of pain. Poirot raised his hand.
Oh. Then why are you here? She asked quickly. No, I don't think so. I remember that night, she said. Yes, she said coldly. Many things have happened. What do you mean? I am sure Linnet would like that very much, she said sharply.
Have you ever seen me before, mademoiselle? But I have seen you. I sat beside you once at Chez Ma Tante. You were with Monsieur Simon Doyle. Mademoiselle, I speak as a friend. Let go of the past. Forget what is gone. Think about what comes next. You cannot change what has already happened. Anger will not help you. I am not thinking about her, he said softly. I am thinking about you. She had suffered before. But what she was doing now would only make her suffer longer. She shook her head.
You are wrong, she said. Sometimes I almost feel happy.
That is the worst part, he said softly. She looked up quickly.
You are not foolish, she said. Then she spoke slowly. I think you are trying to be kind.
Go home, he told her. You are young. You are clever. The world is open to you.
Jacqueline moved her head slowly. You do not understand. Simon is my world.
Love is not everything, said Poirot in a gentle voice. When we are young, we think it is, he added. But she still shook her head.
You do not understand, she said again. She looked at him sharply. You know about it, don't you? You talked to Linnet. You saw us in the restaurant that night. Simon and I loved each other.
I know that you loved him, he said quietly.
She heard how he said it and noticed the tone. We loved each other, she said again with strong feeling. And I loved Linnet too. I trusted her. She was my best friend. All her life, Linnet has been able to buy whatever she wanted. She never said no to herself.
When she saw Simon, she wanted him, and she took him. And he agreed to be bought. Poirot asked.
Jacqueline moved her head slowly. No, it was not really like that, she said. If it were, I would not be here now. You think Simon is not worth caring about, she continued. If he had married Linnet only for her money, you would be right. But he did not marry her for money. It was more difficult than that. There is something called charm, Monsieur Poirot. The money can make it stronger. Linnet had a special feeling around her. She was like a young queen, elegant and rich. Everything about her looked wonderful. Everyone wanted her. She was one of the richest and most liked women in England. And she chose Simon Doyle, an unknown man. Can you see how proud he must have felt? Jacqueline raised her hand quickly. Look at the moon, she said. You can see it very clearly now. It looks real. But when the sun shines, you cannot see the moon at all. It was the same with us. I was the moon. When the sun came, Linnet, Simon could not see me anymore. He was amazed by her brightness. He saw only her.
She stopped for a moment. Then she began to speak again.
So, you see, it was all because of charm. She made him lose his sense. And she has so much confidence. She always gives orders and people obey her. She is sure of herself, and that makes others sure too. Simon is weak, maybe, but he is also simple. He would have loved only me if Linnet hadn't come and taken him away.
She looked down for a second and said quietly, I know for sure he never would have loved her unless she made him do it. Poirot said, That is what you think.
She nodded. I know it. He loved me. He will always love me.
Poirot asked softly, Even now?
She opened her mouth quickly, but she stopped herself. Her face turned red. She looked at Poirot, then looked away. Her voice dropped low. Yes, I know. He hates me now. Yes, he hates me. He should be careful.
She reached into a small silk bag beside her. She took out something and opened her hand. There was a small gun with a pretty white handle.
She smiled and said, Nice little thing, isn't it? It looks like a toy, but it's real. One bullet can kill a person. And I can shoot well.
She smiled as she remembered.
When I went home as a child to South Carolina with my mother, my grandfather taught me to shoot. He was old-fashioned and said honor was important. My father fought duels when he was young. He was good with a sword. He killed a man once because of a woman. So you see, Monsieur Poirot, she looked straight into his eyes, I have hot blood too. I bought this gun when it happened. First, I wanted to hurt one of them, but I could not choose who. Both seemed wrong. If I had thought Lynette would be scared, but she is brave. She can face danger. So I decided to wait. Waiting felt better. I could do it any time, and it was more fun to wait and think about it. Then I had an idea. I would follow them. Wherever they went, I would go too. When they were happy together, they would see me there. And it worked. It upset Lynette deeply. She could not stand it. That was when I started to enjoy myself. There is nothing she can do. I am always kind and polite. I never say a bad word. But it is still ruining everything for them.
She laughed with a bright, clear sound. Poirot quickly held her arm. Be quiet, he said. Quiet, I tell you. Jacqueline looked at him. 6. Well, she asked. Her smile looked sharp and challenging. Mademoiselle, please stop what you are doing. You mean, leave Lynette alone. It is more than that. Do not let bad thoughts come into your heart. Her lips opened, and she looked confused. Poirot spoke seriously. If you let evil enter, it will stay inside you. It will live there. Soon, you will not be able to push it out.
Jacqueline looked at him. Her eyes moved as if uncertain. I don't know, she said. Then she cried, You can't stop me.
No, said Poirot softly. I cannot stop you. His voice sounded sad. Even if I wanted to harm her, you could not stop me. No, not if you were ready to face what happens after.
Jacqueline laughed. I am not afraid of death. Why should I be? I have nothing left to live for. I suppose you think it is wrong to hurt someone who has done you harm, even if they have taken everything from you?
Poirot answered calmly. Yes, mademoiselle. I believe it is something one must never do.
Jacqueline laughed again. Then you should be pleased with my plan for revenge. As long as it works, I will not use my gun. But sometimes I feel afraid. Everything turns red. I want to hurt her. I want to take my little gun, point it at her head, and then... Oh, she suddenly cried.
Poirot was startled. What is it, mademoiselle?
She looked toward the dark corner. Someone was standing there. But he has gone now.
Poirot turned quickly and looked around. No one was there. It seems we are alone, mademoiselle. He stood up. I have said all I wish to say. Good night.
Jacqueline also stood. Her voice sounded soft and sad. You understand that I cannot do what you ask?
Poirot shook his head. You could do it. There is always one moment to decide. Your friend Lynette had one too. She let that moment pass. When that happens, there is no second chance.
No second chance, said Jacqueline quietly. She stood thinking for a while. Then she lifted her head. Good night, Monsieur Poirot.
He shook his head with sorrow and followed her along the path to the hotel. On the next morning, Simon Doyle joined Hercule Poirot as Poirot was leaving the hotel to walk to the town. The two men walked together through the gate and into the cool garden. Simon took his pipe out of his mouth. He said, "I heard that my wife spoke with you last night." "Good morning, Monsieur Poirot." "Good morning, Monsieur Doyle."
Are you going to town? Can I walk with you?
"Of course. I will be very glad." "Yes, that is true." Simon looked a little troubled. He was a man who liked action, not talking. He often found it hard to say what he felt.
I am glad you made her understand that we cannot really do anything.
"There is no legal way to stop it," said Poirot. "Exactly." Lynette did not understand that. He smiled a little. "Lynette thinks that every problem can be taken to the police." "It would be nice if that were true," said Poirot. They walked in silence for a short time.
It's terrible that she is treated like this. She did nothing wrong. People may say I acted badly, and maybe I did. But it is not fair that Lynette should suffer because of me. She had nothing to do with it.
Poirot nodded quietly.
Have you talked to Jackie, Mr. Belfort? Asked Simon.
"Yes, I have spoken to her."
Did she listen to reason?
"I am afraid she did not."
Can't she see how foolish she looks? Doesn't she know that no respectable woman acts this way? Hasn't she any pride?
Poirot lifted his shoulders. "She only feels hurt, that is all," he said.
Yes, but good girls don't act like this. I admit I treated her badly. I would understand if she hated me and never wanted to see me again. But following me around is wrong. She is making a scene. What does she want?
"Maybe revenge," said Poirot.
That's stupid, said Simon. I could understand her better if she did something dramatic, like trying to hurt me.
"You think that would be more like her?"
Yes, I do. She has a quick temper. When she is angry, she might do something wild. But all this spying is strange.
"It is clever, yes," said Poirot. Simon looked at him.
You don't understand. It's making Lynette very nervous.
"And you too?" asked Poirot. Simon looked surprised.
Me? I only feel like shaking some sense into her.
"There is no old love left for her?" asked Poirot.
My dear Monsieur Poirot, how can I explain? It is like the moon when the sun comes out, you don't see it anymore. When I met Lynette, Jackie disappeared from my mind. That is an interesting way to say it, murmured Poirot. Simon blushed. Jackie probably told you I married Lynette for her money. That's not true. I would never marry anyone for money. What Jackie doesn't understand is that it's hard when a woman cares too much for you.
"Ah," said Poirot quickly.
It sounds cruel, but Jackie loved me too much.
Poirot said softly, "One loves, the other lets himself be loved."
Simon frowned. What do you mean? You see, a man doesn't want a woman to love him more than he loves her. He doesn't want to feel owned. It's this possessive feeling, he belongs to me. No man likes that. He wants freedom. He wants to love his woman, not be her property.
He stopped speaking and lit a cigarette with shaking fingers. Poirot asked, "It was like that with Miss Jacqueline?"
Simon looked up. Yes, well, yes, it was. She doesn't know that, of course. I couldn't tell her. I was restless. Then I met Lynette and everything changed. She was so beautiful. It all felt wonderful. Everyone admired her, and then she chose me, a simple man like me. His voice sounded amazed and full of boyish wonder.
I see, said Poirot. He nodded slowly. Yes, I understand.
Why can't Jackie behave better? Asked Simon with annoyance.
Poirot gave a small smile. Well, Monsieur Doyle, she is not a man, he said.
No, I know, but I mean she should act fair. When things go wrong, you have to accept them. It was my fault, I admit that. But if you don't love a girl anymore, it's foolish to marry her. Now I see what Jackie is really like, and how far she might go. I feel lucky to be free of her.
How far she might go? Poirot asked quietly. Do you know what that could mean?
Simon looked surprised. No. What do you mean?
You know she carries a gun. Poirot asked.
Simon frowned, then shook his head. I don't think she will use it now. Maybe she would have before, but that's over. She is only angry now and wants to bother us both.
Poirot lifted his shoulders. Maybe you are right, he said softly.
It's Lynette I'm worried about, said Simon quickly.
I understand that, Poirot replied.
I'm not scared that Jackie will start shooting or anything, but her spying and following make Lynette very nervous. I have made a plan, and maybe you can help make it better. People think we will stay here for 10 days. But tomorrow, a steamer named Karnak sails from Shellal to Wadi Halfa. I want to book tickets on that ship under false names. Tomorrow we'll take a trip to Philly. Lynette's maid can bring the bags. Then we will meet the Karnak at Shellal. When Jackie sees that we don't come back, it will be too late. We'll already be traveling. She will think we went back to Cairo. I can even pay the porter to say that we did. She won't find our names at the travel offices. What do you think?
It is a good idea, said Poirot. But what if she waits here for you to return?
We might not come back. We could go to Khartoum and then maybe fly to Kenya. She can't follow us everywhere.
No, not forever. She doesn't have much money, I believe.
Simon looked impressed. That's smart of you to see that. I didn't think about it. Jackie is quite poor.
And yet she followed you all this way? Poirot asked.
Simon looked uncertain. She has a small income, maybe under 200 a year. She must have used her savings for this.
So one day she will have no money left? Poirot asked gently.
Yes, said Simon, shifting in his seat. He looked uncomfortable.
Poirot watched him carefully. It is not a nice thought, Poirot said softly.
Simon spoke angrily. Well, I can't do anything about it. Then he added, so what do you think of my plan?
I think it might work. But it is, of course, running away.
Simon's face turned red. You mean we are escaping? Yes, that's true, but Lynette.
Poirot nodded slightly. As you say, it may be the best way. But remember, Mr. Belfort is clever.
Simon looked serious. Someday we will have to stop running and face her. She's not acting reasonably.
Reasonably, cried Poirot.
There's no reason a woman should not act like a sensible person, said Simon firmly.
Poirot spoke in a calm, dry voice. He said that people often do things like that. It makes things even harder. He added that he would also travel on the ship called the Karnak. It was already part of his travel plan. Simon looked surprised. He waited for a moment before speaking.
Then he asked carefully if Poirot was going there because of him and Lynette. Simon said he would not want Poirot to do that.
Poirot answered quickly. He said it was not because of them. His trip was already planned before he left London. He always liked to plan his trips early.
Simon asked if Poirot ever liked to travel freely from place to place. He said that might be more fun.
Poirot smiled a little. He said maybe it was more pleasant. But he believed people should always make clear plans to succeed.
Simon laughed. He said that was how a smart criminal might act.
Poirot agreed. He said one of the most clever crimes he had ever seen was done quickly without planning. It was very hard to solve.
Simon spoke happily. He asked Poirot to tell them about some of his cases on the Carnac.
Poirot shook his head. He said no, that would be like talking about his job.
Simon said Poirot's job was exciting. He said Mrs. Allerton thought so too. She was waiting for a chance to ask Poirot many questions.
Poirot raised his eyebrows. He said, Mrs. Allerton. That is the kind woman with grey hair who has a loving son?
Yes, she will be on the Carnac too.
Does she know that you?
Of course not, said Simon firmly. Nobody knows.
I think it is best not to trust anyone.
That is a good idea, and I do the same. By the way, the third person with you, the tall man with grey hair.
Pennington?
Yes. Is he traveling with you?
Simon looked serious. Not usual for a honeymoon, you think?
Pennington is Lynette's American trustee. We met him by accident in Cairo.
Oh, really? May I ask a question? Is your wife fully grown, madam?
Simon smiled. She is not 21 yet, but she did not need anyone's permission to marry me.
Pennington was very surprised. He left New York 2 days before Lynette's letter arrived telling him about our wedding. So he did not know anything. The Carmanic, said Poirot quietly. He was very surprised when we met him at Shepherd's Hotel in Cairo. That was indeed the coincident.
Yes, and we found that he was coming on this Nile trip, so we met him. It was the right thing to do. Also, it has been a bit of a relief.
He looked uncomfortable.
You see, Lynette has been very worried. She keeps thinking Jackie will appear anywhere. When we are alone, we talk about it a lot. Andrew Pennington helps because we can talk about other things.
Your wife has not told Mr. Pennington anything?
No, Simon said strongly. It is nobody else's business. When we started this trip, we thought all that trouble was finished.
Poirot shook his head. You are wrong. It is not finished yet. I am quite sure of that.
Simon frowned. I say, Monsieur Poirot, you don't make things sound very hopeful.
Poirot looked at him with some annoyance. He thought, the Englishman only takes games seriously. He does not grow up. Lynette Doyle and Jacqueline de Belfort took the matter very seriously. But Simon only showed impatience and anger. Poirot asked, May I ask a bold question? Was it your idea to come to Egypt for your honeymoon?
Simon became red. No, of course not.
7. Simon and Lynette Doyle left the hotel at 11 in the morning to visit Philly. Jacqueline de Belfort sat on the balcony and watched them sail away in a small boat. She did not see the car leaving from the front door of the hotel. It was full of luggage, and a quiet maid sat inside. The car went toward Shellal. Hercule Poirot decided to spend 2 hours before lunch on the island called Elephantine. He walked down to the place where the boats waited. 2 men were about to get into a hotel boat, and Poirot joined them. The men did not seem to know each other. One man was young. He had dark hair, a thin face, and a strong chin. His clothes were old and not clean. He wore grey trousers and a thick jumper that was too hot for the weather. The other man was short and a little fat. He quickly started talking to Poirot in a mix of good and broken English. The young man did not talk to them. He looked angry and turned away. He watched the boatman steer the boat with his feet and move the sail with his hands. The water was calm and quiet. Big black rocks moved slowly past them. A cool wind touched their faces. Very soon they reached Elephantine Island. Poirot and the talkative man walked straight to the museum. The man took out a small card and gave it to Poirot. The card said, Signor Guido Richetti, archaeologist. Poirot smiled and gave him his own card too. Then they went into the museum together. The Italian man began to talk a lot in French about history and stones. The young man walked around without interest. He yawned and soon went outside. Later, Poirot and Signor Richetti found him near the ruins. The Italian man was busy studying the old walls. Poirot saw a green sunshade near the river and walked towards it. He knew it belonged to Mrs. Allerton. She sat on a big rock with a sketchbook and a book on her lap. Poirot took off his hat politely. Mrs. Allerton smiled and began to talk.
Good morning, she said. These children are terrible. I hoped they would get tired, said Mrs. Allerton. They have stayed near me for 2 hours. When they come too close, I shout and wave my sunshade. They run away for a short time, then come back again. I don't think I like children very much unless they're clean and polite, she added with a laugh. If Egypt were quiet, I would love it, she said. You can never be alone here. People always want money or try to sell you things or offer you an excursion. No, said Mrs. Allerton. Tim is writing letters. We are going to the second cataract soon. Oh, that's nice, said Mrs. Allerton. I'm really happy to meet you. A lady in Majorca told us wonderful stories about you. She lost a ruby ring while swimming and wished you were there to find it. I saw you walking with Simon Doyle this morning. Tell me what you think of him. We find him very interesting. Yes, she replied.
Many local children stood around her. They smiled, waved their hands, and asked for money again and again. Poirot tried to send the children away for her, but they came back quickly. Poirot nodded. That is true, he said. He put his handkerchief on the rock and sat down carefully. Your son is not here today, he asked. Poirot smiled. I am also going there. Poirot laughed. I am not a diving animal, he said, and they both laughed. Really, said Poirot. You know his marriage to Lynette Ridgway was a big surprise. She was going to marry Lord Windlesham, but then she suddenly got engaged to a man no one knew. You know her well, madam?
No, not really. But my cousin, Joanna Southwood, is one of her closest friends.
Ah, yes, I have read that name in the newspaper. He was quiet for a moment, then said, Joanna Southwood is a young woman people talk about a lot.
Oh, she is good at getting attention, said Mrs. Allerton quickly.
You do not like her, madam?
That was not a kind thing for me to say. Mrs. Allerton looked sorry. I am old-fashioned, you see. I don't like her very much. But Tim and she are very good friends.
I understand, said Poirot. She gave him a quick look and then changed the topic.
There are very few young people here. That pretty girl with chestnut hair and that awful mother wearing a turban are almost the only young ones. You have spoken to her quite often, I noticed. She interests me, that girl.
Why is that, madam?
I feel sad for her. When you are young and soft-hearted, you can feel pain very deeply. I think she is unhappy.
Yes, she is not happy, poor child. Tim and I call her the sulky girl. I tried to talk to her once or twice, but she didn't want to speak to me. I think she will join the trip on the Nile too. So we will have to be friendly, won't we? It is possible, madam, said Poirot.
I like to be friendly, she said. I find people very interesting. There are so many different kinds. She stopped for a moment and then said, Tim told me that the dark girl, her name is de Belfort, was once engaged to Simon Doyle. It must be uncomfortable for them to meet again.
Yes, it is awkward, Poirot agreed.
She almost made me afraid, said Mrs. Allerton. She looked so serious.
Poirot nodded slowly. You are not wrong, madam. Strong feelings can make a person seem frightening.
Do you find people interesting too, Monsieur Poirot? Or do you only think about possible criminals?
Madam, Poirot said, that group would include almost everyone.
Mrs. Allerton looked surprised. Do you really think that?
Everyone might be dangerous in some way, Poirot added.
She smiled slightly. Even me, perhaps.
Mothers, madam, can be very strong when they must protect their children, said Poirot.
Mrs. Allerton nodded and said seriously, that is true. You are right.
She was quiet for a short time. Then she smiled and said, I am trying to think of reasons why someone in this hotel might do a crime. It is quite fun.
Simon Doyle, for example, she asked.
Poirot smiled. His crime would be simple. He would take a direct way to get what he wants. Nothing clever about it.
And easy to find out, she asked.
Yes, said Poirot. He would not plan it well.
And Lynette, she said.
Poirot replied, she would act like a queen who wants everything done her way.
Mrs. Allerton laughed. Of course. She would think she has the right to do anything. Maybe like someone taking something that is not theirs.
She looked thoughtful and said, and the girl, Jacqueline de Belfort, could she kill someone? Poirot waited a moment. Then he said slowly, yes, I think she could.
But you are not sure.
No, said Poirot. She is hard for me to understand.
I don't believe Mr. Pennington could do it, she said. He looks tired and weak.
Poirot nodded. Perhaps, but he might care about keeping himself safe.
Yes, maybe, she said. And poor Mrs. Otterbourne in her turban.
Poirot smiled. There is always vanity.
As a reason for murder? Mrs. Allerton asked quietly.
Sometimes people kill for very small reasons, madam, he said.
What are the most common reasons, Monsieur Poirot? She asked.
The most usual one is money, said Poirot. That is to say, people can harm others for many reasons. Sometimes it is because of money. Sometimes it is because of anger or love. It can also come from fear or even hate. Or, people might do it because they believe it helps someone else.
Monsieur Poirot, said Mrs. Allerton.
Oh yes, madam, said Poirot. I have seen times when person A was removed by person B only to help person C, he said. This happens in politics too. People think someone is bad for society and should be taken away. They forget that life and death belong to God. He spoke seriously.
Mrs. Allerton said softly, I am glad you think that way. But God uses people to do his work.
Poirot replied, it is dangerous to think like that, madam.
She smiled and spoke more lightly. After this talk, Monsieur Poirot, I am surprised anyone is still alive. She stood up. We must go now. We leave right after lunch.
When they came to the landing place, they saw a young man wearing a polo sweater getting into the boat. The Italian man was already waiting. The Nubian sailor untied the sail, and the boat began to move. Poirot spoke politely to the young man. "Egypt has many wonderful things to see, doesn't it?"
The young man was smoking a strong-smelling pipe. He took it out of his mouth and said clearly, "They make me sick."
Mrs. Allerton looked at him with interest. "Really? Why do you feel that way?"
Poirot asked the same.
The young man answered, "Look at the pyramids. Big piles of useless stone built to please a proud and greedy king.
Think of the many people who worked hard to build those great places. Many of them suffered and even died. It makes me sad to think about it." Mrs. Allerton spoke in a light tone.
She said, "You would rather not have the pyramids or temples. You only want people to eat well and die quietly at home."
The young man frowned at her. He said, "People are more important than stones."
Poirot replied softly, "But stones stay for a very long time."
The young man said, "I prefer a healthy worker to any old building. The future matters more than the past."
Signor Ricchetti could not stay quiet. He started talking very quickly and with great emotion. It was hard to understand all his words.
The young man answered angrily. He began to speak badly about the capitalist system. He sounded full of hate.
When his long speech ended, they reached the hotel landing area. Mrs. Allerton said cheerfully, "Well, well," and stepped off the boat. The young man gave her a cold look as she walked away. Inside the hotel, Poirot saw Jacqueline de Belfort. She wore clothes for riding. She gave him a small, mocking bow.
She said, "I am going to ride a donkey. Should I visit the local villages, Monsieur Poirot?"
Poirot said, "Ah, that is your trip today. Yes, they are nice to see. But do not spend much money on local souvenirs."
Jacqueline smiled. She said, "Some of those things come from Europe, don't they? I am not easy to trick." She nodded and went out into the bright sunlight.
Poirot finished packing his things. It was a simple task because he always kept them neat. Then he went to the dining room and ate an early lunch. After lunch, the hotel bus took several passengers to the train station. They were going to catch the daily train from Cairo to Shellal. The trip took about 10 minutes. On the bus were the Allertons, Poirot, the young man in the worn trousers, and the Italian. Mrs. Otterbourne and her daughter had gone to visit the dam and filly. They would meet the steamer later at Shellal. The train from Cairo and Luxor arrived 20 minutes late. When it came, there was much noise and movement. Local porters took bags out of the train while others tried to put new ones in. Finally, Poirot, breathing hard, found himself in one train compartment. He had some of his own luggage, some of the Allertons, and some bags that did not belong to him at all. Tim and his mother were in another compartment with other suitcases. In Poirot's compartment, there was an old lady with a wrinkled face. She wore a white collar, many diamonds, and looked at people with cold eyes. She gave Poirot a proud stare and then hid behind her American magazine. Across from her sat a big young woman, perhaps under 30. She had warm brown eyes, messy hair, and looked eager to help others. Sometimes the old lady looked up and gave short orders.
She said, "Cornelia, pick up the rugs." She said, "When we arrive, take care of my case. No one else should touch it." She said, "Do not forget my paper cutter."
The train ride was short. After 10 minutes, it stopped by the river where the boat SS Karnak waited. The Otterbournes were already on board. The Karnak was smaller than the Papyrus and the Lotus, which could not pass through the Aswan Dam locks. The travelers went on board and looked at their rooms. The boat was not full, so most people had cabins on the upper deck. At the front of that deck was a glass-covered room where passengers could sit and watch the river. Below that deck was a smoking room and a small sitting room. Under those rooms was the dining area. Poirot checked that his things were in place in his cabin. Then he came outside again to watch as the boat prepared to leave. He stood beside Rosalie Otterbourne, who was looking over the side. Poirot said, "Now we go on to Nubia. Are you happy about the trip, mademoiselle?"
Rosalie took a deep breath. She said, "Yes. I feel we are really moving away from everything at last."
She moved her hand slightly. The water in front of them looked wild and strong. The bare rocks came down to the edge of the river. Here and there were old houses, broken and empty because the water had risen. The view was beautiful but also sad.
"Away from people," said Rosalie Otterbourne. Rosalie lifted her shoulders. "There is something in this country that makes me feel strange," she said. "It wakes up all the angry feelings inside me. Everything seems unfair."
"Except our own group, mademoiselle?" asked Poirot. Poirot replied softly, "Perhaps, but you cannot see all truth with your eyes." Poirot moved his hands as if he threw something away. "Say what you feel," he said. "I hear many things. If your heart is boiling with trouble, speak it out. Then you can throw it away, just like this." He made a small movement toward the Nile. "Then the bad feeling is gone."
Rosalie said quietly, "Look at some people's mothers, and look at mine. I should not talk like that." Rosalie stared at him. "What a strange man you are," she said. Her unhappy face changed slowly into a smile. But then she straightened up suddenly. "Oh, look. There are Mrs. Doyle and her husband. I didn't know they were coming on this trip."
Lynette had just come out of a cabin on the deck. Simon walked behind her. Poirot looked at Lynette with surprise. She seemed to shine with happiness and confidence. Her face showed pure joy. Simon looked different too. He smiled like a cheerful boy.
"This is wonderful," he said, putting his hands on the rail. "I'm really excited about this trip. Aren't you, Lynette? It feels so real, as if we'll see the true Egypt."
Lynette answered at once, "Yes, I feel it too."
"It's so much wilder here." Her hand moved through his arm. He held it close to his side.
"We're off, Lynn," he said softly.
The boat began to move away from the dock. Their 7-day trip to the Second Cataract had started. Behind them a light laugh was heard. Lynette turned quickly. Jacqueline de Belfort was standing there. She looked amused.
Hello, Lynette. I didn't expect to see you here. I thought you said you would stay in Aswan for 10 more days. This is a surprise.
You didn't, Lynette tried to speak. She made herself smile politely. "I didn't expect to see you either," she said.
No. Jacqueline walked to the other side of the boat.
Lynette held her husband's arm tightly.
Simon, Simon, she whispered.
Simon's happy face changed. He looked very angry. His hands closed hard, though he tried to stay calm. They moved a little away from the others. Poirot heard parts of their quiet talk. Words like turn back, impossible, and we could.
Then he heard Simon say more clearly, his voice sad but serious, "We can't escape forever, Lynn. We must face it now."
Hours passed. The day was ending. Poirot stood in the glass room, looking forward. The Karnak moved through a narrow valley. The high rocks came close on both sides of the fast river. They were now in Nubia. Poirot heard someone come near. Lynette Doyle was beside him. Her fingers kept twisting together. She looked lost and afraid.
She said, "Monsieur Poirot, I'm scared. I'm scared of everything. I've never felt like this before. These wild rocks and the dark river look so terrible. Where are we going? What will happen? I'm afraid. Everyone hates me. I've always tried to be kind to people. I've helped them. But they hate me, many people do. Only Simon cares for me. Everyone else feels like my enemy. It's awful to think that people can hate you.
But what is all this, madam? Poirot asked gently. She shook her head. She looked behind him quickly, her eyes worried. Then she asked suddenly, how will this finish? We are stuck here. There is no way out. We must keep going. I don't know what to do anymore. She sat down slowly. Poirot looked at her with serious eyes. He seemed kind but thoughtful.
I think I am just nervous, she said quietly. I feel everything around me is unsafe. How did she know we were coming on this boat? How could she know? I feel like I can never get away from her, the woman said. If we had known about this before, but we didn't then. And it was hard, she said. She looked at him with sudden anger. Oh, you don't understand my problems. I must be careful with Simon. He is very sensitive about money. He doesn't like that I have so much.
Poirot moved his head and said, she is very clever. Poirot answered, there was one thing you could have done. I am surprised you did not think of it. Money is not a problem for you, madam. You could have hired your own small private boat. He wanted me to go with him to a small place in Spain. He said he would pay for everything on our honeymoon. I think that does not matter. Men can be silly sometimes. He must learn how to live in comfort. He thinks a boat trip costs too much. I must help him understand things slowly. She looked up and bit her lip. She seemed unhappy that she had spoken too freely. She stood up.
I must go and change my clothes, she said. I am sorry, Monsieur Poirot. I think I have been talking nonsense.
Mrs. Allerton looked calm and elegant in her black lace dress. She went down 2 decks to the dining room. At the door, her son met her.
Sorry, Mother. I thought I would be late, he said.
I wonder where we will sit, she said.
There were many small tables in the room. Mrs. Allerton waited for the steward to finish helping some other guests. Then she said, by the way, I asked little Hercule Poirot to sit at our table.
Mother, you didn't, cried Tim.
He looked really surprised and upset. Mrs. Allerton stared at him. Her son was usually calm and friendly.
My dear, do you mind? She asked.
Yes, I do, said Tim quickly. I don't like him at all.
Oh no, Tim. I don't think that, said his mother.
Anyway, why should we have dinner with a stranger? Asked Tim.
Cooped up like this on a small boat, it always feels boring. He will be with us all the time, morning, afternoon, and night.
I'm sorry, dear, said Mrs. Allerton.
She looked worried.
I really thought it might be fun for you. He must have had many different experiences. And you enjoy detective stories.
Tim made a low sound.
I wish you didn't have these clever ideas, Mother. We can't change it now, can we?
Really, Tim, I don't think we can, she said.
Oh well, we will have to live with it then, he answered.
At that moment, a steward came and showed them to their table. Mrs. Allerton looked puzzled as she followed him. Tim was usually kind and calm. This sudden anger was not like him at all. It wasn't that he disliked people from other countries. Tim usually liked meeting many kinds of people. She sighed quietly. Men were hard to understand. Even the people closest to you could surprise you with strange feelings. When they sat down, Hercule Poirot walked quickly and quietly into the dining room. He stopped and put his hand on the third chair. "You really allow me, madam, to accept your kind offer?" he asked.
Of course. Please sit down, Monsieur Poirot, she said.
"You are very kind," he replied. As he sat, Mrs. Allerton noticed that Poirot looked quickly at Tim. Tim tried to hide his unhappy face, but not very well. Mrs. Allerton decided to make the mood nicer. While they drank their soup, she picked up the passenger list beside her plate.
Let's try to guess who everyone is, she said happily. I always think that is quite fun. Mrs. Allerton, Mr. T. Allerton. That part is easy.
Mr. Belfort. They put her at the same table as the Otterbournes. I wonder how she and Rosalie will get along. Who is sitting after them? Dr. Bessner. Who is Dr. Bessner? She looked at a table where 4 men were sitting together. I think he is the big man with the shaved head and a moustache. He looks like he is German. He seems to like his soup very much. They could hear him eating noisily.
Miss Bowers. Can we guess who she is?
There are several women there. No, let's not guess now. Mr. and Mrs. Doyle. Yes, they are the most important people on this trip. She really is very pretty, and her dress looks lovely. Tim turned in his chair. Lynette sat with her husband and Andrew Pennington at a table in the corner. She wore a white dress and pearl jewelry.
It looks very plain to me, said Tim. Just a piece of cloth with a string around the middle. I don't understand why women spend so much on clothes, said Tim. It seems silly.
Yes, dear, said his mother. That's a very simple way to describe a dress that costs a lot of money.
Mrs. Allerton kept watching the other people on the boat.
Mr. Fanthorpe must be one of the 4 at that table, she said. He is a very quiet young man who almost never talks. He looks pleasant and careful, and he seems clever.
Poirot nodded. Yes, he is clever, he said. He does not speak much, but he listens closely. He also watches people carefully. He uses his eyes well. He does not look like someone who came here just for fun. I wonder why he is traveling in this place.
Mrs. Allerton looked at another name. Mr. Ferguson, she said. I think Ferguson must be the man who dislikes rich people. Mrs. Otterbourne and Miss Otterbourne, we already know them. And Mr. Pennington, she asked.
Alias Uncle Andrew. He looks very nice. I think he is a good-looking man.
Now Mother, said Tim.
I think he looks good in a serious way, said Mrs. Allerton. His face is strong and firm. He seems like the kind of man we read about in newspapers. Maybe he works on Wall Street. I believe he is very rich.
Next is Monsieur Hercule Poirot. He is very clever, but I think his skills are not being used well. Can't you find a crime for Monsieur Poirot, Tim? Her joking words made Tim unhappy. He frowned and Mrs. Allerton quickly continued talking. Mr. Richetti comes next. He is our Italian friend who studies old things from the past. Then there is Miss Robson and Miss Van Schuyler. Miss Van Schuyler is easy to describe. She is an old woman from America. She looks rather unpleasant and proud. She seems the type who will only talk to people she thinks are very good. She is quite interesting, a person from another time. The 2 women with her must be Miss Bowers and Miss Robson. One is thin and wears glasses. She looks like a secretary. The other young woman looks poor but happy even though she is treated badly. I think Robson is the secretary and Bowers is the poor woman.
Wrong, Mother, said Tim, smiling again. He was cheerful now.
How do you know? She asked.
Because I heard them before dinner, said Tim. The old lady told the thin woman, "Where is Miss Bowers? Bring her right now, Cornelia." And Cornelia went quickly to do as she was told.
I must speak to Miss Van Schuyler, said Mrs. Allerton thoughtfully.
She will be rude to you, Mother, said Tim with a grin.
Not at all, said Mrs. Allerton.
I sat close to her and began to talk quietly and politely. I spoke about people who had titles and names she might know. I thought that if I mentioned your distant cousin, the Duke of Glasgow, it would make her notice me.
You are so tricky, Mother, someone said.
After dinner, many small things were quite interesting to watch. The young man who liked socialist ideas, Mr. Ferguson, went to the smoking room. He did not want to sit with the other passengers on the top deck. Miss Van Schuyler happily took the best seat in the observation room. She walked straight to a table where Mrs. Otterbourne was sitting and said, "Excuse me, I think I left my knitting here."
Mrs. Otterbourne quickly moved away. Miss Van Schuyler sat down proudly with her group. Mrs. Otterbourne sat near her and tried to talk a few times. Miss Van Schuyler answered very politely but in a cold way. After that, Mrs. Otterbourne stopped trying. Miss Van Schuyler sat alone and looked pleased.
The Doyles spent the evening with the Allertons. Dr. Bessner talked quietly with Mr. Fanthorpe. Jacqueline de Belfort sat by herself and read a book. Rosalie Otterbourne looked uneasy. Mrs. Allerton spoke to her a few times and tried to include her, but Rosalie did not answer nicely. Mr. Poirot listened to Mrs. Otterbourne tell stories about her work as a writer. Later that night, Poirot walked to his cabin. He met Jacqueline de Belfort on the deck. She was standing by the rail. When she turned her head, he saw a sad and tired look on her face. She no longer looked proud or full of energy. "Good night, mademoiselle," he said.
"Good night, Monsieur Poirot," she answered. She stopped and then asked, "Did it surprise you to see me here?"
"I was not surprised," he said softly. "I was sorry, very sorry."
"You mean sorry for me?" she asked.
"Yes," he said seriously. "You have chosen a hard and dangerous path. We are all traveling by boat on our journey, but you have started your own journey too. It is fast and full of danger, and no one knows where it will lead."
"Why do you say that?" she asked.
"Because it is true," he said. "You have broken the ties that kept you safe. I do not think you can go back now."
She spoke slowly. "Yes, that is true." Then she lifted her head. "Well, one must follow one's own way wherever it goes."
"Be careful that it is not the wrong way," he said.
She laughed and repeated the donkey boy's cry. "That bad star, sir. That star falls down."
Later, Poirot lay down to sleep. He was almost asleep when he heard voices outside. It was Simon Doyle speaking. He was repeating the same words he had said when the boat left Shellal. "We must go on with it now." The ship came early the next morning to Izizebua. Cornelia Robson was very happy. She had a big hat that moved in the wind, and she was one of the first to go on land. Cornelia was always friendly and liked people easily. When she saw Hercule Poirot in his white suit, pink shirt, big black tie, and white hat, she did not feel uncomfortable. Some ladies, like Miss Van Schuyler, would not have liked his style, but Cornelia did not care. They walked together along a road with many stone sphinxes. Poirot said politely, "Your friends are not coming to see the temple."
Cornelia answered quickly, "Well, Cousin Marie, that's Miss Van Schuyler, doesn't get up early. She must be very careful about her health." Miss Bowers, her nurse, helps her with everything. Cousin Marie also said this temple is not the best one. But she was really nice and said I could come by myself.
That was very good of her, said Poirot quietly.
Cornelia smiled and said, "Oh yes, she's very kind. It's wonderful that she took me with her on this trip. I feel so lucky. I could hardly believe it when she asked my mother if I could come too."
Poirot asked, "And you have enjoyed the journey?"
"Oh yes, it's been amazing," said Cornelia. "I have seen Italy, Venice, Padua, Pisa, and then Cairo. Cousin Marie was not very well in Cairo, so I could not go out much. But now we are on this trip to Wadi Halfa and back, and it is just wonderful."
Poirot smiled and said, "You have a cheerful heart, mademoiselle." He looked at Rosalie, who walked ahead of them, quiet and serious. Cornelia saw him watching and said, "She's very pretty, isn't she? But she always looks a little proud. She's very English. She's not as beautiful as Mrs. Doyle, I think." Doyle is the loveliest and most elegant woman I have ever seen. Her husband really loves her, doesn't he? I think that grey-haired lady looks proud and important, don't you? I believe she is a cousin of a duke. She talked about him near us last night. But she does not have a title herself, does she? She kept talking until the guide stopped and began to speak. He said that this temple was built for the Egyptian god Amun and the sun god Re-Harakti, whose sign was a hawk's head. His voice sounded slow and boring. Dr. Bessner held his guidebook and whispered to himself in German. He liked reading more than listening. Tim Allerton was not with the group. His mother was trying to speak with the quiet Mr. Fanthorpe. Andrew Pennington walked beside Lynette Doyle, holding her arm. He listened carefully to the guide. He seemed most interested in the temple's size.
65 feet high, is that true? It looks a little smaller to me, he said. Ramesses was quite a strong ruler. A great businessman, Uncle Andrew, Lynette said.
Andrew looked at her kindly.
You look very well this morning, Lynette, he said. I was a little worried about you. You looked tired before.
They talked as the group went back to the boat. Once again the Karnak moved quietly up the river. The land looked softer now. There were palm trees and green fields. It felt like the change in scenery made everyone more relaxed. Tim Allerton was not gloomy anymore. Rosalie looked friendlier. Lynette seemed happy and free.
Pennington said to her, "It is not polite to talk about business on your honeymoon, but there are a few things."
"Of course, Uncle Andrew," Lynette said quickly. She suddenly looked serious. "My marriage has changed some things."
That's right, he said. Soon I will need your signature on a few papers.
"Why not do it now?" she asked.
Andrew Pennington looked around. The part of the saloon where they sat was empty. Most people were outside on the deck between the saloon and the cabins. Only a few people were inside. Mr. Ferguson sat at a small table, drinking beer and whistling softly. His trousers were dirty, and his legs were stretched out in front of him. Near him sat Hercule Poirot. Miss Van Schuyler sat in the corner, reading a book about Egypt.
That's good, said Andrew Pennington.
He left the saloon. Lynette and Simon looked at each other and smiled slowly.
Simon asked kindly, "Everything all right, dear?"
Lynette smiled. "Yes, still fine. I don't feel nervous anymore."
Simon spoke warmly. "You're wonderful."
Pennington returned. He carried many papers filled with writing.
"Oh dear," said Lynette. "Do I have to sign all these?"
Pennington smiled politely. "Yes, sorry. I just want to make sure your business matters are in order. There's the lease for the Fifth Avenue house, and then some land papers from the West." He kept talking while sorting the pages.
Simon yawned. The door opened, and Mr. Fanthorpe came in. He looked around quietly. Then he walked over and stood near Poirot, watching the blue water and the yellow sand outside.
You sign here, said Pennington, showing Lynette where to write.
Lynette looked through the paper. She turned back to the first page for a second. Then she took the pen and signed Lynette Doyle. Pennington took the paper and placed another one before her. Fanthorpe slowly walked closer to them. He looked out the window as if something on the riverbank caught his eye.
That one is just a transfer, said Pennington. You don't have to read it.
But Lynette looked quickly through it anyway.
Pennington gave her a third paper.
Again, Lynette read it carefully.
They're simple, said Andrew. Just legal words, nothing important.
Simon yawned again.
My dear, surely you're not going to read every page, he said. You'll be here until lunchtime.
I always read everything, said Lynette. My father taught me to do that. There might be a mistake.
Pennington laughed a little roughly. You're a smart businesswoman, Lynette.
She's more careful than I am, said Simon with a laugh. I never read legal papers. I just sign where they tell me.
That's careless, said Lynette seriously.
I'm not good at business, Simon said cheerfully. I never was. Someone says sign, so I sign. It's easier that way.
Pennington looked at him closely. He touched his lip and said in a dry tone, sometimes that can be dangerous, Doyle. Nonsense, said Simon.
He smiled and added, I don't think everyone in the world is trying to hurt me. I like to trust people, and it usually works. Hardly anyone has disappointed me.
Everyone was surprised when quiet Mr. Fanthorpe suddenly turned and spoke to Lynette.
He said, I hope I'm not interrupting. I only want to tell you that I admire how carefully you handle business. I am a lawyer, and in my work, most ladies are not very good at this. You are right never to sign a paper before reading it. That is very good. He gave a small bow and turned around again, his face quite red.
Lynette looked unsure and said, Oh, thank you. She bit her lip because she wanted to laugh. The young man had looked so serious. Andrew Pennington looked angry. Simon Doyle didn't know whether to be cross or to laugh. Mr. Fanthorpe's ears were bright red.
Next, please, said Lynette, smiling at Pennington.
But Pennington seemed upset. I think we should do this another time, he said stiffly. As Doyle said, if you read every paper, we will be here until lunchtime. We must also enjoy the view. Only the first two papers were really important. We can finish the rest later.
It is very hot in here, said Lynette. Let's go outside. The three of them walked through the swinging door.
Hercule Poirot turned his head. He looked calmly at Mr. Fanthorpe's back. Then his eyes moved to Mr. Fergusson, who was sitting lazily and whistling softly. At last, Poirot looked over at Miss Van Skyler sitting straight in her corner. Miss Van Skyler was staring angrily at Mr. Fergusson. The door on the left side opened, and Cornelia Robson came in quickly.
You were gone a long time, said the old lady sharply. Where have you been?
I'm sorry, Cousin Marie. The wool wasn't where you said. It was in another box.
My dear child, you are terrible at finding things, said Miss Van Skyler. I know you try hard, but you must be more clever and fast. You just need to pay attention.
I'm sorry, Cousin Marie, said Cornelia softly. I think I'm very slow.
Nobody has to be slow if they really try, my dear, said Miss Van Skyler.
I have brought you on this trip, and I expect you to give me a little attention. Cornelia's face became red.
I'm very sorry, Cousin Marie, she said.
And where is Miss Bowers? It was time for my medicine 10 minutes ago. Please go and find her now. The doctor said it was very important.
At that moment Miss Bowers came in, holding a small glass with medicine.
Here are your drops, Miss Van Schuyler.
I should have had them at 11, said the old lady sharply. I really hate when people are late.
Yes, said Miss Bowers. She looked at her watch. It is half a minute before 11.
My watch shows 10 past 11.
I think my watch is correct. It always keeps perfect time and is never wrong.
Miss Bowers looked calm and serious. Miss Van Schuyler drank the medicine.
I feel worse, she said quickly.
I'm sorry to hear that, Miss Van Schuyler, answered Miss Bowers, but her voice did not sound sorry.
She spoke politely, but it was clear she did not really care.
It is too hot in here, said Miss Van Schuyler. Find me a chair outside on the deck, Miss Bowers. Cornelia, bring my knitting. Be careful not to drop it. Then I will need you to wind my wool.
They all left the room together. Mr. Ferguson sighed and moved his legs. He said loudly, "Wow, that lady really makes me angry." Poirot looked interested. "She is a kind of person you do not like, yes?" he asked.
Don't like.
"I should say so. What good has that woman ever been to anyone or anything? She's never worked or lifted a finger. She's just battened on other people. She's a parasite, and a damned unpleasant parasite. There are a lot of people on this boat I'd say the world could do without." "Really?"
Yes. That girl in here just now, signing share transfers and throwing her weight about. Hundreds and thousands of wretched workers slaving for a mere pittance to keep her in silk stockings and useless luxuries. One of the richest women in England, so someone told me, and never done a hand's turn in her life.
"Who told you she was one of the richest women in England?"
A man you wouldn't be seen speaking to. A man who works with his hands and isn't ashamed of it. Not one of your dressed-up, foppish good-for-nothings. His eye rested unfavorably on the bow tie and pink shirt.
"Me, I work with my brains and am not ashamed of it," said Poirot, answering the glance.
Mr. Ferguson merely snorted. "Ought to be shot, the lot of them," he asserted.
"My dear young man," said Poirot, "what a passion you have for violence."
Can you tell me of any good that can be done without it? You've got to break down and destroy before you can build up.
It is certainly much easier and much noisier and much more spectacular.
I agree, said the man. That woman is useless. She never works or helps anyone. She only takes from other people. She is like a person who lives off others and brings no joy. There are many people on this boat who the world does not need.
"Really?" asked Poirot.
"Yes," said the man. "That young lady who was here before. She was signing papers and acting as if she owned everything. Many poor people work hard for very little money so she can have fancy clothes and expensive things. A man told me she is one of the richest women in England. And she has never done a real job in her life."
"Who told you that?" asked Poirot.
Mr. Ferguson looked at him with anger. "A man you would never talk to," he said. "He works with his hands and feels proud of it. Not like one of your fancy people in nice suits." He looked at Poirot's bow tie and pink shirt with dislike.
"I use my mind for my work, and I am proud of that," said Poirot calmly.
Mr. Ferguson made a rude sound. "People like her should all be punished," he said in anger.
"My dear young man," said Poirot, "you like harsh ideas very much."
"Is there any real change without them?" asked Ferguson. "Sometimes you must destroy things before you can make something new."
"It is true," said Poirot softly. "It is much easier and much louder that way, and it makes people look at you." "What do you do for work?" "Nothing, I think." "Maybe you say you are a middleman." I am not a middleman. I am a top man, said Hercule Poirot proudly.
What are you then?
I am a detective, said Poirot in a calm voice, as if he said something very great.
Oh, really? The young man looked very surprised. Do you mean that woman travels with a detective? Is she really that careful about safety?
I have no connection at all with Monsieur and Madame Doyle, said Poirot seriously. I am on holiday.
Having a nice vacation, huh?
And you? Are you not on holiday too?
Holiday. Mr. Ferguson made a strange sound with his nose. Then he said quietly, I'm studying how people live.
That is very interesting, said Poirot softly and walked out on the deck. Miss Van Skyler sat in the best spot. Cornelia knelt before her and held some grey wool with her hands open wide. Miss Bowers sat very straight and read a magazine. Poirot walked calmly down the side of the ship. When he came near the back of the boat, he almost bumped into a woman. She turned her face quickly towards him. She had dark eyes and looked lively. Her clothes were neat and black. She had been talking to a big man in a uniform, probably one of the engineers. Both looked nervous and a little afraid. Poirot wondered what secret they were sharing. He walked past them and went along the other side of the ship.
A cabin door opened and Mrs. Audubon came out and almost fell into his arms. She wore a bright red satin robe. So sorry, she said. Dear Mr. Poirot, so very sorry. The movement of the ship is too much for me. I never get used to it. If only the boat would stop moving. She held his arm tightly. I hate it when the ship goes up and down. I never feel happy on the sea. And I am all alone here for hours. That girl of mine has no care for me. She does not understand how much I have done for her. Mrs. Audubon started to cry. I have worked so hard for her. I am tired and weak. I could have lived a life full of love. I gave up everything for her. Now nobody cares about me. I will tell everyone how she treats me. She makes me come on this trip even though I am so bored. I will tell them now.
She moved forward. Poirot stopped her gently. I will send her to you, madam. Please go back to your cabin. It is the right thing to do.
No, I want to tell everyone on the ship.
It is too dangerous, madam. The sea is rough. You might fall overboard. Mrs. Otterbourne looked at him with doubt.
Do you really think that?
I do. Poirot's calm voice made her stop. She turned around slowly and went back into her cabin. Poirot took a deep breath and nodded. Then he walked toward Rosalie Otterbourne, who was sitting with Mrs. Allerton and Tim. Your mother wants to see you, mademoiselle.
Rosalie had been laughing happily. Her face changed quickly. She looked at him in surprise and then hurried away.
I cannot understand that girl, said Mrs. Allerton. She changes so much. One day she is friendly.
The next day she is very rude. She is spoiled and has a bad temper, said Tim.
Mrs. Allerton shook her head. No, I think she is sad.
Tim lifted his shoulders. Maybe we all have our own problems.
His voice sounded cold. Then there was a loud sound.
Lunch, said Mrs. Allerton with joy. I am so hungry.
2. That evening, Poirot saw Mrs. Allerton talking with Miss Van Skyler. As he passed, Mrs. Allerton gave him a small wink. She was saying, of course at Calfry's Castle, the dear Duke. Cornelia was free from helping Miss Van Skyler. She was standing on the deck. Dr. Bessner was teaching her about old Egypt from a travel book. Cornelia listened closely. Near the rail, Tim Allerton was leaning and said, "It's a sad world."
Rosalie Otterbourne said, "It's not fair. Some people have everything."
Poirot sighed. He felt happy that he was not young anymore. On Monday morning, many people spoke with joy on the deck of the Carnac. The boat was tied to the river bank. A little way off, the morning sun shone on a huge temple made from the rock. 4 giant statues looked over the Nile toward the sunrise.
Cornelia Robson looked at them and said softly, "Oh, Monsieur Poirot, aren't they wonderful? They are so big and calm. When I see them, I feel so small, like an insect. It makes me think that nothing in life matters very much."
Mr. Fanthorpe stood nearby and said quietly, "Very impressive."
Simon Doyle walked toward them and said, "Grand, isn't it?" Then he spoke quietly to Poirot. "I don't usually care much for temples or sightseeing, but a place like this really touches you. Those old pharaohs must have been amazing men." The others moved away, and Simon spoke lower. "I'm very glad we came on this trip. It's helped us. Strange that it did, but it has. Lynette feels strong again. She says it's because she finally faced the problem."
"I think that is possible," said Poirot.
"She says that when she saw Jackie on the boat, she felt awful. But suddenly, she stopped feeling that way. Now it doesn't bother her anymore. We both agree we won't hide from Jackie again. We will meet her calmly. We want to show her that her little trick doesn't upset us. It's just bad manners, that's all. She thought we were very nervous before, but now we aren't. That will show her." "Yes," said Poirot, thinking carefully. "So that's great, right?" said Simon. "Oh yes, yes," Poirot answered.
Lynette walked along the deck. She wore a light apricot-colored dress. She smiled. She greeted Poirot with a short nod and then went away with her husband. Poirot felt amused for a moment. He knew that his critical way of speaking had not made him popular. Lynette liked people who always admired her. Poirot had not done that. Mrs. Allerton came to stand near him.
She said quietly, "How different she is now." She looked worried and unhappy at Aswan. Today she looks so happy that it almost feels strange.
Poirot wanted to answer, but before he could speak, the group was called together. The guide took charge, and everyone went to visit Abu Simbel. Poirot walked beside Andrew Pennington. "This is your first time in Egypt, yes?" he asked.
Pennington said, "No, I came here in 1923. I was in Cairo then. I have never traveled up the Nile before."
Poirot said, "You came on the ship Carmanic, I think. Madame Doyle told me so."
Pennington looked at him quickly. "Yes, that is right," he said.
Poirot asked, "Did you meet some friends of mine on that ship?" "The Rushington Smiths."
Pennington said, "I don't remember anyone with that name. The ship was full, and the weather was bad. Many passengers stayed in their cabins. The trip was short, so people did not talk much."
Poirot nodded. "That is true," he said. "It must have been a nice surprise to meet Madame Doyle and her husband. You did not know they had married?"
Pennington said, "No. Mrs. Doyle wrote to tell me, but the letter was sent on to another place. I received it days after we met in Cairo." Poirot said, "You have known her for many years, I believe?" Pennington answered, "Yes, I have, Monsieur Poirot."
"I've known Lynette Ridgway since she was a small child." He showed with his hand how little she had been. "Her father and I were close friends for many years. He was a smart and successful man named Melwish Ridgway. His daughter, Lynette, was lucky to get a lot of money after he died.
Andrew Pennington smiled a little. He said, "Yes, people know that. Lynette has a lot of money."
Poirot asked if the fall in business might hurt her money. Pennington waited before answering.
He said, "Yes, it might. These times are not easy for anyone."
Poirot said quietly, "I think Madame Doyle is good at business." Pennington agreed.
"Lynette is smart and very practical," he said.
The group stopped walking. The guide started to talk about the Temple of the Great Rameses. For big stone figures of Rameses stood beside the door. They looked down at the small group of tourists. Signor Richetti did not listen to the guide. He was busy looking at carvings that showed people from other lands. The group went inside the temple. The place was quiet and dark. They felt calm. The walls inside still had bright colors. The guide showed these to them. The tourists began to walk in small groups. Dr. Bessner read from a travel book in German. Sometimes he stopped to explain what he had read to Cornelia. She walked beside him and listened politely.
Then Miss Van Schuyler came in, holding the arm of Miss Bowers. She called sharply, "Cornelia, come here."
Cornelia had to leave Dr. Bessner. Dr. Bessner watched her go and smiled.
"She is a nice girl," he said to Poirot. "Not too thin like many girls today. She listens well. It is good to teach her."
Poirot thought that Cornelia was always in the same position. Someone was always telling her what to do. She never spoke much herself. Miss Bowers stood for a moment looking around the temple. Her face showed no strong feeling.
She said, "The guide says this god is called Mut. What a strange name."
In the deep part of the temple, there were 4 old statues. They sat quietly as if watching forever. They looked serious and calm. Lynette and her husband stood in front of them. Her arm held his. She looked up. Her face was bright and full of interest. It showed she belonged to modern times.
Simon said suddenly, "Let's go. I don't like these 4 statues, especially that one with the tall hat."
Lynette said, "That must be Amorn."
And that one is Rames's.
"Why don't you like them? I think they look very grand."
"They are too grand. They make me feel strange. Let's go outside into the sun."
Lynette laughed and followed him. They stepped out of the temple into the bright light. The sand was yellow and warm around their feet. Lynette began to laugh again. In front of them were several heads of Nubian boys lying in a row. For a moment they looked frightening, as if cut off from their bodies. But the heads moved slowly from side to side. Their eyes turned and their lips spoke together.
Hip, hip, hooray. Very good, very nice. Thank you very much.
How funny. How do they do that? Are their bodies hidden deep under the sand?
Simon took out some coins. "Very good, very nice, very expensive," he said jokingly.
2 small boys who controlled the trick quickly picked up the money. Lynette and Simon walked away. They didn't want to go back to the boat yet. They were tired of visiting places. They sat down with their backs against the cliff and let the warm sun touch them. The sun feels so lovely, thought Lynette. So warm, so safe. It feels wonderful to be happy. Wonderful to be myself? Lynette, me. Her eyes closed. She was half asleep and half dreaming, her thoughts drifting like sand. Simon lay beside her with his eyes open. He felt calm and happy. He wondered why he had been nervous that first night. There was no need for that. Everything was fine. Jackie could be trusted after all. Suddenly there was a shout. People were running toward them, waving their arms and calling loudly. Simon looked up in surprise. Then he jumped up and pulled Lynette with him. They moved just in time. A large rock rolled down from the cliff and crashed near them. If Lynette had stayed where she was, she would have been badly hurt. Their faces were white with shock as they held each other. Hercule Poirot and Tim Allerton came running to them. "My goodness, madam, that was close," said Poirot. All of them looked up at the cliff. Nothing could be seen, but there was a path at the top. Poirot remembered seeing some local men walking there earlier. He looked back at Simon and Lynette. Lynette still looked confused and frightened. Simon, however, was angry.
God, he began angrily, but stopped when he saw Tim watching him.
Tim said, "Wow, that was close. Did someone push that rock, or did it fall by itself?"
Lynette was very pale. She spoke slowly. "I think someone must have done it."
"It could have crushed you completely." "Sure you don't have an enemy, Lynette," said Tim.
11. Lynette swallowed 2 times. She found it hard to answer the playful teasing. Poirot spoke quickly. "Come back to the boat, madam. You need something to help you feel better." They all walked fast. Simon was still angry inside. Tim tried to talk in a happy way to keep Lynette's mind off the danger she had faced. Poirot's face was serious. When they reached the gangplank, Simon suddenly stopped. He looked amazed. Jacqueline de Belfort was coming from the shore. She wore a blue dress and looked young and simple this morning.
Simon whispered, "Good God. So it was really an accident."
The anger disappeared from his face. He looked very relieved, and Jacqueline saw that something was strange.
"Good morning," she said. "I am sorry I'm a bit late."
She nodded to them, stepped onto the shore, and walked toward the temple. Simon held Poirot's arm. The others had walked ahead.
"My God, what a relief. I thought, he began.
Poirot nodded. Yes, I know what you thought," he said. But Poirot still looked serious and deep in thought. He looked around carefully to see where the other people from the boat were. Miss Van Schuyler was walking slowly with Miss Bowers. Farther away, Mrs. Allerton was laughing as she looked at a group of little Nubian boys. Mrs. Otterbourne stood beside her. The rest of the group could not be seen. Poirot shook his head and followed Simon slowly onto the boat. "Can you tell me, madam, what the word phase means?" Poirot asked.
Mrs. Allerton looked surprised. They were walking slowly up the rocky path that led to a high point above the second cataract. Most of the other people had gone up on camels. Poirot did not want to ride a camel because its movement reminded him of a ship. Mrs. Allerton refused to ride because she felt it was not nice.
The group had arrived at Wadi Halfa the night before. This morning, 2 small boats had taken them all to the second cataract. Only Signor Richetti was missing. He wanted to make his own trip to a far place called Semna. He explained that it was once the Gate of Nubia in the time of Amenemhet III. There was a stone there showing that long ago, people entering Egypt had to pay customs fees. Everyone tried to stop him from going, but he did not listen. People told him the trip was not good, that it was impossible, that no car could go there, or that it would cost too much. He laughed at the first reason. He did not believe the second one. He offered to find a car himself for the third. He spoke Arabic to make a deal for the fourth. At last, he went off quietly, making sure no other tourists would get the idea to go on their own.
"Faye?" Mrs. Allerton repeated, thinking. "Well, it's really a Scottish word," she said. "It means a kind of strong happiness that often comes before something bad happens. It's like when everything seems too good to be true." She talked more about the idea.
Poirot listened carefully. Mrs. Allerton shivered a little. Then he began to talk about Mallorca. He asked many simple questions as if he might go there one day. Mrs. Allerton had started to like the little man very much. Maybe it was because her son, Tim, did not like him. Tim always tried to make her dislike Hercule Poirot. But she did not agree. She thought her son only judged him because of his foreign clothes and style. She herself found Poirot very smart and interesting. He was also kind and easy to talk to. She soon told him that she did not like Joanna Southwood. It made her feel better to say it. Poirot did not know Joanna and would never meet her, so it was safe to talk. She felt calm after sharing her feelings. At that same time, Tim was talking with Rosalie Otterbourne. He was complaining and joking about his life. He said his health was poor, but not bad enough to make him special. He said he had no money and no work that he enjoyed. "Thank you, madam," he said. "I understand now. It is strange that you said that yesterday, when Madame Doyle almost lost her life soon after." "Perhaps, madam," he said.
It must have been a very close call, she said. Do you think some of those boys pushed it just for fun? Boys everywhere do silly things like that. They don't really mean to hurt anyone.
My life is boring and too quiet, he said sadly.
Rosalie suddenly said, "You have something many people would wish for." Tim asked, "What do you mean?" "Your mother," she said. Tim felt surprised and happy. "Mother?" "Yes, she is special," he said. "It's nice that you think so." Rosalie smiled warmly. "I think she is wonderful," she said. "She looks beautiful and calm, like nothing can upset her. But she can also be funny when she wants. She seems so perfect." Rosalie spoke in a shy way because she meant every word. Tim felt kind toward her. He wanted to say something nice back. But he could not. In truth, he thought Mrs. Otterbourne was a big problem. Not knowing what to say made him feel awkward. Miss Van Skyler stayed in the small boat. She did not want to climb the hill or ride a camel.
She said sharply, "Miss Bowers, I need you to stay with me. I wanted Cornelia here, but she ran off. Girls today only think of themselves. I even saw her talking to that rude young man, Ferguson. She has no manners at all."
Miss Bowers answered calmly, "That's fine, Miss Van Skyler. It's too hot to walk up there, and I don't trust those camel saddles. They might have fleas."
She pushed her glasses higher on her nose and looked at the people coming down the hill. "Miss Robson isn't with that young man now," she said. "She's walking with Dr. Bessner." Miss Van Skyler made a small sound. She had found out that Dr. Bessner had a big clinic in Czechoslovakia and was well known in Europe. She now spoke politely to him. She might need his help as a doctor before the trip was finished. When everyone came back to the boat, named Karnak, Lynette gave a little cry.
"There's a telegram for me," she said. She took it quickly and opened it. "Simon, I don't understand this. It says potatoes, beetroots, what does that mean?"
Simon came to look at it.
Suddenly, an angry voice said, "Excuse me, that telegram is mine." Signor Ricchetti grabbed it from her hand and looked at her with anger.
Lynette stood still in surprise. Then she looked at the envelope. "Oh, Simon, I was foolish," she said. "It's for Ricchetti, not Ridgway, and my name isn't Ridgway anymore. I must say sorry." She went after the small man toward the end of the boat. "I am very sorry, Signor Ricchetti," she said. "My name used to be Ridgway before I married. I haven't been married long, so I forgot." She smiled kindly to make him forgive her mistake.
But he did not smile. He looked very serious. "People must read names carefully," he said. It is wrong to be careless.
Lynette turned red and bit her lip.
She was not used to people accepting her apologies in this way. She turned away and joined Simon again. She spoke angrily.
These Italians are really hard to bear.
Never mind, darling. Let's go and see that big ivory crocodile you liked.
They left the boat and walked together. Poirot watched them walk up the landing stage. He suddenly heard a sharp breath beside him. He turned and saw Jacqueline de Belfort. Her hands were holding the rail very tightly. Her face shocked him when she looked at him. She did not look happy or playful anymore. Her face showed deep pain and anger.
They don't care anymore, she said quickly and quietly. They are past me now. I can't reach them. Doesn't matter to them if I am here or not. I can't hurt them anymore. Her hands shook on the rail.
Mademoiselle, Poirot began.
She stopped him. Oh, it's too late now. Too late for warnings. You were right. I shouldn't have come. Not on this trip. What did you call it? A journey of the soul. I can't turn back. I must go forward. They will not be happy together. I will not let that happen. Her voice broke. Then she turned and left quickly.
Poirot looked after her. He suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder.
Your friend seems quite upset, Monsieur Poirot.
Poirot turned in surprise. He saw an old friend. Colonel Race.
The tall man smiled. A bit of a surprise, isn't it?
Hercule Poirot had met Colonel Race in London a year ago. They had been guests at a strange dinner party. The party had ended with the death of their host. Poirot knew that Colonel Race often travelled quietly to dangerous places. He usually worked in faraway parts of the world where problems were starting. So you are here at Wadi Halfa, Poirot said thoughtfully. I am here on this boat.
You mean that I am travelling back with you to Shellal?
Hercule Poirot raised his eyebrows. That is interesting. Shall we have a drink? They walked into the observation room. It was empty now. Poirot asked for whiskey for the colonel. He ordered a sweet orange drink for himself. So you are coming back with us, Poirot said while he drank. Would you not go faster on the government steamer? It travels at night too.
Colonel Race smiled. You are right, Monsieur Poirot, he said kindly.
So it is about one of the passengers? Poirot asked.
Yes, one of them, said Race.
Which one, I wonder? Poirot said, looking at the ceiling.
I do not know, said Race with a small sigh.
Poirot looked more curious.
Race continued. There is no need to hide it from you. We have had some trouble here. We are not after the people who lead the riots. We want the ones who secretly start them. There were 3 men. One is dead. One is in prison. I want the 3rd man. He has caused many deaths. He is very smart and dangerous. He is on this boat. We learned that from a letter. The letter said, X will be on the Karnak trip from the 7th to the 13th. But it did not say what name he is using.
Do you know what he looks like? Poirot asked.
No, said Race. He has American, Irish, and French family. A mix of everything. That does not help us much. Do you have any ideas?
I have an idea, Poirot said slowly.
Race did not ask more questions. He knew Poirot never spoke until he was sure.
Poirot touched his nose and said sadly, there is something happening on this boat that worries me.
Race looked at him with interest.
Poirot said, think of this. Person A has done something very bad to Person B. Person B wants revenge. Person B speaks angry words and makes threats. A and B being both on this boat. Poirot nodded. Precisely.
And B, I gather, being a woman.
Exactly.
Race lit a cigarette. I wouldn't worry, he said. People who talk about what they will do usually never do it.
And you think that is more true for women, said Poirot.
Yes, that is right, Race said, smiling a little.
But Poirot still looked serious.
Is there anything else? Asked Race.
Yes, said Poirot. Yesterday, Person A almost died. It looked like an accident.
Did B cause it? Asked Race.
No, said Poirot. That is the strange thing. B could not have done it.
Then it was only an accident, said Race. Maybe, answered Poirot. But I do not like accidents like that. You are sure B was not involved? Asked Race.
Completely sure, said Poirot.
Well, coincidences do happen, said Race. By the way, who is A?
12. I. Cornelia Robson stood inside the temple of Abu Simbel. It was the evening of the next day. The evening was very hot and very quiet. The boat called Karnak had stopped again near Abu Simbel. The people on the boat could visit the temple a second time. This time they looked at it with electric lights. The temple looked very different with this light. Cornelia spoke about this with surprise. She was talking to Mr. Ferguson, who stood next to her.
Oh, now we can see it much better, she said. Look at those pictures of the king and his enemies. The king is cutting off their heads, and now we can see it very clearly. There is also a small building there. I did not see it before. I wish Dr. Bessner was here. He would tell me what that building is.
How you can stand that old fool beats me, said Ferguson sadly.
Why, he is one of the kindest men I have ever met.
Pompous old bore.
I don't think you should talk like that.
The young man suddenly held her arm. They had just walked out of the temple into the moonlight.
Why do you stay around people who make you bored? Why do you let that mean old woman treat you badly?
Why, Mr. Ferguson?
Don't you have any spirit? Don't you know you are just as good as she is?
But I'm not, said Cornelia firmly.
You mean you're not as rich? That's all.
No, it's not that. Cousin Marie is very educated, Anne.
Educated.
The young man quickly let go of her arm.
That word makes me feel sick.
Cornelia looked at him with worry.
She doesn't like you talking to me, does she? He asked.
Cornelia turned red and looked shy.
Why? Because she thinks I'm not good enough for her. Doesn't that make you angry?
Cornelia said softly, I wish you wouldn't get so upset.
Don't you understand? You are an American, and all people are born free and equal.
They're not, said Cornelia quietly. My dear, it's just how you are made.
Cousin Marie says that politicians are not real gentlemen, said Cornelia. And she says people are not all the same. It doesn't really make sense. I know I don't look very pretty, and that used to make me feel bad, but not anymore. I would like to be born beautiful like Mrs. Doyle. But I wasn't, so there's no point to worry about it.
Mrs. Doyle, said Ferguson angrily. She's the kind of woman who should be punished as an example.
Cornelia looked at him with worry.
I think your stomach is upset, she said softly. I have some medicine that Cousin Marie tried once. Would you like to take it?
Mr. Ferguson said, You are impossible. He turned and walked away quickly.
Cornelia went toward the boat. When she was crossing the gangway, he came after her again.
You are the nicest person on the boat, he said. Please remember that.
Cornelia felt very happy and her face turned red. She went to the observation room. Miss Van Schuyler was talking with Dr. Bessner. They were having a nice talk about some royal patients.
Cornelia said in a small voice, "I hope I wasn't gone too long, Cousin Marie."
The old lady looked at her watch and said sharply, "You did not hurry very much, my dear. And where is my velvet stole?"
Cornelia looked around. "Shall I go and see if it is in the cabin, Cousin Marie?"
Of course not. I had it right here after dinner, and I haven't moved at all. It was on that chair.
Cornelia looked for the missing thing without much hope.
"I can't find it anywhere, Cousin Marie," she said.
Nonsense, said Miss Van Schuyler. Look again.
Her tone sounded like she was speaking to a pet. Cornelia obeyed quietly. Mr. Fanthorpe, who was sitting close by, got up to help her. But they could not find the stole. The day had been very hot and heavy. Most people had gone to bed early after visiting the temple. The Doyles were playing cards with Pennington and Race in one corner. The only other person in the room was Hercule Poirot, sitting near the door and yawning. Miss Van Schuyler started walking toward her cabin. Cornelia and Miss Bowers followed her. She stopped next to Poirot's chair. Poirot quickly stood up and tried not to yawn.
Miss Van Schuyler said, "I have just realized who you are, Monsieur Poirot. My friend Rufus Van Aldine told me about you. You must tell me about your cases one day."
Poirot bowed politely with a small smile. Miss Van Schuyler nodded and moved on. Poirot yawned again. He felt tired and half asleep. He looked at the people playing bridge. Then he looked at Fanthorpe reading quietly. No one else was in the room. Poirot walked through the door and went out to the deck.
Jacqueline de Belfort came along the deck quickly and almost bumped into him.
"Excuse me, mademoiselle," he said.
"You look very sleepy, Monsieur Poirot," she said.
"Yes," he replied honestly. "I am very tired. I can hardly keep my eyes open. It was a very hot day."
"Yes," she said softly. "It was the kind of day when things break, when one cannot continue."
Her voice sounded sad and full of strong feeling. She stared at the sandy shore. Her hands were tight and still. Then her face relaxed.
She said, "Good night, Monsieur Poirot."
"Good night, mademoiselle," he answered. Their eyes met for a short moment. He remembered that look later. Then Poirot went to his cabin, and she walked toward the saloon. 2. When Cornelia finished helping Miss Van Schuyler, she took her sewing back to the saloon. She was not sleepy at all. She felt awake and a little excited. The card players were still busy at their table. In another chair, Fanthorpe continued reading his book. Cornelia sat down and began to sew. Suddenly the door opened and Jacqueline de Belfort came in. She stood there with her head held high. Then she pressed the bell and walked slowly to Cornelia. She sat down beside her.
"Did you go ashore?" she asked.
"Yes. I thought it was very beautiful in the moonlight," Cornelia said.
Jacqueline nodded. Her eyes moved to the bridge table and stopped for a moment on Linnet Doyle. A boy came when the bell rang. When she gave the order, Simon Doyle looked at her quickly. There was a small worry line between his eyebrows. Jacqueline began to hum quietly to herself. She drank it quickly and asked for another one. Again, Simon looked at her from the bridge table. He started to lose focus on the game. His partner, Mr. Pennington, spoke to him about it. Jacqueline started humming again. At first it was soft, then it became louder. She sang a short line about a woman and her man. Lynette stood up. Race went after her. Pennington finished his drink and left too. Cornelia started to put away her embroidery. Cornelia sat down again. She threw back her head and laughed loudly, but the laugh sounded sad. Her second drink came. Jacqueline leaned back in her chair. She began to hum again, louder than before. She sang the same line about a woman and her man.
Yes, it's a lovely night. The real honeymoon night. Well, here's to crime. Don't go to bed, Miss Robson. Please stay. I want to enjoy the night. Stay with me. We women should stay together. Have something to drink.
Simon, we're waiting for you to call. Sorry. It was silly of me not to follow your lead. They win the game now. Not yet. I want to have a drink first.
I'm sleepy. I think I'll go to bed.
It's about time to turn in.
Yes, I'll come too. Are you coming?
No, thank you very much.
Fanthorpe turned a page of his book called Europe from Within. Simon Doyle picked up a magazine.
You can't go to bed yet, said Jacqueline. I won't let you. Tell me more about yourself.
I think I will go to bed now. It's very late. Well, there isn't much to say, Cornelia said softly. I have always lived at home. I never travel much. This is my first time in Europe. I like every moment of it.
Jacqueline laughed. You are such a cheerful person. I wish I could be like you.
Cornelia looked uncomfortable. She could see that Mr. Belfort had been drinking too much. That did not surprise her. Cornelia had seen drunk people before, many times. But this time felt different. When Jacqueline talked to her and looked at her, Cornelia felt that Jacqueline's words were really meant for someone else. There were only two other people in the room. Mr. Fanthorpe was reading and did not look up from his book. Mr. Doyle looked strange, as if he was watching carefully.
Jacqueline spoke again. Tell me everything about yourself.
Cornelia tried to obey, as she always did. She spoke slowly. She said small things about her daily life that were not very important.
She was not used to talking much. She was usually the one who listened. But Miss de Belfort seemed to want to hear more. When Cornelia stopped speaking, the other girl smiled and said, Go on, tell me more. So Cornelia continued to talk. She said, Mother is very delicate. Some days she eats only cereal. Cornelia knew her words were not very interesting, but she felt pleased that Jacqueline seemed to care. Yet was Jacqueline really listening? Felt as if her mind was somewhere else. She looked at Cornelia, but maybe she was thinking about someone else in the room. Cornelia said, We have very good art classes, and last winter I had a course of... She wondered suddenly how late it was. Surely it was very late. She had been talking and talking. She wished something new would happen. Just then, something did happen. Jacqueline turned her head and spoke to Simon Doyle. Ring the bell, Simon. I want another drink, she said. Simon looked up from his magazine and said quietly, The stewards have gone to bed. It's after midnight. Jacqueline said, I tell you I want another drink. Simon answered, You have had enough to drink, Jackie. She turned to him angrily. What business is it of yours? She asked. Simon lifted his shoulders and said, None. She looked at him for a moment. Then she said, What's wrong, Simon? Are you afraid? Simon said nothing. He slowly picked up his magazine again. Cornelia whispered, Oh dear, is it so late? I really must. She tried to gather her things but dropped a thimble on the floor. Jacqueline laughed and said, "Don't go to bed. I want another woman here to stand by me." Then she began to laugh again.
Do you know what Simon over there is afraid of? He's afraid I will tell you the story of my life.
"Oh, really?" said Cornelia.
She felt many things at once. She was very shy but also excited. Simon Doyle looked very dark and serious.
"Yes, it's a very sad story," said Jacqueline in a quiet voice.
Her tone sounded a little teasing.
"He was not very kind to me, were you, Simon?"
Simon Doyle said in a hard voice, "Go to bed, Jackie. You've had too much to drink."
"If you feel embarrassed, Simon, you can leave," said Jacqueline.
Simon looked at her. His hand that held the magazine shook a little. But he spoke clearly.
"I'm staying," he said.
Cornelia said softly again, "I really should go now, it's so late." "Don't go," said Jacqueline. She held Cornelia's arm and made her stay in the chair. "You must stay and listen to what I have to say."
"Jackie," said Simon quickly, "stop this. Go to bed."
Jacqueline sat up straight in her chair. She began to speak fast and angrily. "You don't want me to make a scene, do you? That's because you are so proper and quiet. You want me to act nicely, don't you? But I don't care about that. You should leave now because I'm going to talk a lot."
Jim Fanthorpe slowly closed his book. He yawned, looked at his watch, and walked out of the room. He tried to look calm, but it did not seem real.
Jacqueline turned to Simon and looked at him with anger. "You foolish man," she said thickly. "Do you think you can treat me badly and nothing will happen?"
Simon opened his mouth but said nothing. He sat very still. He hoped she would quiet down if he did not speak.
Jacqueline's voice was heavy and strange. Cornelia listened with surprise. She had never heard such strong feelings before. "I told you," said Jacqueline, "that I would rather hurt you than let you go to another woman. You didn't believe me? You should. I have just been waiting. You belong to me. Do you understand?"
"You belong to me." Simon said nothing. Jacqueline moved her hands on her lap and looked upset. She leaned forward toward him.
"I told you I would hurt you if you betrayed me," she said. Her hand came up holding a small shiny object. "I will punish you for being cruel to me," she cried.
Simon quickly stood up, and at that moment, there was a loud sound. He fell onto a chair and then to the floor.
Cornelia screamed and ran to the door. Jim Fanthorpe was outside on the deck looking over the rail. She called to him loudly.
"Mr. Fanthorpe! Mr. Fanthorpe!"
He came running to her. She grabbed his arm and could hardly speak.
She hurt him. Oh, she hurt him."
Simon lay across the chair, not moving. Jacqueline stood frozen, shaking, her eyes wide and frightened. She saw a red mark on Simon's leg where he pressed a handkerchief against it.
"I didn't mean to," she said. "Oh no, I didn't really mean to do it." The small gun slipped from her shaking fingers and fell to the floor. She pushed it away with her foot. It slid under a seat.
Simon spoke softly, his voice weak. "Fanthorpe, please, someone is coming. Say it was a mistake, an accident or something. We must not let anyone make a big story out of this."
Fanthorpe understood and nodded quickly. He turned to the door where a surprised worker was standing. "It's all right," he said. "Just a small noise, nothing serious." The man looked unsure, then smiled and nodded before leaving. Fanthorpe turned back. "No one else heard anything," he said. "It just sounded like a cork popping."
Then he stopped, shocked. Jacqueline started crying loudly and could not stop.
Oh, I wish I were dead, she said. I want to die. What have I done?
Cornelia went to her side. Hush, dear, calm down, she said softly.
Simon's face was pale and covered with sweat. He spoke with pain in his voice.
Take her away, he said. Please, get her out of here.
Get her to her cabin, Fanthorpe. Look here, Miss Robson, get that hospital nurse of yours. He looked from one person to the other, his face worried. Don't leave her alone. Make sure the nurse stays with her and keeps her safe. Then find Dr. Bessner and bring him here. Please, don't let my wife hear about this. Jim Fanthorpe nodded and understood. He was quiet but calm and knew what to do. He and Cornelia helped the crying, struggling girl out of the saloon and down the deck to her cabin. Inside the cabin, she tried to fight free again. She cried harder and harder.
I'll jump into the sea. I don't deserve to live. Oh, Simon, Simon.
Fanthorpe turned to Cornelia. Go find Miss Bowers, he said. I'll stay with her until you come back.
Cornelia nodded and ran out. When she was gone, Jacqueline held Fanthorpe's arm. His leg, it's bleeding, it's broken, she said. He may die. I have to go to him. Oh, Simon, what have I done?
Her voice grew louder. Fanthorpe spoke quickly. Please calm down. He will be fine.
She began to fight again. Let me go. Let me jump off the ship. Let me end it.
Fanthorpe held her shoulders and pushed her gently back onto the bed. You must stay here. Don't make trouble. Try to be calm. It will be all right.
She slowly began to control herself. Fanthorpe felt a little relieved. Then the curtains moved, and Miss Bowers came in. She looked neat, wearing a strange flowered robe. Cornelia followed behind her.
Now then, said Miss Bowers quickly. What is happening here?
She stayed calm and started helping right away. Fanthorpe was glad to leave the upset girl with her. He quickly went to the cabin where Dr. Bessner was staying. He knocked on the door and walked in.
Dr. Bessner, he said.
A loud snore stopped, and a surprised voice answered, Yes. What is it?
Fanthorpe turned on the light. The doctor looked at him sleepily, his eyes wide like an owl's.
It's Doyle, Fanthorpe said. He has been shot. Mr. Belfort did it. He is in the saloon. Can you come?
The doctor woke up fast. He asked a few short questions. He put on his slippers and dressing gown. He took a small medical case and followed Fanthorpe to the lounge. Simon had opened the window near him. He was resting his head against the side and breathing slowly. His face looked very pale. Dr. Bessner went to him right away.
What do we have here? He said.
A bloody handkerchief was lying on the floor. There was a dark mark on the carpet. The doctor looked at the wound and made small noises to himself.
This is quite bad, he said. The bone is broken, and he has lost much blood. Mr. Fanthorpe, you must help me take him to my cabin. He cannot walk. We need to carry him carefully.
As they lifted Simon, Cornelia came to the door. The doctor saw her and looked pleased.
Ah, it's you. Good, he said.
Come with us. I need help. You will be better than my friend here. He already looks very pale. Fanthorpe gave a weak smile.
Shall I get Miss Bowers? He asked.
Dr. Bessner shook his head. You will do very well, young lady, he said to Cornelia. You will not faint or do anything silly, yes?
I can do what you tell me, Cornelia said quickly.
Dr. Bessner looked pleased and nodded. They all walked slowly along the deck. The next few minutes were difficult. Dr. Bessner worked on Simon carefully while Fanthorpe tried not to watch. Fanthorpe felt embarrassed because Cornelia stayed calm and brave.
At last, that is the best I can do, Dr. Bessner said. You have been very brave, my friend. He touched Simon's shoulder kindly. Then he rolled up his own sleeve and took out a small needle. I will give you something to make you sleep now, he said. What about your wife? Simon spoke weakly. She doesn't have to know until morning. He paused. You mustn't blame Jackie. It was my fault. I was very unkind to her. Poor girl, she didn't understand what she was doing. Dr. Bessner nodded gently. Yes, I understand, he said quietly. My fault, Simon said again. He looked toward Cornelia. Someone should stay with her. She might hurt herself.
Dr. Bessner gave Simon the injection.
Cornelia said softly, It's all right, Mr. Doyle. Miss Bowers will stay with her all night.
Simon looked thankful. His body relaxed and his eyes closed. Then he opened them suddenly.
Fanthorpe, he said.
Yes, Doyle?
The pistol, we should not leave it out. The boys will find it in the morning.
Fanthorpe nodded. You're right. I'll go and get it now. He left the cabin and walked along the deck. Miss Bowers was already standing at the door of Jacqueline's cabin.
13.
She will be fine now, she said. I gave her a pain injection. But will you stay with her? Oh yes. This medicine can make some people very awake. I will stay all night.
Fanthorpe went to the lounge. After a few minutes, someone knocked on Dr. Bessner's cabin door.
Dr. Bessner. Yes?
The large man came out. Fanthorpe asked him to step outside on the deck.
I cannot find the gun, he said. What do you mean? The gun fell from the girl's hand. She pushed it away and it went under a seat. Now it is not there. They looked at each other. Who could have taken it? Bessner asked. Fanthorpe lifted his shoulders. Bessner said, That is strange. But I do not know what we can do. Both men felt worried and confused. After a moment, they went their separate ways.
Hercule Poirot was cleaning his face after shaving. Suddenly, there was a quick knock at his door. Right away, Colonel Race came in without waiting. He closed the door behind him.
He said, You were right. It has happened.
Poirot stood up and asked quickly, What has happened?
Lynette Doyle is dead. She was shot in the head last night.
Poirot stayed quiet for a minute. He remembered two scenes clearly. First, a girl in a garden in Aswan saying, I want to point my pistol at her head and pull the trigger. Then he remembered her voice later saying, I feel I cannot go on today. He also remembered the sad and asking look in her eyes. Why had he missed her call for help? He had been too tired to notice.
Race continued, I have some official duty here. They ask me to take charge. The boat should leave in 30 minutes, but it will wait until I say so. There is a small chance the killer came from the shore.
Poirot shook his head. Race nodded.
I agree. That idea seems wrong. So, the case is yours now.
Poirot finished dressing quickly and neatly. He said, I am ready to help. The two men went out to the deck. Ray said, Dr. Bessner should be there already. I asked the steward to call him. There were 4 large cabins with bathrooms on the boat. On the left side, one belonged to Dr. Bessner and the other to Andrew Pennington. On the starboard side, the first was occupied by Miss Van Schuyler, and the one next to it by Lynette Doyle. Her husband's small room was next to hers. A steward stood outside Lynette Doyle's cabin. His face was pale. He opened the door for them and they went inside. Dr. Bessner was bending over the bed. He looked up when the others entered.
Race asked quietly, "Doctor, what can you tell us about this?"
Dr. Bessner rubbed his chin before answering. He said, "She was shot from very close." He pointed gently at the place above her ear. "The bullet went in here," he said. "It was a small bullet, maybe from a light pistol. The gun was held near her head, and the skin is a little burned."
Poirot remembered something someone had said earlier. It came back to him painfully. Dr. Bessner continued.
"She was asleep," he said. "There was no fighting. The person came in quietly and hurt her while she slept."
Poirot shook his head. "No," he said quickly. He could not believe that Jacqueline could sneak into a dark cabin with a gun. That picture did not seem right to him.
Dr. Bessner looked at him through his thick glasses. "But that is what happened," he replied.
Poirot said, "Yes, yes, I understand. I did not mean to argue." Dr. Bessner made a short sound of agreement. Poirot moved closer to the bed. Lynette Doyle lay on her side. She looked calm, as if resting. But above her ear was a small mark with a little dried blood. Poirot looked down sadly and shook his head. Then his eye stopped on the white wall in front of him. He breathed in quickly. The clean white paint was spoiled by a large shaky letter J written in a brown-red color. Poirot looked at it carefully. Then he bent over the woman who lay still and gently lifted her right hand. One finger had the same brown-red mark on it.
"Oh!" cried Hercule Poirot.
"What is that?" asked Dr. Bessner.
Race looked closely and said, "Well, this is strange. What do you think, Poirot?"
Poirot moved a little and said, "You ask what I think. It is very simple. Mrs. Doyle was dying. She wanted to show who hurt her. She tried to write with her finger, using her own blood, the first letter of that person's name. Yes, it seems quite simple." Dr. Bessner started to speak, but Ray stopped him with a quick sign.
"So that is what you believe?" Race asked slowly.
Poirot nodded. "Yes. It is, as I said, very clear. It feels familiar, does it not? It has been used often before in crime stories. Maybe our person is old-fashioned." "It seems childish," said Poirot.
"But maybe it was done for a reason," said Race.
"Of course," said Poirot seriously.
"What does the letter J mean?" asked Race.
"J means Jacqueline de Belfort," said Poirot right away. "She told me not long ago that she wanted to hurt Mrs. Doyle with a gun."
Dr. Bessner whispered in surprise, "My goodness."
Everyone was quiet for a moment.
Then Race took a deep breath and said, "That is exactly what happened here, isn't it?"
Bessner nodded.
"That is so, yes. It was a small pistol, maybe a .22. The bullet must be taken out before we can be sure."
Race nodded quickly. He asked, "What time did she die?"
Bessner touched his chin and rubbed it. His fingers made a rough sound. "I cannot be exact," he said. "It is now 8 o'clock. With the cold last night, I think she has been dead for 6 to 8 hours.
"So, between midnight and 2 in the morning?"
"Yes, that is right."
There was a short silence. Race looked around the room.
"What about her husband? He sleeps in the next cabin, doesn't he?"
Dr. Bessner said, "Right now, he is asleep in my cabin."
Both men looked surprised. Bessner nodded several times.
Yes, you did not know. Mr. Doyle was shot last night in the lounge.
Shot? Who did it?
The young woman, Jacqueline de Belfort.
Race asked quickly, is he badly hurt?
Yes. The bone in his leg is broken. I did what I could, but he needs an X-ray and proper care soon. That cannot be done on this boat.
Poirot said quietly, Jacqueline de Belfort. He looked again at the letter J on the wall.
Race said suddenly, if we can do nothing more here, let's go downstairs. The ship's manager gave us the smoking room for the inquiry. We must find out exactly what happened last night.
They left the cabin. Race locked the door and kept the key. We will come back later, he said. First, we must understand all the facts. They went down to the lower deck. The manager of the Karnak was waiting nervously by the smoking room door. He looked very worried and upset. He wanted Colonel Race to take charge of everything.
It's best if you handle it, sir, he said. I was told to help you if needed. I'll follow your orders.
Good, said Race. Keep this room for me and Monsieur Poirot during the investigation. Of course, sir. That's all for now. Go back to your work. I'll get you if I need you.
The manager looked calmer and went away. Ray said, sit down, Bessner, and tell us everything that happened last night. The doctor spoke in a low voice, and they listened. When he finished, Ray said, it seems clear. The girl was upset and had been drinking. Then she shot the man with a small pistol. After that, she went to Lynette Doyle's cabin and shot her too.
But Dr. Bessner shook his head. No, I don't think that is possible. She would not write her own letter on the wall. That would be foolish, right?
She might, said Race. If she was very jealous and angry, she might want to sign her name to the crime.
Poirot shook his head silently. No, I do not think she would be as crude as that. Then there's only one reason for that, Jay. It was put there by someone else deliberately to throw suspicion on her.
Yes, and the criminal was unlucky, because, you see, it is not only unlikely that the young Fraulein did the murder, it is also, I think, impossible.
How's that?
Bessner explained Jacqueline's hysterics and the circumstances which had led Miss Bowers to take charge of her. And I am sure that Miss Bowers stayed with her all night.
If that's so, it's going to simplify matters very much. Who discovered the crime?
Poirot asked.
Mrs. Doyle's maid, Louise Boucher. She went to call her mistress as usual, found her dead, and came out and flopped into the steward's arms in a dead faint. He went to the manager, who came to me. I got hold of Bessner and then came for you.
Poirot nodded.
Doyle's got to know. You say he's asleep still?
Yes, he's still asleep in my cabin. I gave him a strong opiate last night.
Well, he said, I don't think we need detain the doctor any longer, eh? Thank you, doctor.
I will have my breakfast, yes. And then I will go back to my cabin and see if Mr. Doyle is ready to wake.
Thanks.
Bessner went out. The two men looked at each other.
Well, what about it, Poirot? You're the man in charge. I'll take my orders from you. You say what's to be done.
ABN. He said, we must hold the court of inquiry. First of all, I think we must verify the story of the affair last night. That is to say, we must question Fanthorpe and Miss Robson, who were the actual witnesses of what occurred. The disappearance of the pistol is very significant. Race rang a bell and sent a message by the steward. Poirot sighed and shook his head. It is bad, this, he murmured. It is bad.
Have you any ideas?
My ideas conflict. They are not well arranged, they are not orderly. There is, you see, the big fact that this girl hated Lynette Doyle and wanted to kill her.
You think she's capable of it?
I think so, yes.
But not in this way. That's what's worrying you, isn't it? Not to creep into her cabin in the dark and shoot her while she was sleeping. It's the cold-bloodedness that strikes you as not ringing true.
In a sense, yes.
You think that this girl, Jacqueline de Belfort, is incapable of a premeditated cold-blooded murder?
I am not sure, you see. She would have the brains, yes. But I doubt if, physically, she could bring herself to do the act.
Yes, I see. Well, according to Bessner's story, it would also have been physically impossible.
If that is true, it clears the ground considerably. Let us hope it is true. I shall be glad if it is so, for I have for that little one much sympathy. The door opened and Fanthorpe and Cornelia came in. Bessner followed them.
Isn't this just awful? Poor Mrs. Doyle. And she was so lovely, too. It must have been a real fiend who could hurt her. And poor Mr. Doyle, he'll go half crazy when he knows. Why, even last night he was so frightfully worried lest she should hear about his accident.
That is just what we want you to tell us about, Miss Robson.
We want to know exactly what happened last night. Cornelia looked a little unsure. Poirot asked her a few questions to help.
After the card game, Mrs. Doyle went to her room. But did she really go there?
Yes, she did. I saw her myself. I said good night to her at the door.
Poirot asked, "What time was that?"
I can't remember exactly.
It was 20 minutes past 11.
Poirot nodded. So, at 20 past 11, Mrs. Doyle was alive and fine. Who was in the main room at that time?
Mr. Doyle was there. Mr. Belfort too. Miss Robson and me.
Mr. Pennington took a drink and then went to bed.
Poirot asked, "How much later was that?"
Only about 3 or 4 minutes.
Before 11:30 then?
Oh yes, she said.
So the people left in the room were you, Miss Robson, Mr. Belfort, Mr. Doyle, and Mr. Fanthorpe. What were you all doing?
Mr. Fanthorpe was reading a book. I was doing some sewing. Miss de Belfort was.
She was drinking quite a lot.
Yes. She kept talking to me and asking questions about my home. But most of what she said seemed meant for Mr. Doyle. He looked angry, but he didn't speak. I think he hoped she would calm down if he stayed quiet.
Poirot asked, "But she did not calm down?"
Cornelia shook her head. I tried to leave, but she stopped me. I felt very uncomfortable. Then Mr. Fanthorpe got up and went out.
It was awkward. I tried to leave quietly. Mr. Belfort looked like she was ready to cause a scene.
Then she suddenly took out a gun. Mr. Doyle stood quickly and tried to take it from her. It went off, and he was hurt in the leg. She began to cry loudly. I was very frightened and ran after Mr. Fanthorpe. He came back with me. Mr. Doyle told us not to make a big fuss. One of the boys heard the sound and came, but Mr. Fanthorpe said everything was fine. We took Miss de Belfort to her room, and Mr. Fanthorpe stayed with her while I went to find Miss Bowers. Cornelia stopped, tired.
What time was that?
I'm not sure.
It was about 20 minutes past 12.
I remember that it was about 12:30 when I finally reached my cabin. Poirot spoke calmly. "I want to check something," he said. "After Madame Doyle left the saloon, did any of you go out?" "No," came the answer. "So you are sure that Mademoiselle de Belfort stayed inside the saloon the whole time?"
Fanthorpe replied quickly. "Yes, I'm sure. None of us left. Doyle, Mr. Belfort, Miss Robson, and I all stayed in the saloon.
Good, said Poirot. That means Mademoiselle de Belfort could not have harmed Madame Doyle before 12:20. He turned to Miss Robson. You went to find Mademoiselle Bowers. Was Miss de Belfort alone in her cabin then?
No, said Miss Robson. Mr. Fanthorpe stayed with her.
Excellent. So Miss de Belfort had someone with her. That gives her a clear alibi. Poirot thought for a moment. Mademoiselle Bowers will be the next person I speak with, he said. But first, I want your opinion about something. Monsieur Doyle did not want Miss de Belfort to be left alone, correct?
Yes, said Fanthorpe. He was afraid she might do something careless. That is what I think, Fanthorpe said. He was worried she might hurt Madame Doyle. No, he answered.
Fanthorpe shook his head. I don't think that was his plan. I think he was afraid she might hurt herself. Cornelia looked shocked.
Do you mean she wanted to die? She asked.
Yes, said Fanthorpe. She felt very sad and sorry for what she had done. She said many times that it would be better if she were gone.
Cornelia spoke quietly. I think he was worried about her. He talked kindly. He said it was his own fault. He said he had not treated her well. He was very gentle then.
Hercule Poirot nodded and thought for a moment. Now about that gun, he said. What happened to it?
She dropped it, said Cornelia.
And after that? Asked Poirot.
Fanthorpe said he had tried to find it later, but it was gone.
Aha, said Poirot. Now we are getting close. Please tell me everything very clearly. What exactly happened? Miss de Belfort dropped the gun. Then she pushed it away with her foot.
She didn't want to touch it again, said Cornelia softly. I understand how she felt.
And it went under a settee, you say. Now please be careful. Mademoiselle de Belfort did not take the pistol before she left the saloon. Both Fanthorpe and Cornelia said they were sure she did not. Exactly. I only wish to be sure. Now we know this. When Mademoiselle de Belfort left the saloon, the pistol was still under the settee. And because she was never alone, Monsieur Fanthorpe, Mademoiselle Robson, or Mademoiselle Bowers were always with her, she had no chance to come back and take it later. What time was it, Monsieur Fanthorpe, when you returned to look for the pistol?
It was just before 12:30, said Fanthorpe.
And how long was the time between when you and Dr. Bessner carried Monsieur Doyle out and when you returned?
Maybe 5 minutes, or a little more, Fanthorpe answered.
Then, said Poirot, in that 5 minutes someone moved the pistol from under the settee. That person was not Mademoiselle de Belfort. Who was it? It is very possible that the one who took it was the person who hurt Madame Doyle. We can also think that this person saw or heard something just before it happened.
I don't understand why you say that, Fanthorpe said.
Because, Poirot replied, you told us the pistol was hidden under the settee. So it could not be found by chance. It was taken by someone who already knew it was there. Therefore, it seems that someone helped during the incident. Fanthorpe shook his head.
I did not see anyone when I went out on the deck before the shot was fired, he said.
Poirot nodded slightly. But you went out through the door on the right side of the boat, yes?
Yes, Fanthorpe answered. My cabin is on that side too.
Poirot looked thoughtful. So, if someone was standing at the door on the left side, looking through the glass, you would not have seen him?
No, I would not, said Fanthorpe.
Poirot asked another question. Did anyone hear the shot except the young servant boy?
Not that I know of, Fanthorpe replied. He continued speaking. The windows were closed. Miss Van Schuyler said there was a cool wind earlier, so we shut the swing doors. Because of that, the sound of the shop might have been very quiet. It could have sounded like a cork popping.
Race spoke next. As far as I know, no one heard the other shot, the one that killed Mrs. Doyle.
Poirot nodded slowly. We will ask about that later, he said. For now, we must still talk about Mr. Belfort. We also need to speak with Miss Bowers. But first, before you leave, he stopped Fanthorpe and Cornelia with a small hand movement. I want a little information about you both. Then I will not have to call you again later. You first, monsieur. Tell me your full name. James Lechdale Fanthorpe. Address?
Glassmore House, Market Donnington, Northamptonshire.
Your profession?
I am a lawyer.
And your reasons for visiting this country? There was a short silence. Mr. Fanthorpe looked surprised for a moment. Then he spoke quietly.
Pleasure.
Aha. So, you are on holiday, yes?
Yes.
Good. Now, please tell me what you did last night after the things we talked about.
I went straight to bed.
At what time?
Just after 12:30.
Your cabin is number 22 on the right side, close to the saloon.
Yes.
I have one more question. Did you hear anything after you went to your room? Mr. Fanthorpe thought for a moment.
I went to bed very quickly.
I think I heard a small splash when I was almost asleep. Nothing else happened.
You heard a splash? Was it close to you?
Fanthorpe moved his head. I'm not sure. I was half asleep.
And what time was that?
Maybe around 1 o'clock. I can't be sure.
Thank you, Monsieur Fanthorpe. That is enough. Poirot then looked at Cornelia. Now, Mademoiselle Robson. What is your full name?
Cornelia Ruth. My home is the Red House, Belfield, Connecticut.
What made you come to Egypt?
My cousin Marie, Miss Van Schuyler, invited me to come with her on a trip.
Did you know Madame Doyle before this trip?
No, I had never met her.
What did you do last night? I went right to bed after helping Dr. Bessner with Mr. Doyle's leg. Your cabin is?
43 on the port side, right next door to Miss de Belfort.
And did you hear anything?
Cornelia shook her head. I didn't hear a thing. No splash. No, but I wouldn't because the boat is beside the riverbank on my side.
Poirot nodded. Thank you, Mademoiselle Robson. Please ask Mademoiselle Bowers to come in. Fanthorpe and Cornelia went out. That seems clear enough, said Race. If all three of them are telling the truth, Jacqueline de Belfort couldn't have taken the gun. But someone did. And someone watched what happened. And someone was brave enough to write a big J on the wall. There was a light knock on the door and Miss Bowers came in. The nurse sat down calmly and looked ready to help. Poirot asked for her name and address, and she answered easily.
I have been caring for Miss Van Schuyler for more than 2 years now.
Is Mademoiselle Van Schuyler very sick?
Not really, said Miss Bowers. She's not young, and she worries about her health. She likes to have a nurse close by.
There is nothing really wrong with her. She only likes people to give her a lot of attention. She is ready to pay for that if she must. Poirot nodded. He said, I understand that Miss Robson came to get you last night.
Yes, that's true, she answered.
Please tell me what happened, Poirot asked.
Miss Robson told me a short version of the story, she said. Then I went with her. I saw Mr. Belfort. She was very upset and emotional.
Did she say anything bad about Mrs. Doyle? Poirot asked.
No, nothing like that, she said. She felt very sorry for herself. I think she drank too much alcohol, and she was feeling weak after that. I didn't think she should be alone. I gave her some medicine to calm her and stayed with her.
Now, Miss Bowers, Poirot said, did Mr. Belfort leave her room at all?
No, she didn't, she replied. And you? Did you go out? No, she said. I stayed with her until early morning.
Are you sure of that? Poirot asked.
I am completely sure, she said.
14. The nurse said goodbye and left the room. The two men watched each other in silence. Jacqueline de Belfort was now free from blame. But who had shot Lynette Doyle?
Ray said that someone had taken the gun. It was not Jacqueline. That person wanted people to think Jacqueline was guilty. But the person did not know the nurse would stay beside Jacqueline all night. Race added that someone had already tried to harm Lynette before, by pushing a big rock from the cliff. That person was also not Jacqueline. He asked quietly, who could it be?
Poirot answered that it was easier to say who could not have done it. He said Mr. Doyle, Mrs. Allerton, Mr. Allerton, Miss Van Schuyler, and Miss Bowers were innocent. He had seen all of them and they were close to him.
Race said that many suspects were still left. He asked about the reason someone might have had.
Poirot said he hoped Mr. Doyle could help because there had been strange events before. Just then, the door opened and Jacqueline came in. She looked very pale and walked as if she might fall.
She said in a small voice, "I didn't do it." Her voice sounded like a scared child. She begged them to believe her. She cried that everybody would think she did it, but she was not guilty. She said it was terrible and wished it had never happened. She said she might have hurt Simon the night before because she was not thinking clearly. But she said she did not shoot Lynette. She sat down and began to cry hard.
Poirot touched her shoulder softly. He told her to calm down. He said they knew she did not kill Madame Doyle. He said that it was already proved and sure.
Jacqueline lifted her head. Her hand was still around her wet handkerchief.
But who did? That, said Poirot, is what we are trying to find out. Can you help us, my child?
Jacqueline shook her head. I don't know. I can't imagine. No, I have no idea. She frowned deeply. No, she said slowly. I can't think of anyone who wanted her gone. Her voice trembled a little. Except me.
Ray said, "Excuse me for a minute, I just thought of something."
He quickly left the room. Jacqueline de Belfort sat with her head down and twisted her fingers nervously. Suddenly she said, "Death is terrible, so terrible. I hate to think about it." Poirot said, "Yes. It is not pleasant to know that right now someone is happy because their plan worked."
Don't, please don't, cried Jackie. It sounds so awful when you say it like that.
Poirot lifted his shoulders. "It is true," he said.
Jackie whispered, "I wanted her dead, and now she is dead. And worst of all, it happened just as I said it would."
"Yes, mademoiselle. She was shot in the head."
Jackie cried out, "Then I was right that night at the Cataract Hotel. Somebody was listening."
"Ah," said Poirot, nodding. "I wondered if you would remember that. It is too much of a coincidence that Madame Doyle was killed in exactly the way you described."
Jackie shivered. That person that night, who could it have been?
Poirot stayed quiet for a moment. Then he asked in a different tone, "Are you sure it was a man, mademoiselle?"
Jackie looked surprised. "Yes, of course. At least.
Well, mademoiselle?
She frowned and tried hard to remember. I thought it was a man, she said slowly. But now you are not sure. Jackie said softly, No, I can't be sure. I just thought it was a man, but it was really just a figure, a shadow. She stopped speaking for a moment. Then she asked, Do you think it was a woman? But surely none of the women on this boat could have wanted to hurt Lynette?
Poirot only moved his head from side to side. The door opened and Bessner came in.
Will you come and speak with Mr. Doyle, please, Monsieur Poirot? He wishes to see you.
Jackie jumped up. She caught Bessner's arm. How is he? Is he all right?
Of course he is not all right, said Dr. Bessner kindly but firmly. The bone is broken, you understand.
But he is not going to die, is he? Cried Jackie.
Who said anything about dying? We will take him to a city, and there he will have an X-ray and proper care.
Oh. Jackie pressed her hands together tightly.
She sat down on a chair again. Poirot went out to the deck with the doctor. Just then, Race came to join them. They walked up to the promenade deck and went to Bessner's cabin. Simon Doyle was lying in bed with his leg covered by a kind of frame made from pillows and cushions. His face looked very pale. He seemed weak and shocked. He looked lost and confused, like a child who did not understand what was happening. He spoke quietly.
Please come in. The doctor told me about Lynette. I can't believe it. I really can't believe she's gone.
Race said softly, I know. It's hard to take.
Simon said slowly, You must know that Jackie didn't do it. I'm sure she didn't. It looks bad for her, but she didn't kill Lynette. Last night she had too much to drink and was very angry, so she attacked me. But she would never do murder. Never a cold murder.
Poirot said in a kind voice, Please don't upset yourself, Mr. Doyle. Your wife was not shot by Mr. Belfort. Simon looked at him with doubt.
Are you really sure?
Poirot said, If it was not Mr. Belfort, can you tell us who it might have been? Simon shook his head. His face looked even more confused.
It's crazy. Nobody but Jackie could have wanted to hurt her.
Poirot said, Think carefully, Mr. Doyle. Did she have any enemies? Was there anyone who hated her? Simon shook his head again.
It sounds impossible. There's Windlesham, of course. She left him to marry me. But I can't imagine him doing such a thing. He's very proper, and he's far away. There's also old Sir George Woad. He was angry with Lynette over the house plans, but he's in London, not here. Murder doesn't make sense.
Poirot spoke seriously. On the first day we came on this boat, I had a short talk with your wife. She was very upset. She said everyone hated her. She felt afraid, as if all the people around her were enemies.
Simon said, she was upset when she saw Jackie on board. So was I.
Poirot nodded. That is true, but those words meant more than that. When she said she was surrounded by enemies, she was talking about more than one person.
You may be right, Simon said. I think I can explain it. There was a name on the passenger list that bothered her.
Poirot asked, What name?
Simon said, She didn't tell me. I wasn't paying much attention. I was thinking about Jacqueline. I remember Lynette saying that her father had hurt people in business many years ago. Some people lost money because of him. And one of those people's relatives might be on this boat. Lynette said, It's terrible when people hate you without even knowing you.
Poirot nodded thoughtfully. That explains what she told me. She was starting to feel guilty about her family's money and how it was made. He asked, Are you sure she didn't say the man's name?
Simon looked sad. I didn't listen carefully. I just said something like, people don't care about what happened to their fathers anymore. That was all. Bessner said quietly, but I think I can guess.
There is a young man on the boat who seems upset. You mean Ferguson? Asked Poirot.
Yes. He spoke badly about Mrs. Doyle a few times. I heard him myself, said Simon. What can we do to find out more? Asked Simon.
Poirot said, Colonel Race and I must talk to every passenger. We need to hear what they have to say before we make any guesses. There is also the maid. We should talk to her first. It would be good to do that here. Monsieur Doyle can stay with us. His help may be useful.
Yes, that's a good plan, said Simon. Had the maid worked for Mrs. Doyle for a long time? Only about 2 months, said Simon.
Just 2 months, said Poirot. That is very short. Do you think? Poirot stopped and asked, Did Madame have any expensive jewelry?
She had her pearls, said Simon. She told me they were worth 40 or 50,000. Simon looked worried and said quietly, Do you think those pearls could be the reason for this?
Robbery is a possible motive, said Poirot. But still, it is hard to believe. We shall see. Bring the maid here. Louise Boget came in. She was the same lively young woman Poirot had noticed before. Now she did not look lively at all. Her eyes were red from crying. She looked scared. There was also something sly in her face. Because of this, Poirot and the other man did not trust her much. You are Louise Boget? Asked Poirot.
Yes, monsieur, she said.
When did you last see Madame Doyle alive?
Last night, monsieur. I was in her cabin to help her go to bed.
What time was that?
It was after 11, monsieur. I am not sure exactly when.
What did you do?
I helped Madame change her clothes. Then I put her to bed. After that I went out.
How long did it take?
About 10 minutes, monsieur. Madame was tired. She told me to turn off the lights when I left.
And what did you do then?
I went to my own cabin, monsieur. It is on the deck below.
And you did not hear or see anything that can help us?
How could I, monsieur?
That is for you to tell us, not for us to guess, said Poirot. She looked at him quickly from the side.
But, monsieur, I was far away. What could I have seen or heard?
Chapter. I was on the lower deck. My small room was on the other side of the boat. It was not possible for me to hear anything. If I could not sleep and had gone upstairs, maybe I could have seen the person who hurt Madame. But I did not. She lifted her hands and looked at Simon.
Monsieur, please understand. You see how it was. What can I say?
My girl, said Simon in a hard voice. Don't be silly. No one thinks you saw or heard anything. You are safe. I will take care of you. No one is blaming you.
Louise spoke softly. Monsieur is very kind. She looked down.
Race spoke quickly. So, you saw and heard nothing?
Yes, that is what I said, answered Louise.
And you know no one who was angry with Madame?
Louise nodded strongly. Oh yes. That I do know. I can say yes for sure to that question.
Poirot asked, You mean Mademoiselle de Belfort?
She, yes, said Louise. But I do not mean her now. There was another person on this boat. That person did not like Madame. He was very upset because Madame had done something bad to him.
Good Lord. Simon said. What is all this?
Louise kept nodding her head strongly.
Yes, yes, it is true, she said. It is about Madame's old maid, the one who worked before me. Her name was Marie. There was a man who worked on this boat. He was an engineer. He wanted Marie to marry him. Marie wanted that too. But Madame Doyle made some checks. She found out that this man, Fleetwood, already had a wife. His wife was a local woman. She had gone back to her own family, but they were still married. So Madame Doyle told Marie the truth. Marie was very sad. She stopped seeing Fleetwood. Fleetwood became very angry. When he learned that Madame Doyle used to be Miss Lynette Ridgway, he said terrible things. He told me he wanted to harm her. He said her actions destroyed his life.
Louise stopped and looked proud.
This is interesting, said Race.
Poirot looked at Simon. Did you know about this? He asked.
Not at all, Simon said honestly. I don't think Lynette even knew that man was on the boat. She probably forgot everything about him. Then he turned quickly to Louise. Did you tell Mrs. Doyle about it? He asked.
No, monsieur, never, Louise said.
Poirot looked at her and asked, Do you know anything about your mistress's pearls?
Her pearls? Louise opened her eyes wide.
15. She was wearing them last night.
You saw her when she came to bed.
Yes, monsieur. Where did she put them? On the table beside the bed, like always. That was the last place you saw them. Yes, monsieur. Did you see them there this morning?
The girl looked surprised. Oh dear. I did not even look. I went to the bed. I saw Madame. Then I cried and ran out of the room. I fainted.
Hercule Poirot nodded. You did not look. But I noticed things. There were no pearls on the table this morning. Poirot was right. The pearls were gone from Lynette Doyle's bedside table. Louise Boget was asked to search through Lynette's things. She said everything was in order. Only the pearls were missing.
When they came out of the room, a steward told them breakfast was ready in the smoking room. As they walked along the deck, Race looked into the water. I think you have an idea, my friend.
Yes, said Poirot. I thought of something when Fanthorpe said he heard a splash. Maybe the murderer threw the gun into the river.
You really think that is possible? Race lifted his shoulders. It is only an idea. The gun was not anywhere in the room. I looked carefully.
Still, said Poirot, it is strange if someone threw it away. Then where is it? Asked Race. If it is not in Madame Doyle's room, said Poirot, then there is only one other place. Where? In Mademoiselle de Belfort's cabin.
Race nodded. Yes, I see. He stopped suddenly. She is not in her cabin now. Shall we look?
Poirot shook his head. No, that is too soon. The gun may not be there yet. What about searching the whole boat? That would show what we know. We must move carefully. Our position is delicate. Let us talk while we eat.
Race agreed. They went into the smoking room. Race poured coffee. Well, he said, we have two clues. One is the missing pearls. The other is the man called Fleetwood. About the pearls, robbery seems likely. But I am not sure what you think.
Poirot answered quickly. It was not a good time to steal them.
Exactly, said Race. To steal now means everyone will be searched. How could the thief escape?
Maybe he went ashore and hid them.
There is always a guard on the bank.
Then that cannot be, said Poirot. Was the murder done to hide the theft? No, that does not make sense. But maybe Madame Doyle woke and saw the thief. Then the thief shot her? But she was asleep when she was shot. So that idea is wrong. I have a small thought about the pearls, but no, it seems impossible. If I was right, the pearls would not be missing. Tell me, said Poirot, what do you think of the maid?
I wondered if she knew more than she said, answered Race slowly. You felt that too? Asked Poirot. Yes, said Race. She is not a nice girl.
Poirot nodded. I would not trust her. Do you think she killed Madame Doyle? No, I do not think that. Then she may have stolen the pearls. That seems more likely, said Poirot. She worked for Madame Doyle only a short time. She could be part of a group that steals jewels. Sometimes they send a maid with good references. But we cannot check that now. Even so, that idea does not fully explain everything. Those pearls, they trouble me. My little idea should be right, but no one could be so foolish. He stopped. What about Fleetwood? Asked Race. We must question him, said Poirot. Maybe he is the one we need. If the maid story is true, he had reason to be angry. He might have heard Jacqueline and Monsieur Doyle talking. When they left, he could have taken the gun. Yes, it could have happened that way. And the letter J written in blood fits a simple man. He could be the one. Yes, said Race, but... Poirot touched his nose. He smiled a little. You see, I know my own weakness. People say I like difficult cases. Your idea seems too simple. I cannot believe it really happened. Perhaps that is only my pride.
Well, said Race, let's bring him here. Race rang the bell and gave the order.
Then he asked, are there other choices?
Yes, many, my friend. For example, the American man named Pennington.
Pennington?
Yes, Pennington. Something strange happened here the other day.
He told Race what had happened.
You see, it means something. Madame wanted to read every paper before signing them. So Pennington said they should wait until another day. Then her husband said something important.
What did he say?
He said, I never read anything. I just sign where they tell me to sign. You understand how this matters. Pennington understood too. I saw it in his eyes. He looked at Doyle like he had a new thought in his mind. Imagine this, my friend. You are the man who must take care of the money for a rich man's daughter. Maybe you use that money to try risky business. It happens often, not only in stories but in real life too.
I agree, said Race.
Time is running out. You try wild ways to fix things. The young woman is not old enough to take her money yet. Then she gets married. When she marries, you lose control of her money at once. That is a problem for you. But maybe you still have a chance. She is on her honeymoon now. Maybe she does not pay much attention to business matters. Perhaps you can hide one paper among others, and she signs it without looking. But Lynette Doyle was not that kind of person. Even on her honeymoon, she took care of business. And then her husband spoke those words, and a desperate idea came into Pennington's mind as he looked for a way out of his troubles.
If Lynette Doyle died, her money would go to her husband. He would be easy to control for a clever man like Andrew Pennington. My dear Colonel, I saw the idea come into Pennington's mind. He thought, if only it was Doyle I had to deal with.
Race said in a dry voice, maybe you are right, but you have no proof.
Poirot sighed and said, no, I have not.
Race said, there's also young Ferguson. He always speaks with anger. He might be the man whose father lost everything because of old Ridgway. It sounds unlikely, but may be true. Sometimes people cannot forget old wrongs. He paused and said, "And there's my man."
Poirot answered, "Yes, the man you call yours."
Race said, "He is a killer, we know that. But I don't see how he could have met Lynette Doyle. Their lives do not cross."
Poirot said slowly, "Maybe by chance she found something that showed who he really was."
Race said, "Possible, but not very likely."
Someone knocked on the door. Race said, "Here comes our almost bigamist." Fleetwood came in. He was big and looked rough. He watched them both with suspicion. Poirot remembered him talking to Louise Boget earlier.
Fleetwood asked, "You wanted to see me?"
Race said, "Yes. You know a murder happened on this boat last night."
Fleetwood nodded.
Race said, "I think you were angry with the woman who died."
Fleetwood's eye showed fear.
He asked, "Who told you that?"
Race said, "You thought Mrs. Doyle got between you and a young woman."
Fleetwood said, "I know who told you, that lying French girl. She lies about everything."
Race said, "This story seems true."
Fleetwood shouted, "That's not true."
Race said, "You say that, but you don't even know what the story is yet."
Fleetwood turned red and swallowed hard.
Race said, "It's true you wanted to marry Marie, but she left you when she found you were already married."
Fleetwood said angrily, "That was my business."
Race said, "You mean, what business was it of Mrs. Doyle's? But bigamy is still bigamy."
Fleetwood said, "It wasn't like that. I married a local woman here. It didn't work. She went back to her family. I haven't seen her for 6 years."
Race said, "But you were still married to her."
Fleetwood said nothing.
Race continued, "Miss Ridgway, who later became Mrs. Doyle, found out about this."
Fleetwood said, "Yes, she did. Always looking into things that were none of her business. I would have treated Marie well. She didn't have to know about the other woman. But that curious young lady had to push into it. Yes, I was angry with her. When I saw her on this ship, dressed in pearls and diamonds, acting so proud, I felt it again. She never cared that she had ruined a man's life. I hated that, yes. But if you think I'm a murderer, that I shot her, well, that's not true. I didn't touch her. That's the honest truth."
He stopped speaking. Sweat ran down his face.
Race asked, "Where were you last night between 12 and 2?
Fleetwood said, "I was asleep in my bunk. My mate will tell you."
Race said, "We'll check that." He nodded to dismiss him and said, "That's all."
When the door closed, Poirot asked, "Well?" Race lifted his shoulders and said nothing. He tells a clear story. He is a little nervous, but not too much. We must check his alibi, though it may not tell us much. His friend was probably asleep, so he could have gone in or out without being seen. It depends if anyone else saw him. Yes, we must ask about that.
"The next question," said Race, "is if anyone heard something that shows the time of the crime. Dr. Bessner thinks it happened between 12 and 2 o'clock. Maybe one of the passengers heard the gunshot, even if they did not know it was a gunshot. I did not hear anything myself. What about you?"
Poirot shook his head. "I slept very well. I heard nothing at all. I slept so deeply it was as if I had taken medicine."
"That's unlucky," said Race. "Let's see if we can learn something from the people on the starboard side. We have already spoken to Fanthorpe. The next are the Allertons. I'll ask the steward to bring them."
Mrs. Allerton came in quickly. She wore a soft grey silk dress with stripes. Her face looked sad.
"It's too terrible," she said as she sat down in the chair Poirot offered. I can hardly believe it. Such a lovely woman, with everything to live for, dead. It feels unreal.
I understand, madam, said Poirot kindly.
I'm glad you are here, said Mrs. Allerton simply. You will find who did it. I'm thankful it's not that poor unhappy girl.
You mean Mademoiselle de Belfort? Who told you she was not guilty?
Cornelia Robson, said Mrs. Allerton with a small smile. She is quite excited by all this. It's probably the most thrilling thing that has ever happened to her, and maybe the only one that ever will. But she is so nice that she feels bad about being interested. She thinks it is wrong of her.
Mrs. Allerton looked at Poirot and then said, but I must not talk too much. You want to ask your questions? Yes, please. At what time did you go to bed?
Just after 10:30.
And did you fall asleep right away?
Yes. I was very tired.
Did you hear anything during the night?
Mrs. Allerton tried to remember. Yes, I think I heard a splash and someone running. Or maybe it was the other way around. I'm not sure. I had a strange thought that someone fell into the sea. It seemed like a dream. Then I woke up and listened, but everything was quiet.
Do you know what time that was?
No, I'm sorry, I don't. But I think it was soon after I went to sleep. Maybe within the first hour.
That is not very clear, madam.
No, I know. There's no point guessing when I really don't know.
And that is all you can tell us?
I'm afraid so.
Had you met Madame Doyle before?
No. Tim had met her. I had heard a lot about her from our cousin Joanna Southwood, but I didn't speak to her until we met at Aswan.
I have one more question, madam, if you don't mind.
Mrs. Allerton smiled a little and said, I don't mind at all.
Did you or your family lose money because of Madame Doyle's father, Mr. Melwish Ridgway?
Mrs. Allerton looked surprised. Oh no. Our family never lost money except that our savings give less interest now. Our poverty has never been dramatic. My husband left only a little, but I still have it. It just doesn't earn as much as before.
Thank you, madam. Please ask your son to come in.
When her son came, Tim said cheerfully, all done. My turn now. What did they ask you?
Only if I heard anything last night, said Mrs. Allerton.
16. Poirot listened carefully but said he did not hear anything at all. He wondered why, since Lynette's room was so close to his own. He thought he should have heard the sound of the shot. He told Tim to go as the others were waiting for him. Poirot asked Tim the same questions again.
Tim said that he went to bed early, around 10:30. He read for a little while and turned off the light just after 11.
Poirot asked if he heard anything after that.
Tim said he heard a man say good night near his cabin.
Ray said that was him saying good night to Mrs. Doyle.
Tim nodded and said he went to sleep after that. Later he woke up and heard some noise and people calling Fanthorpe.
Poirot said that was Miss Robson running out from the lounge.
Tim agreed it was probably that. Then he heard many voices, someone running on the deck, and a splash in the water. After that, he heard Dr. Bessner shouting things like, be careful now, and not too fast.
Poirot asked if Tim was sure it was a splash.
Tim said it might have been something like that.
Poirot asked if he might have heard a shot instead.
Tim said it could have been the sound of a cork popping. He said maybe he imagined the splash because he thought of a drink being poured. He thought there was a party going on and wished everyone would go to bed.
Poirot asked if there was anything else.
Tim shrugged and said no, he heard nothing more.
Poirot thanked him, and Tim left the room. Race looked at a map of the top deck of the ship, the Karnak. He spoke slowly and thought aloud.
Fanthorpe, young Allerton, Mrs. Allerton. Then an empty cabin, Simon Doyle's. Now, who is beside Mrs. Doyle's room? The old American lady. If anyone heard something, it would be her.
Miss Van Skyler entered the room. She looked older than usual and her skin had a yellow tone. Her small dark eyes showed that she was not pleased. Race stood up and bowed politely.
We are sorry to disturb you, Miss Van Skyler. It is very kind of you to come. Please sit down.
I do not like being part of this situation. I am very unhappy about it. I do not want my name to be connected with this unpleasant matter.
Race nodded quickly.
Of course. I only told Monsieur Poirot that we should take your statement soon, so you will not be bothered again.
Miss Van Skyler looked at Poirot with a softer expression.
I am glad you both understand how I feel. I am not used to this kind of thing.
Poirot spoke in a calm voice. Yes, mademoiselle. We want to make this easy for you. May I ask, when did you go to bed last night?
I usually go at 10 o'clock. But last night I went later because Cornelia Robson kept me waiting.
Very good, mademoiselle. What did you hear after you went to bed?
I sleep very lightly.
Excellent. That is very fortunate for us. I was woken by Mrs. Doyle's maid, that young woman who speaks loudly. She said Bourne knew it, madam, in a voice that was much too loud. Then I went back to sleep. Later, I woke up and thought someone was inside my room. But it was only someone moving next door.
In Madame Doyle's room?
Yes. Then I heard steps outside on the deck and after that, a splash in the water.
Do you know what time it was?
I know it exactly. It was 10 minutes past 1.
You are sure of that?
Yes. I looked at the small clock beside my bed.
You did not hear a gunshot?
No, nothing like that.
But maybe it was a shot that woke you up. Miss Van Skyler thought for a moment.
It could be, she said slowly.
And you have no idea what made that splash?
I do, she said.
Colonel Race looked up quickly.
You know?
Yes. I did not like hearing noises outside. I got up and opened my cabin door. Miss Audubon was standing by the side of the boat. She had just dropped something into the water.
Miss Otterbourne? Race asked in surprise.
Yes.
You are sure it was her?
I saw her face clearly. Did she see you? I do not think so.
What did her face look like? Poirot asked softly.
She looked very upset and emotional.
Race and Poirot looked at each other quickly. And then? Race asked.
Miss Audubon walked away to the back of the boat, and I went back to bed.
Just then there was a knock at the door. The manager came in with a wet bundle in his hands. We found it, Colonel. Race took the bundle and opened the wet velvet. Inside was a rough handkerchief with a pink stain, and a small pistol with a pearl handle. Race gave Poirot a proud look. You see, he said, my idea was correct. It was thrown into the water. He showed the pistol on his hand. What do you think, Monsieur Poirot? Is it the same pistol you saw at the hotel that night? Poirot looked at it carefully. Yes, he said quietly. It has the same decoration and the initials J.B. It looks fancy and made for a woman, but it can still kill. A 22, said Race. He took out the clip. 2 bullets were fired. Yes, it seems very clear now. Miss Van Skyler coughed loudly. And what about my stolen scarf? she asked. 17. Race held up the wet piece of cloth. He said, "Is this yours, Miss Van Schuyler?"
The old lady looked angry. She said, "Yes, that is my velvet stole. I lost it last night and asked everyone if they had seen it."
Poirot looked at Race, and Race gave a small nod. Poirot asked, "Where did you have it last, Miss Van Schuyler?"
She answered, "I had it in the saloon yesterday evening. When I went to my room, I couldn't find it anywhere."
Race said, "Do you see what it was used for?" He showed the burnt marks and little holes in the cloth. He said, "The killer used it to cover the pistol and make the shot quieter."
Miss Van Schuyler looked upset. Her face turned red. She said sharply, "That's nonsense."
Race continued, "Please tell me if you knew Mrs. Doyle before this trip."
Miss Van Schuyler replied, "No, I didn't know her." Race asked, "But you knew who she was?" "Yes, I knew her name," she said. "But your families were not close?" She said proudly, "My family has always kept to itself. My mother would never visit the Harts family. They only had money, nothing else."
Race nodded. "Is that all, Miss Van Schuyler?"
"Yes, that is all. I never saw Linnet Ridgway until I came on this boat." She stood up.
Poirot opened the door, and she walked out quickly. Race and Poirot looked at each other. Race said, "That's her story. She will not change it. Maybe it's true. But I was surprised about Rosalie Otterbourne." Poirot shook his head slowly. Then he hit the table with his hand. He said, "It doesn't make sense." Race looked at him. "What do you mean?" he asked. Poirot said, "It was clear at first. Someone wanted to kill Linnet Doyle. Someone heard what happened in the saloon last night. Someone went there and took Jacqueline de Belfort's pistol. Then that person killed Linnet Doyle and wrote the letter J on the wall. Everything looks clear, doesn't it? It all points to Jacqueline as the killer. But then what does the murderer do? He or she throws away the pistol, the most important proof, into the water. Why would they do that?" Ray said, "It is strange." Poirot nodded. "It is more than strange. It cannot be right." Ray said, "But it happened." Poirot shook his head again. "I mean, the way it happened is wrong. Something does not fit." Colonel Race looked at Poirot with interest. He trusted the clever mind of Hercule Poirot. But this time, he did not understand what Poirot was thinking. He stayed quiet. He did not ask questions. He went on with his work in a calm, direct way. What should we do next? Should we talk to Miss Otterbourne?
Yes, that could help us.
Rosalie Otterbourne came in without a smile. She looked annoyed but not scared.
"Well," she asked, "what do you want?"
Ray spoke for the group.
"We are asking questions about Mrs. Doyle's death," he said.
Rosalie nodded.
"Can you tell me what you did last night?" Race asked.
Rosalie thought for a moment.
"My mother and I went to bed early, before 11, she said. We didn't hear much, only some noise near Dr. Bessner's room. I heard the old man shouting in German. I didn't know what was happening until this morning."
You didn't hear a gunshot?
"No,
Did you leave your cabin last night?
no."
You are sure about that?
Rosalie looked at him sharply.
"What do you mean?" "Of course I'm sure."
You didn't go to the other side of the boat and throw something into the water?
Her face turned red.
"Is it against the rules to throw things into the water?"
No, it isn't. So you did?
"No, I didn't." I told you, I never left my cabin.
What if somebody says they saw you?
Who says that? She asked quickly.
Miss Van Schuyler.
Miss Van Schuyler. Rosalie sounded surprised.
Yes. Miss Van Schuyler says she looked out from her room and saw you throw something overboard.
Rosalie said clearly, that's not true. Then she paused and asked, what time was that?
Poirot answered, 10 minutes past 1.
Rosalie nodded slowly. Did she see anything else? She asked.
Poirot looked at her and touched his chin. No, she did not see more, he said. But she heard something.
What did she hear?
She heard someone walking around in Mrs. Doyle's cabin.
I see, said Rosalie quietly. Her face became very pale.
So you still say you threw nothing overboard? Poirot asked.
What reason would I have to do that? Rosalie replied. Why would anyone throw things away in the middle of the night?
There could be a reason, Poirot said calmly. Even an innocent reason.
Innocent? Rosalie repeated quickly.
Yes, said Poirot. But the thing thrown away last night was not innocent. Race opened a small bundle of dirty velvet and showed it to her. Rosalie stepped back.
Was that what killed her? She asked.
Yes, said Poirot.
And you think I did it, she said. That's nonsense. Why would I want to harm Lynette Doyle? I don't even know her. She laughed bitterly and stood up. The whole thing is too silly. Remember, Miss Otterbourne, said Race, Miss Van Schuyler says she saw your face clearly in the moonlight. Rosalie laughed. That old woman. She can't see very well anyway. She didn't see me. She stopped. Can I leave now?
Race nodded, and Rosalie Otterbourne went out of the room. Race and Poirot looked at each other. Race lit a cigarette. Well, that's finished. They told different stories. Who should we believe?
Poirot shook his head. I think both of them were hiding something, he said.
Race sighed. That's the hard part of our job. People often don't tell the truth for very small reasons. What do we do next? Ask more questions?
Yes, said Poirot. It is best to work step by step and stay organized.
Race nodded.
Mrs. Otterbourne came in next. She wore a soft, colorful dress. She said the same as Rosalie. They both went to bed before 11. She said she didn't hear anything special that night. She couldn't say if Rosalie left the cabin. Then she began to talk about the murder. A crime of passion, she cried. A strong, deep feeling, to kill. It comes from love and anger together. That girl, Jacqueline, is part Latin, she is fiery, she followed her feelings, she went out with a gun.
Poirot said calmly, Jacqueline de Belfort did not shoot Madame Doyle. We are sure of that.
Mrs. Otterbourne looked surprised. Then her husband, she said quickly. A crime of love and blood. There are many examples.
Colonel Race said Mr. Doyle was shot in the leg. His bone was broken. He could not move. He stayed all night with Dr. Bessner.
Mrs. Otterbourne frowned and said nothing more. Otterbourne felt even more upset. She tried hard to think. Of course, she said. How silly of me. Miss Bowers. Miss Bowers? Yes, it is obvious, she said. It all makes sense. She hides her feelings. A woman who never had love and becomes angry when she sees two people who love each other so much. It must be her. She seems like that kind of person, serious, not very attractive, and always correct. In my book, The Barren Vine.
Colonel Race stopped her gently. "Thank you, Mrs. Otterbourne," he said. "You have helped us a lot, but we must keep working now." He guided her politely to the door and closed it. Then he wiped his forehead. "What a difficult woman," he said. "Why didn't someone murder her?"
"It might still happen," said Poirot quietly. "That would make some sense. Let's see. Who is left? Pennington, we'll talk to him last. Ricchetti, then Ferguson." Signor Ricchetti spoke very quickly and looked nervous. "What a terrible thing," he said. "How could anyone hurt a woman so young and beautiful? It is an awful crime." He moved his hands in the air to show his feelings. He answered their questions quickly. He told them he went to bed very early, right after dinner. He read for a while, a small research paper about old pottery in Asia Minor. Then he turned off the light before 11. He had not heard a gunshot or any loud sound. He only heard one thing later in the night, a big splash near his window. "Your room is on the lower deck on the right side of the ship, yes?" asked Poirot. "Yes, that's correct," said Ricchetti. "I heard the big splash there." He lifted his arms again to show how big it had sounded. "Can you guess what time it was?" asked Poirot. Ricchetti thought for a moment. 1, 2, 3 hours after I went to sleep," he said. "Maybe 2 hours." "About 10 minutes past 1, asked Poirot. "Yes, it could be," said Ricchetti. "Ah, how cruel, how sad, such a nice woman." Ricchetti left the room, still moving his hands while talking. Race looked at Poirot. Poirot lifted his eyebrows, then gave a small shrug. They went to speak with Mr. Ferguson. Mr. Ferguson was not polite. He sat in a lazy way on his chair.
"What a big fuss about this," he said with a smile that was not friendly. "Why does it matter? There are many women in the world."
Race spoke in a cold voice. "Please tell us what you did last night, Mr. Ferguson."
"I don't see why you want to know," said Ferguson, "but I don't care. I walked around for some time. I went to land with Miss Robson. When she went back to the boat, I walked alone for a while. Then I came back and went to bed about midnight."
"Your cabin is on the lower deck, right side?" asked Race.
"Yes," said Ferguson. "I am with the important people."
"Did you hear a shot?" asked Race. "It might have sounded like someone opening a bottle."
Ferguson thought for a moment.
"Yes, I think I heard something like that. I can't remember exactly when, before I went to sleep maybe. But there were many people still awake then. I heard running and noise on the deck above."
"That was probably the shot fired by Mr. Belfort," said Race. "You didn't hear another, did you?"
Ferguson shook his head.
"Did you hear a splash?"
"A splash? Yes, I think I did. But there was so much noise that I can't be sure."
"Did you leave your cabin during the night?"
Ferguson smiled in a rude way.
"No, I stayed inside. I didn't take part in anything."
"Come now, Mr. Ferguson," said Poirot. "Don't act like a child."
Ferguson looked angry. "Why can't I say what I think? I believe in strong action."
"But you don't do what you say you believe," said Poirot softly. "I wonder." He leaned forward. "Was it Fleetwood who told you that Linnet Doyle was one of the richest women in England?"
"What's Fleetwood got to do with this?"
"Fleetwood," said Poirot, "had a good reason to hate Linnet Doyle. He was angry with her." Mr. Ferguson jumped up quickly from his chair. "So that's your dirty plan," he said angrily. "You want to blame poor Fleetwood, who has no money and can't fight back." But I tell you this, if you try to blame Fleetwood, you will have trouble with me. And who are you? Asked Poirot with a calm smile.
Mr. Ferguson's face turned red. I can stand up for my friends, he said roughly.
Well, Mr. Ferguson, that's all for now, said Race.
When Ferguson had left, Race looked at Poirot and said quietly,
He's actually a rather likable young man.
Do you think he is our suspect? Asked Poirot. 18. Andrew Pennington looked very sad and shocked. He was dressed neatly as usual. He wore a black tie. His long face looked confused.
Gentlemen, he said quietly, this whole thing has upset me so much. Little Lynette, I remember her as the sweetest little girl. Her uncle Melhuish Ridgway was always so proud of her. Well, that is all in the past. Please tell me what I can do to help.
Race asked, Did you hear anything last night, Mr. Pennington?
No, sir, I didn't, he replied. My cabin is next to Dr. Bessner's, number 41. Around midnight I heard some noise from that cabin, but I didn't know what it was.
You heard nothing else? No gunshots? Race asked.
Pennington shook his head. Nothing at all, he said. And when did you go to bed? After 11 o'clock, I think, Pennington answered. He leaned forward and lowered his voice. I suppose you've heard the talk going around the boat. That French girl, Jacqueline de Belfort, there was something strange there. Lynette didn't tell me anything, but I could see something was going on. There had been some history between her and Simon, right? If we look for the woman behind the trouble, we won't have to look far.
You mean you think Jacqueline shot Mrs. Doyle? Poirot asked.
That is how it seems to me, Pennington said. Of course, I don't know for sure.
Unfortunately, said Poirot, we do know something. Pennington looked surprised. We know that Jacqueline de Belfort could not have shot Mrs. Doyle. Poirot explained what had happened. Pennington did not want to believe it.
I know it sounds right, but that nurse, she probably slept a little. The girl could have just gone out and come back, he said.
Not very likely, said Poirot. The nurse gave her strong medicine and only sleeps lightly. She would wake up quickly if her patient moved.
It still sounds strange to me, Pennington said.
Race spoke calmly. Mr. Pennington, we have checked everything carefully. Jacqueline did not shoot Mrs. Doyle. So we must look for another person. That is why we want your help. Me, said Pennington, looking nervous. Yes, Race said. You were a close friend of the dead woman. You knew her much better than her husband, since he met her only a short time ago. You may know if anyone disliked her or wanted to harm her.
Pennington licked his dry lips. I really don't know, he said. She grew up in England. I don't know much about the people around her.
Poirot said quietly, still, someone on this boat wanted her gone. She almost had an accident before, when that large stone fell near her. Were you there then?
No, I was inside the temple. I heard about it later. It was close, but maybe just an accident?
Poirot lifted his shoulders. Perhaps. But now, one is not so sure.
Yes, of course, Pennington said. He wiped his face with a silk handkerchief.
Race asked, Mr. Doyle told us that someone on board had bad feelings, not against Lynette herself but against her family. Do you know who that could be?
Pennington looked honestly surprised. No, I have no idea, he said. She never told me anything about that.
Race looked at him. You were close to her father. Can you remember any business troubles that made someone angry?
Pennington shook his head. No, nothing special. Business problems happened often, but I don't remember anyone making threats.
So, Mr. Pennington, Race said at last, you cannot help us.
Pennington looked down and said, I'm afraid not.
It seems so. I deplore my inadequacy, gentlemen. Race looked at Poirot. Then he said, I am sorry too. We had hoped for better. He stood up to show that the meeting was finished. Andrew Pennington spoke.
As Doyle is not well, I think he would like me to take care of things. Please tell me, Colonel, what are the travel plans?
When we leave, we will go straight to Shellal. We will arrive there tomorrow morning. And what about the body? It will be moved to one of the cold rooms.
Andrew Pennington bowed his head. Then he walked out of the room.
Poirot and Race looked at each other again.
Mr. Pennington did not seem calm, said Race as he lit a cigarette.
Poirot agreed. He was nervous, he said. He even told a silly lie. He said he was inside the temple of Abu Simbel when the stone fell, but that was not true. I know because I had just come from the temple myself.
A foolish lie, said Race. But it tells us something important.
Poirot nodded again. For now, he said with a small smile, we treat him gently, yes?
That is our plan, said Race.
My friend, you and I understand each other very well, said Poirot. They heard a low rumbling sound under their feet. The boat, the Karnak, had started to move toward Shellal.
The pearls, said Race. That is the next thing we must find out. You have a plan? Yes. He looked at his watch. Lunch will start in 30 minutes. After the meal, I want to tell everyone that the pearls are missing. I will ask them to stay in the dining room while we look for them.
Poirot nodded with approval. That is a smart idea. The person who took the pearls still has them. If we say nothing now, they will not have time to throw them away in fear.
Race pulled some sheets of paper closer to him. I want to write a short list of the facts, he said in a quiet voice. It helps me think clearly.
You are right, said Poirot. Having a clear plan is very important.
Race wrote for several minutes with small, tidy letters. When he finished, he pushed the paper towards Poirot. Do you see anything wrong with it? He asked.
Poirot picked up the papers. The first line said, Murder of Mrs. Lynette Doyle. Mrs. Doyle was last seen alive by her maid, Louise Boget. That was around 11:30. From 11:30 to 12:20, several people have good reasons to show where they were. These are Cornelia Robson, James Fanthorpe, Simon Doyle, and Jacqueline de Belfort. No one else has an alibi. The murder probably happened after that time. It looks almost sure that the pistol used was Jacqueline's. Her gun was in her handbag then. We cannot be 100% sure until experts check the bullet, but the chance is very high. Poirot read about the possible events. The killer might have seen the fight between Jacqueline and Simon. He or she noticed that Jacqueline's pistol went under the seat. When the room was empty, the killer took it. They wanted people to think Jacqueline had done the crime. Some people could not have done it. Cornelia Robson had no time to take the gun before James Fanthorpe looked for it. Miss Bowers and Dr. Bessner are also clear for the same reason. James Fanthorpe is not completely safe from doubt because he could have hidden the gun while saying he could not find it. Anybody else might have taken the pistol in those 10 minutes. Next, Poirot read about possible reasons for the murder. Andrew Pennington might have done it if he had cheated in his business. There is some proof but not enough to accuse him. If he was the one who made the rock fall earlier, then he is a man who uses chances quickly. It seems the crime was not planned carefully. The fight last night gave a good chance to act. But there is a question, if Pennington was guilty, why did he throw the pistol into the water? It could help to blame Jacqueline. Fleetwood may have wanted revenge. He felt hurt by Mrs. Doyle. He might have heard the quarrel and seen where the pistol was. He could have used it just because it was easy to get, not to make Jacqueline look guilty. That idea could explain why he threw it away later. But if he killed her, why did he write a jade with blood on the wall? The cheap handkerchief found near the gun could belong to a man like Fleetwood rather than a rich passenger. Poirot read about Rosalie Otterbourne. The question was if Miss Van Skyler spoke the truth or if Rosalie did. Something was thrown into the river, probably the pistol wrapped in the velvet scarf. Did Rosalie have a reason to kill? She may have disliked Lynette Doyle or felt jealous. But that seems too small a reason for murder. There is no proof that Rosalie and Lynette knew each other before. Then Poirot read about Miss Van Skyler. The velvet scarf belonged to her. She said she last saw it in the observation room. She noticed it was gone that evening, and people tried to find it but could not. How did the killer get it? Did the killer take it earlier in the evening? If yes, why did they do that? No one could guess that there would be a fight between Jacqueline and Simon. Maybe the killer found the scarf when taking the gun later. But if that happened, why was it not found during the search? Maybe the scarf never left Miss Van Skyler at all. Could she be the killer? If she lied about Rosalie, what was her reason? Poirot continued through the report. Maybe someone killed for money or jewels. Mrs. Doyle's pearls were gone, and she was wearing them last night. Or someone might have hated her family. That could be possible, but there is no proof. There is also a dangerous person on the boat. We have a killer and a death, maybe they are connected. But we must show that Mrs. Doyle knew something bad about that person. The paper ended with 2 lists. One list had people who might have a reason or evidence against them. The other list had people who seemed free from doubt. Group I, Andrew Pennington. Group 2, Mrs. Allerton. Group I, Fleetwood. Group 2, Tim Allerton. Group I, Rosalie Otterbourne. Group 2, Cornelia Robson. Group I, Miss Van Skyler. Group 2, Miss Bowers. Group I, Louise Boget. Group 2, Dr. Bessner. Group I, Ferguson. Group 2, Signor Richetti. Group 2, Mrs. Otterbourne. Group 2, James Fanthorpe. Poirot put the paper back on the table. He said, "It is very good and very correct."
The other man asked, "You agree with it?"
Poirot answered, "Yes." Then he said, "And now, what will you add to it?" Poirot stood very straight and looked serious. I asked myself one question. Why was the gun thrown into the water?
Only that?
Yes, for now. I need a good answer for that question before anything makes sense. That is where we must begin. You did not try to answer that point in your summary. Race moved his shoulders in a small shrug.
Someone panicked, he said.
Poirot looked confused. He took the wet velvet wrap and put it on the table. It was soft and heavy with water. He touched the burned marks and small holes gently with his fingers. Then he looked up and asked, "My friend, you know more about guns than I do. If someone wrapped a gun in this cloth and then fired, would it make the sound quieter?"
No, not really. It is not the same as using a silencer.
A man who knows guns well would understand that. But a woman might not. Race looked at him with interest.
Most likely not, he said.
She might have seen things like that in detective stories, where the details are not always correct.
This little one doesn't make much noise anyway, he said. It just makes a quick pop. If other sounds were around, you might not even hear it.
Yes, I have thought about that, said Poirot. He picked up the handkerchief and looked at it carefully. It is a man's handkerchief, but not from a gentleman, he said. Something cheap, I think. 19. Race looked at the handkerchief on the table. He said it was cheap, maybe only worth threepence. He thought it looked like something a man such as Fleetwood might have. Poirot said that Andrew Pennington had a very good silk handkerchief. Race asked if Ferguson could be the owner. Poirot said maybe, but Ferguson would probably use a bright bandana instead. Race guessed that someone used the handkerchief to hold the pistol without leaving fingerprints.
He smiled and said jokingly, the clue of the pink handkerchief.
Poirot agreed that the color was quite pretty and soft. He put the handkerchief down again and looked at the stole. He studied the marks from the gunpowder. He spoke quietly and said that something still felt strange. Poirot looked thoughtful. He said softly that it was strange to think about poor Madame Doyle lying so still with a small wound on her head. He asked Race if he remembered her face.
Race looked at Poirot and said that he felt Poirot was trying to tell him something, but he did not understand what it was.
Then there was a knock on the door.
Race said, "Come in."
A steward walked into the room.
He spoke to Poirot and said, "Excuse me, sir, but Mr. Doyle wants to see you."
Poirot stood up and said, "I will come." Poirot stood up. He walked out of the room and went up the stairs to the deck. He went along the deck to Dr. Bessner's cabin. Simon was lying there with pillows behind him. His face looked hot and red. He seemed shy and uncomfortable.
"Thank you for coming, Monsieur Poirot," Simon said. "There is something I want to ask you."
"Yes?" Poirot replied.
Simon's face turned even redder. "It's about Jackie," he said. "I want to see her. Do you think she would come here if you asked her? I keep thinking about her. She is so young, really still a girl. I was not kind to her." He stopped talking, looking upset.
Poirot watched him quietly. "You want to see Miss Jacqueline?" he asked. "I will bring her."
"Thank you," said Simon. "That is very kind of you."
Poirot went to look for Jacqueline de Belfort. He found her sitting alone in a corner of the lounge. She had a book on her knees, but she was not reading. Poirot spoke softly.
"Will you come with me, mademoiselle?" he asked. "Monsieur Doyle wants to see you." Jacqueline jumped up quickly. Her face turned red, then very pale. She looked confused. "Simon? He wants to see me," she said.
Poirot nodded. "Will you come?"
She followed him quietly, like a small and puzzled child. "Yes, I will come," she said.
They entered the cabin. Poirot said, "Here is mademoiselle." She stepped inside. She stopped and stood still. Her eyes looked only at Simon. She did not speak.
"Hello, Jackie," Simon said. He also looked nervous. "It's good of you to come. I wanted to say.
Jacqueline suddenly spoke very fast. Her voice sounded frightened. "Simon," she said, "I didn't kill Lynette."
"You know I didn't do that."
I was angry last night. Can you forgive me?"
He spoke more easily now. "Of course. It's all right. Really all right. I wanted to tell you that. I thought you might be worried.
"Worried? Oh, Simon."
That's why I came to see you. Everything is fine, you see. You were just upset last night. You had a bit too much to drink. That happens sometimes."
"Oh, Simon. I could have hurt you."
"No, not you. Not with that small little gun. And your leg." Perhaps you'll never walk again.
Now, listen, Jackie. Don't be so sad. When we reach Aswan, the doctors will use the X-ray and take out that small bullet. Everything will be fine again. Jacqueline swallowed hard. Then she ran forward and knelt beside Simon's bed. She put her face down and started to cry.
Simon touched her head gently, not knowing what to do. He looked at Poirot.
Poirot sighed and quietly left the cabin. As he walked away, he heard Jacqueline's broken voice.
How could I do something so bad? Oh, Simon, I'm terribly sorry.
Outside, Cornelia Robson was leaning on the rail. She turned and saw Poirot.
Oh, it's you, Monsieur Poirot. Feels so strange that today is so beautiful, she said.
Poirot looked up at the bright sky. When the sun shines, we cannot see the moon, he said softly. But when the sun is gone, yes, when it is gone.
Cornelia looked confused. I'm sorry, I don't understand, she said.
Poirot smiled. I mean, when the sun goes down, we will see the moon. Isn't that true?
Well, yes, of course, she replied slowly. She looked at him with doubt.
Poirot laughed quietly. I say foolish things sometimes, he said. Don't pay attention. He walked slowly toward the back of the boat. When he passed the next cabin, he stopped for a moment. He heard voices coming from inside. Someone was speaking angrily. So ungrateful, after all I've done for you, no thought for your poor mother, no idea how I suffer. Poirot pressed his lips tightly together. He knocked on the door. Is Mademoiselle Rosalie there? He asked.
Rosalie came to the doorway. Poirot was surprised when he saw her. Her eyes had dark shadows and her face looked tired and pale. What is it? She asked in a sharp voice. What do you want?
I would like to talk to you for a few minutes, Mademoiselle, said Poirot. Will you come with me? Her mouth looked unhappy. She watched him with suspicion.
Why should I? She asked.
I beg you, Mademoiselle, said Poirot.
Oh, all right, she said and went out to the deck, closing the door behind her. Well, she asked.
Poirot gently took her arm and walked with her along the deck toward the back of the boat. They passed the bathrooms and turned a corner. Now they were alone at the end of the deck. The Nile moved slowly behind them. Poirot leaned his elbows on the rail. Rosalie stood straight and stiff.
Well, she asked again in a cold voice.
Poirot spoke slowly. I could ask you some questions, he said, but I think you would not answer them.
Then why did you bring me here? She said.
Poirot touched the wooden rail with his finger. You always try to handle your troubles alone, he said. But if you carry them too long, it becomes too hard. For you, it is becoming too hard.
I don't know what you mean, said Rosalie.
I am talking about real things, said Poirot. To say it simply, your mother drinks, Mademoiselle. Rosalie said nothing. Her mouth opened, then she closed it again. She did not know what to say. You do not need to speak, said Poirot. I will speak. At Aswan I watched how you and your mother behaved. Even when you spoke sharply to her, I saw you wanted to protect her. Soon I understood the reason. I knew before I met her one morning when she had clearly been drinking. It was secret drinking, the hardest kind to manage. You were trying very hard to help her. Nevertheless, she was very clever about her secret drinking. She found a way to get some alcohol and keep it hidden from you. You only found where she hid it yesterday. So last night, when your mother was deeply asleep, you took the bottles. You walked to the other side of the boat, because your side was next to the bank. Then you threw them into the Nile. He stopped speaking. I am right, yes? He asked.
Yes, you are right, said Rosalie quickly. Her voice was full of strong feeling. I was stupid not to tell you, I guess. I just didn't want everyone to know. People would talk about it on the boat. And it seemed so foolish, I mean that I.
Poirot helped her finish. So foolish that people might think you killed someone.
Rosalie nodded. Then she spoke again fast. I tried so hard to keep it secret. It isn't really her fault. She felt hopeless. Her books did not sell anymore. People didn't want that cheap love story style. It made her very sad. So she started to drink. For a long time, I didn't understand why she was so strange. Then I found out and tried to stop her. Sometimes she was fine for a while. Then suddenly she started drinking again, and there were terrible fights with others. It was awful. She shook a little. I always had to watch her, to take her away before trouble started. And then, she began to dislike me for it. She's turned right against me. I think she almost hates me sometimes.
Pauvre petite, said Poirot.
She looked at him with anger. Don't feel sorry for me. Don't be kind. It is easier when you are not. She took a deep breath and sighed. I'm so tired. So very tired.
I know, said Poirot.
People think I am unpleasant. They say I act proud and angry. I try not to, but I don't know how to be nice anymore.
That is what I told you. You have carried your troubles alone for too long.
Rosalie spoke softly. It feels better to talk about it. You have always been kind to me, Monsieur Poirot. I am sorry, I have been rude before.
Good manners are not needed between friends, he replied.
Her face changed suddenly. Are you going to tell everyone? You must, because of the bottles I threw into the water.
No, said Poirot. There is no need for that. Just tell me what I want to know. At what time was this? 10 minutes past 1?
About that, I think. I don't remember exactly.
Now tell me, mademoiselle. Mademoiselle Van Schuyler saw you. Did you see her?
Rosalie shook her head. No, I didn't.
She says that she looked out of the door of her cabin.
I don't think I would have seen her. I just looked along the deck and then at the river.
Poirot nodded. And did you see anyone at all when you looked down the deck?
Rosalie waited a moment. She looked serious and deep in thought. Then she shook her head clearly. No, she said. I saw nobody.
Hercule Poirot slowly nodded. His eyes looked serious. People came quietly into the dining room. They came one by one or in pairs. Everyone looked sad and worried. No one wanted to eat with excitement. They all felt it was wrong to seem careless. Each person came and sat down softly. They looked sorry.
Tim Allerton came a few minutes after his mother. He looked angry and upset. I wish we never came on this stupid trip, he said.
Mrs. Allerton shook her head sadly. Oh, my dear, I feel the same. That lovely girl. It all feels so sad. I can't believe someone could hurt her like that. It seems terrible that anyone could do it. And that other poor girl too.
Jacqueline?
Yes, my heart hurts for her.
She looks very unhappy. Tim frowned. Mrs. Allerton looked surprised.
Tell her not to play with toy guns, said Tim coldly while he took some butter. I think she did not learn good manners when she was young. Oh please, Mother, don't act like you feel sorry for her. Yes, I am. Who wouldn't be? You are looking at it like a story about love. But you don't understand that being part of a murder case is not funny. No, there is no but surely. Everyone on this ship is suspected. You and I too. There is nothing silly in murder. You may sit there looking nice and good, but the police will not think that way. Why should it? That man? He will not find anything. He only talks and shows his mustache. There is the problem of the missing pearls too. Yes? It looks like someone stole them.
You are in a very bad mood, Tim. I don't understand why you are angry. It's just very sad. But surely. Mrs. Allerton said softly, I know, maybe by rule we are, but in truth it's silly. Maybe the truth will come out before we reach the next town. Monsieur Poirot might discover it. Well, Tim, said Mrs. Allerton, maybe you are right. But we must live through it. Let's accept it and try to stay cheerful. Lynette's pearls. Maybe that was why she was killed, said Mrs. Allerton. Who told you the pearls were gone? Ferguson. He heard it from his friend in the engine room, who heard it from the maid. They were beautiful pearls, said Mrs. Allerton.
Poirot sat down at the table and smiled at Mrs. Allerton. I am a bit late, he said.
You must have been busy, said Mrs. Allerton.
Yes, I had much to do, said Poirot. He asked the waiter to bring a new bottle of wine.
We all have different tastes, said Mrs. Allerton. You always drink wine. Tim likes whiskey with soda. I try many kinds of mineral water.
Ah, said Poirot. He looked at her quietly for a short time. Then he spoke to himself, that's an interesting thought. He moved his shoulders as if to forget the idea. After that, he talked easily about other things.
Is Mr. Doyle badly hurt? Asked Mrs. Allerton.
Yes, it is quite serious, said Poirot. Dr. Bessner wants to get to Aswan soon so Mr. Doyle's leg can be checked by X-ray and the bullet taken out. But he hopes Mr. Doyle will walk normally again later.
Poor Simon, said Mrs. Allerton. Yesterday he looked so happy. He had everything he wanted. Now his dear wife is gone, and he is sick and weak. I just hope.
What do you hope, madam? Asked Poirot.
I hope he is not too angry with that poor girl. You mean Miss Jacqueline?
No, he feels worried about her instead, said Poirot. He looked at Tim. It is a strange thing in people's minds. When Miss Jacqueline followed them everywhere, he was very angry. But now she has shot him and hurt him badly, maybe for life, his anger has gone away. Can you understand that?
Yes, said Tim after thinking. First, he was angry because she made him look foolish.
Poirot nodded. That is true. It hurt his pride as a man.
But now, said Tim, everyone feels sorry for him, and she is the one who looks foolish.
Yes, said Mrs. Allerton softly. So he can forgive her more easily.
Allerton.
What childish things men say.
That is not true, said Tim quietly.
Poirot smiled. He asked Tim, tell me, Miss Joanna Southwood, Madame Doyle's cousin, did she look like Madame Doyle?
You are little mistaken, Monsieur Poirot, said Tim. She was our cousin and Lynette's friend.
Ah, I see, said Poirot. She is a young lady who is often in the newspapers. I have been interested in her for some time.
Why? Asked Tim quickly.
Poirot started to stand up when Jacqueline de Belfort entered the room and passed their table. Her face was red, her eyes were bright, and she seemed a little out of breath. Poirot sat down again and did not answer Tim's question. Then he said softly, "I wonder if all young ladies with expensive jewels are careless like Madame Doyle."
So it is true that her jewels were stolen? Asked Mrs. Allerton.
"Who told you that, madam?" asked Poirot.
Ferguson said so, Tim replied.
Poirot nodded seriously. "It is true." Mrs. Allerton looked worried. "I suppose this will cause a lot of trouble for everyone." "Tim thinks so."
Tim frowned.
Poirot looked at him. "Ah, have you seen a robbery before, perhaps? Have you ever been in a house where things were stolen?"
"Never," said Tim.
"Oh yes, dear, you were at the Portlingtons' house when that lady's diamonds disappeared," said his mother.
"You are wrong again, mother," said Tim. "I was there when people found out that the diamonds around her neck were not real. Someone had changed them a long time before. Many people thought she had done it herself."
"Joanna probably said that," said Mrs. Allerton.
"Joanna wasn't there," said Tim.
"But she knew them well." "It sounds like something she would say," replied his mother.
"You always talk badly about Joanna, mother," said Tim.
Poirot quickly changed the subject. He said he wanted to buy some fine purple and gold cloth from an Indian shop in Aswan. He would have to pay the import tax, but he hoped it would not be too expensive. "They told me they can send it fast," said Poirot. "The charges will not be high. Do you think it will arrive safely?"
Mrs. Allerton said she had heard that many people sent packages from those shops directly to England and that everything arrived safely.
"Good," said Poirot. "I will do that. But it is often difficult when one is abroad and receives a parcel from England. Have you received any packages while traveling?"
"I don't think so, have we, Tim?" said his mother. "You sometimes get books, but they never cause problems."
"Ah, yes, books are different," said Poirot. Then dessert was brought to the table. Now, without any warning, Colonel Race stood up and started to speak. He talked about the crime and said that the pearls had been stolen. He told everyone that the boat would be searched soon. He asked all the passengers to stay in the saloon until the search was finished. Then, if the passengers agreed, they would let themselves be searched too. Poirot quickly walked over to Colonel Race. People around them began to talk in low voices. Some seemed unsure, some were angry, and some were excited. Poirot whispered something to Race just as he was about to leave the dining saloon. Race listened, nodded, and called a steward. He said a few short words to the man. Then he and Poirot went out onto the deck and closed the door behind them. They stood by the rail for a short time. Race lit a cigarette.
He said, "That was a good idea of yours. We'll soon see if it works. I'll give them 3 minutes."
After a little while, the door of the dining saloon opened. The steward came out and saluted Race.
He said, "You were right, sir. A lady says she must speak to you immediately."
Race looked pleased.
He asked, "Who is it?"
The steward said, "Miss Bowers, sir, the nurse."
Race looked a little surprised.
He said, "Bring her to the smoking room. Don't let anyone else leave."
The steward answered, "Yes, sir. Another steward will watch the door." Then he went back inside the dining room.
Poirot and Race went into the smoking room.
Race said softly, "Bowers, hum."
Soon after, the steward came in again with Miss Bowers. 21. He asked her to come in and then closed the door. Colonel Race looked at her with interest.
"Well, Miss Bowers? What is going on?" he asked.
Miss Bowers looked calm and steady. She showed no strong feeling. "Please excuse me, Colonel Race," she said. "But with everything that has happened, I felt I should talk to you right away." She opened her small black handbag. "I want to give these back to you." She took out a string of pearls and put them on the table.
Colonel Race looked very surprised. He picked up the pearls and stared at them. "This is very strange," he said. "Can you explain this, Miss Bowers?"
"Of course," she said. "That is why I came here." She sat down and looked very comfortable. "It was hard for me to decide what to do," she said. "The family hates any kind of trouble, and they trust me. But the situation is so unusual that I have no choice. When you did not find anything in the cabins, the next step would be to search the passengers. If the pearls were found with me, it would be very awkward, and the truth would come out anyway."
Colonel Race looked at her. "What is the truth? Did you take these pearls from Mrs. Doyle's room?"
"Oh no, Colonel Race," said Miss Bowers quickly. "Miss Van Schuyler took them." "Miss Van Schuyler?" he asked. "Yes. She cannot really stop herself. She sometimes takes things that do not belong to her, mostly jewelry. That is why I always stay close to her. It is not really because of her health. It's because of this little problem she has. I try to watch her all the time, and usually there is no trouble while I am with her. She always hides the things she takes in the same place, inside a pair of stockings. So it is easy for me to check each morning. I am a light sleeper, and I always sleep in the next room to her, with the door open. Usually I hear when she gets up. Then I go to her room and ask her kindly to go back to bed. It is harder on a ship, of course. But she does not usually take things at night. She just picks up small things she sees around. Jewels, especially pearls, always attract her."
Miss Bowers stopped talking. Race asked, "How did you find out the pearls were gone?"
"They were in her stockings this morning," said Miss Bowers. "I knew right away they were Mrs. Doyle's. I have often noticed them before. I went to return them, hoping Mrs. Doyle was still asleep and did not know they were missing. But a steward was outside her room. He told me about the murder and said no one could go in. So I did not know what to do next. I thought maybe I could put them back later before anyone noticed. But I spent a very unhappy morning trying to decide how to handle this. The Van Schuyler family is very proud and private. This must not get into the newspapers. That won't happen, will it?" Miss Bowers looked worried.
"That depends on what happens next," said Colonel Race carefully. "But we will do our best for you. What does Miss Van Schuyler say about this?"
"She will deny it, as she always does," said Miss Bowers. "She will say that someone put the things there to make trouble. She never admits taking anything. That's why, if you speak to her quickly, she goes back to bed very quietly. She says she just went out to look at the moon or something like that."
"Does Miss Robson know about this problem?" Race asked.
"No, she doesn't," said Miss Bowers. "Her mother knows, but she wanted her daughter not to learn about it. Miss Robson is a simple, innocent girl. Her mother thought it was better that way. I can manage Miss Van Schuyler myself," Miss Bowers added firmly.
"Thank you for coming so quickly," said Poirot politely.
Miss Bowers stood up. "I hope I did the right thing," she said.
"You did," said Poirot. "I believe you acted very well."
"With a murder happening too," Miss Bowers began.
Colonel Race stopped her. His voice was serious. "Miss Bowers, I need to ask you something very important. Please answer honestly. Miss Van Schuyler has a mental problem that makes her take things. Does she ever show signs of wanting to hurt anyone?
Miss Bowers answered at once. Oh, no, never. Nothing like that. You can trust me completely on that. The old lady would not hurt anyone.
Her firm answer ended the matter. Poirot only asked one quiet question after that. 22. Poirot asked, "Does Miss Van Schuyler have trouble hearing?"
Miss Bowers said, yes, but only a little. You wouldn't notice it when talking to her. But sometimes she doesn't hear anyone come into the room.
Poirot asked, "Do you think she could hear anyone moving in Mrs. Doyle's room next to hers?"
Miss Bowers said, no, I don't think so. The bed is on the other side of the cabin, not near the wall. She wouldn't have heard anything.
Poirot said, "Thank you, Miss Bowers."
Race said, "Please go back to the dining room and wait with the others."
He opened the door for her and watched her go down the stairs and into the room. Then he closed the door and came back to the table. Poirot was holding the pearls.
Race said seriously, "She reacted fast. She is calm and clever. She might hide things from us if she thinks it helps her. What about Miss Van Schuyler? We can't say she isn't a suspect. She could have done something bad to get those jewels. We can't trust the nurse completely. She wants to protect the family."
Poirot nodded. He kept looking at the pearls and turned them in his hands. He said, "I think part of the old lady's story is true. She did look out of her room and saw Rosalie Otterbourne. But she didn't hear anything in Linnet Doyle's cabin. I think she was only looking out before trying to take the pearls."
Race asked, "So Rosalie Otterbourne was there?"
Poirot said, "Yes. She was throwing her mother's bottles of drink into the river."
Race said sadly, "Poor girl. That's hard for her."
Poirot said softly, "Yes, her life has not been happy."
Race asked, "So it's clear now? She didn't see or hear anything?"
Poirot said, "I asked her. She waited for a while before she said she saw no one."
Race looked interested. "That's strange."
Poirot agreed, "Yes, it means something."
Race said slowly, "If Linnet Doyle was shot around 10 minutes past 1, or maybe a bit later, it's strange no one heard the sound. The boat was quiet. Even a small gun should make a noise. But now I understand. The cabin in front of hers was empty, her husband was in Dr. Bessner's cabin. The cabin behind hers was Miss Van Schuyler's, and she cannot hear well. That leaves only one more cabin."
He looked at Poirot. Poirot nodded. "The cabin next to Linnet's on the other side of the boat. That belongs to Pennington. We always come back to him."
Race said, "We'll talk to him soon and be more direct with him."
Poirot smiled. "Yes, I will enjoy that."
Race said, "For now, we should keep searching the boat. We can still use the pearls as our reason, even though they were given back. Miss Bowers will not talk about that."
Poirot held the pearls up to the light again. He touched them with his tongue and softly bit one. Then he sighed and put them on the table. He said, "Things are getting more complicated. I'm not an expert, but I know enough. These pearls are not real. They are only good imitations."
Race said quickly, "This case gets worse and worse." He looked at the pearls. "Are you sure? They look real to me."
Poirot said, "They are very good copies."
Race asked, "What does that mean? Do you think Linnet Doyle brought fake pearls on the boat for safety? Some women do."
Poirot said, "If she did, her husband would know."
Race said, "Maybe she didn't tell him."
Poirot shook his head. "No. On the first night I saw her wearing real pearls. They looked beautiful. I'm sure they were the real ones.
Race said, then there are two choices. Maybe Miss Van Schuyler took the fake pearls after the real ones were stolen. Or maybe her story about stealing because she can't help it is not true. Maybe Miss Bowers took the real ones and gave fake ones instead. Or maybe they all work together. They could be jewel thieves pretending to be a rich American family.
Poirot said quietly, yes. It is difficult to say. But I will tell you one thing. To make a perfect copy of the pearls and the clasp, good enough to fool Madame Doyle, needs very special skill. It could not be done quickly. The person who copied the pearls must have had time to look at the real ones carefully. Ray stood up.
It's no use thinking about it more now. Let's continue our work. We must find the real pearls. And we must also watch everything.
They checked the cabins on the lower deck. In Signor Ricetti's cabin, they found many books about old history written in different languages. There were clothes of many kinds, some strong-smelling hair lotions, and 2 letters. One letter was from a group working in Syria. The other was from his sister in Rome. His handkerchiefs were all made of colored silk. Then they went to look inside Ferguson's cabin. There were several books about communism, many photographs, and 2 other books. He had only a few personal things. His outer clothes were torn and dirty, but his underwear was very good quality. His handkerchiefs were made of fine linen. Some interesting differences, said Poirot quietly.
Race nodded. It's strange that there are no personal papers or letters.
Yes, Poirot said. That makes one think. He is a strange young man. Poirot looked at a ring with a mark on it, then put it back in the drawer. Next, they went to the cabin of Louise Boget. The maid usually ate after the other passengers, but Race had asked that she come with the group. A cabin steward met them.
I'm sorry, sir, he said. I can't find a young woman anywhere. I don't know where she went.
Race looked inside the cabin. It was empty. They went up to the promenade deck and started checking the cabins on the right side. The first cabin belonged to James Fanthorpe. Everything there was in perfect order.
Mr. Fanthorpe did not carry much luggage. But everything he had was good and of fine quality. Poirot looked around and said, no letters. He thought for a moment. He is a careful man, our Mr. Fanthorpe. He destroys his letters so nobody can read them, said Poirot. They went next to Tim Allerton's cabin. This cabin showed his religious taste. There was a small pretty picture for prayer and a large wooden rosary. They saw clothes, a half-finished book with many notes, and several new books. Many letters lay untidily in a drawer. Poirot opened the drawer and read some letters. He noticed that none were from Joanna Southward. Then he picked up a small tube of glue, looked at it for a moment, and said, let us go on.
Race checked another drawer and said, no cheap handkerchiefs here.
Then they went to Mrs. Allerton's cabin. It was very neat and smelled softly of lavender. Their search there was quick.
As they left, Race said, she is a nice woman.
The next cabin was Simon Doyle's dressing room. His clothes for daily use had been moved to Dr. Bessner's cabin. But his other things were still here. There were 2 big leather suitcases, a kit bag, and more clothes in the wardrobe. We will look very carefully here, said Poirot. Maybe the thief hid the pearls in this cabin.
Race asked, do you really think so?
Poirot answered, yes. Think about it. The thief must know a search will happen. So it would be foolish to hide them in his or her own cabin. The public rooms are also not safe. But this cabin belongs to a man who cannot come here now. If we find the pearls here, it will not tell us who took them. They searched every corner, but found nothing. Poirot quietly said, "Zut," to himself. Then they went out to the deck again. Lynette Doyle's cabin had been locked after her body was taken away. Race had the key with him. He opened the door, and the two men went inside. Except for the missing body, the cabin looked the same as in the morning.
Poirot, said Race, if there is anything to find here, please find it. You are the best person for that.
This time you do not mean the pearls, my friend, asked Poirot.
No, said Race. The murder is most important. Maybe I missed something this morning.
Poirot began to look around quietly and carefully. He got on his knees and checked the floor very closely. He looked at the bed. He opened the wardrobe and the drawers. He searched the big trunk and the two expensive suitcases. He also looked inside the fancy dressing case. At last, he checked the washstand. There were many creams, powders, and face lotions. But Poirot seemed interested in only two small bottles called Nailex. He took them and placed them on the dressing table. One bottle, named Nailex Rose, was almost empty. It had only a few drops of dark red liquid at the bottom. The other bottle, called Nailex Cardinal, was almost full. Poirot opened both bottles and smelled them carefully. The room filled with a sweet smell. Poirot made a small face and closed the bottles again.
Did you find anything? Asked Race.
Poirot spoke a French saying and then sighed. My friend, he said, we are not lucky. The murderer did not leave anything for us to find. No cufflink, no cigarette end, no cigar ash. Or if it was a woman, no handkerchief, no lipstick, no hairpin.
Only the nail polish bottles, said Race.
Poirot lifted his shoulders and did not answer. I must ask the maid. There is something, yes, a little curious there.
I wonder where the devil the girls got to, said Race.
They left the cabin and locked the door. Then they went to Miss Van Schuyler's cabin. This one looked rich too. It had fine bottles and expensive things for washing. Her suitcases were good, and her letters and papers were neat. Next was the cabin that Poirot used. After that came Colonel Race's cabin.
The colonel said, I don't think the pearls are hidden here.
Poirot shook his head. It is possible, he said. I remember once on the Orient Express. There was a murder and a missing red kimono. It had disappeared, but it was still on the train. I found it inside my own locked suitcase. That was very rude.
The colonel smiled. Let's see if anyone has been rude to us this time.
But the thief had not touched the cabins of Poirot or the colonel. They went around to check Miss Bower's cabin. They looked everywhere, but they found nothing strange. Her handkerchiefs were plain linen with one letter printed on them. Next, they went to the cabin of Mrs. Otterbourne and her daughter. Poirot searched carefully again. He found nothing important. Then they came to Dr. Bessner's cabin. Simon Doyle was lying there. His food tray was still full.
I don't feel like eating, he said softly.
He looked hot and sick, much worse than before. Poirot understood why Dr. Bessner wanted to get him to a hospital quickly. Poirot explained why he and Colonel Race were searching. Simon agreed. When he heard that Miss Bowers had returned the pearls but they were only fake ones, he was very surprised. Poirot asked, Are you sure your wife did not bring a fake necklace instead of the real one?
Simon shook his head. Oh no, he said. I am sure she did not. Lynette loved those pearls and always wore them. They were insured, so maybe she was not very careful with them.
Poirot nodded. Then we must keep searching. He began to open drawers. Race searched through a suitcase. Simon watched him.
Look here, he said. You don't really think old Bessner took them?
Poirot lifted his shoulders. Maybe. We don't know much about Dr. Bessner. Only what he tells us.
Simon shook his head. But he could not have hidden them in here without me seeing him.
Poirot answered calmly. Not today, no. But we don't know when it happened. He might have changed them some days ago.
Simon looked surprised. I never thought of that.
They kept searching, but they found nothing. The next cabin belonged to Pennington. Poirot and Ray spent a long time looking there. They checked a box full of business papers and legal forms that needed Lynette's signature. Poirot looked serious. These papers all look normal, don't they?
Race nodded. Yes, everything looks fine. But he is not foolish. If there had been something dangerous for him in these papers, he would have destroyed it already.
Poirot agreed. He opened a drawer, saw a large pistol, looked at it, and put it back. Some people still travel with guns, he said quietly.
Race frowned. Yes, that's odd. But Lynette was not killed with that kind of gun. He thought for a moment and said, maybe the killer left their gun in Lynette's room, and another person later threw it into the river.
Poirot nodded slowly. Yes, that could be true. But then, who was that second person? Why would they try to help Jacqueline by taking the gun away? What were they doing in the cabin? The only other person we know went in there was Miss Van Schuyler. Could she have taken it? Why would she want to protect Jacqueline?
Race suggested, maybe she saw the scarf and realized it was hers. She got scared and threw everything into the water.
Poirot said, perhaps, yes. But would she also throw away the gun? It is a possible idea, but it feels strange. And you still do not see something important about the scarf. When they left Pennington's cabin, Poirot asked Race to keep searching the other rooms, Jacqueline's, Cornelia's, and 2 empty ones. Poirot said he wanted to speak alone with Simon Doyle. He walked back along the deck and entered Dr. Bessner's cabin again.
Simon looked troubled. I've been thinking, he said. I'm sure those pearls were fine yesterday.
Poirot asked, why do you believe that?
Simon winced when he said his wife's name. Because Lynette looked at them before dinner. She knew a lot about pearls. She would have seen if they were fake.
Poirot nodded. They were very good copies, though. Tell me, did Mrs. Doyle ever lend the pearls to anyone?
Simon looked embarrassed. Well, it's hard for me to say. I didn't know Lynette very long.
Poirot smiled. Yes, your love story was quick.
Simon went on. So I really don't know. But Lynette was very kind. She might have shared them.
Poirot spoke softly. She never lent them to Mr. Belfort, did she?
Simon's face turned bright red. He tried to sit up and fell back in pain. What do you mean? Are you saying Jackie took the pearls? She didn't. She would never do that. Jackie is honest. The idea is crazy.
Poirot looked at him with calm eyes that seemed to shine. Oh dear, he said lightly. That question certainly made you angry.
Simon, still upset, said, Jackie is honest.
Poirot remembered a young woman by the Nile saying, I love Simon, and he loves me. He had wondered which part of that was true. Now he thought Jacqueline's words were closer to the truth than the others. At that moment, the door opened and Race came in. Nothing, he said in a short voice.
Well, that is what we thought. I see the stewards coming with their report about searching the passengers.
A steward and a stewardess came into the doorway. The steward spoke first.
Nothing, sir.
Did any of the men complain?
Only the Italian gentleman, sir. He was very upset. He said it was shameful. He also had a gun.
What kind of gun?
A Mauser automatic 25, sir.
Italians get angry easily, said Simon. Richetti was very cross at Wadi Halfa because of a mistake with a telegram. He was quite rude to Lynette about it.
Race looked at the stewardess. She was a tall, good-looking woman.
Nothing from any of the ladies, sir, she said. Most of them complained, except Mrs. Allerton, who was very kind. We did not find the pearls. But Miss Rosalie Otterbourne had a small gun in her bag.
What kind?
It was very small, sir, with a pearl handle. It looked like a toy.
Race looked surprised. This case is trouble, he said quietly. I thought we could stop thinking she was guilty, and now this. Does every woman on this boat carry a little gun with a pearl handle? He asked the stewardess, did she show any feeling when you found it?
The woman shook her head. I don't think she noticed. I had my back turned while I looked through her bag.
She must have known you saw it, said Race. Oh well, it's confusing. What about the maid?
We looked everywhere on the boat, sir, said the stewardess. We can't find her.
What is this? Asked Simon. Mrs. Doyle's maid, Louise Boucher. She has disappeared.
Disappeared? Race said slowly. She could have stolen the pearls. She is the only one who could make a copy easily.
Maybe she jumped into the water when she heard about the search, said Simon.
That makes no sense, said Race. A woman can't jump into the river in bright daylight, from a boat like this, without someone seeing her. She must still be on board. He spoke to the stewardess again. When did anyone last see her?
About 30 minutes before lunch, sir.
We'll look in her cabin, said Race. Maybe it will give us a clue. He went first to the deck below. Poirot followed him. They unlocked the cabin door and went inside. Louise Boucher, who normally kept other people's things tidy, had not kept her own room neat. There were many small objects on the chest of drawers. A suitcase was open, with clothes hanging out of it. Underclothes were lying on the chairs. 23. Poirot opened the drawers of the dressing table quickly and neatly. Race looked inside the suitcase. Louise's shoes were placed in a line near the bed. One black shoe was turned in a strange way. It looked odd, so Race went closer. He shut the suitcase and bent down near the shoes. He suddenly called out in surprise. Poirot asked what happened.
Race said in a serious voice, she didn't disappear. She is under the bed.
Louise Boucher's body lay on the floor of her cabin. The two men looked down at her. Race stood up first.
He said, she has been dead for about an hour. We should call Dr. Bessner. She was stabbed in the chest. Death came very fast, I think. She doesn't look peaceful, does she?
Poirot shook his head slightly. Her face looked dark and twisted, full of shock and anger. Her lips were pulled back from her teeth. Poirot bent down again carefully and lifted her right hand. He saw something small between her fingers. He took it out and showed it to Race. It was a tiny piece of thin paper, light purple in color. He asked Race if he saw what it was.
Race said, it's money. I think it's part of a 1,000-franc note. Race frowned and said, now I think I understand. She knew something and tried to get money from the person who killed her. We guessed this morning that she was hiding something.
Poirot said quickly, we were so foolish. We should have known what she meant. She told us, what could I have seen or heard? I was on the lower deck. Then she said she might have seen someone if she had gone upstairs. That means she really did go up. She saw someone going into or out of Lynette Doyle's cabin. And because she tried to get money, she is dead now.
Race sighed. He said, but we still don't know who killed her.
Poirot shook his head. No, my friend, he said. We understand much more now. Almost everything is clear. It sounds hard to believe, but it must be true. Still, there is something I do not yet see. I was a fool this morning. We both felt that she was hiding something, but we did not think of the real reason, blackmail.
Race said, she must have asked for money at once and used threats. He added, the killer agreed and gave her French notes. Do you see anything more?
Poirot shook his head slowly. He looked deep in thought. I don't think so, said Poirot. People often carry different kinds of money when they travel. Some take pound notes, some dollars, and often French notes too. Maybe the killer paid her with all the money he had, mixed together.
Then what happened? Asked Race.
The killer comes to her cabin and gives her the money, said Poirot. She starts counting it. I know the type. She would be focused only on the money and wouldn't notice danger. Then the killer attacks her. After that, he quickly takes the money and runs away. He didn't see that one of the notes had a torn corner.
Maybe we can find him that way, said Race.
I don't think so, said Poirot. He will look at the notes carefully and notice the tear. If he likes to save money, he may keep that big note. But I think he is not careful like that. His personality is very different.
Why do you think so? Asked Race.
These murders needed courage and fast action, said Poirot. They were bold and quick. A careful, saving person would not act like that. Race looked sad and said, I'll get Dr. Bessner. The doctor came and checked the body. His examination was fast. He made a few sounds as he worked.
She has been dead for about 1 hour, he said. It happened very quickly.
What do you think the weapon was? Asked Race.
It is interesting, said the doctor. It was something very sharp and thin. I can show you. He went to his cabin and opened a small case. He took out a long, thin knife used by doctors. It was something like this. It was not an ordinary table knife.
Race looked at him calmly. Doctor, I suppose none of your knives are missing, he asked.
Dr. Bessner stared at him. Then his face turned red. What are you saying? He shouted. You think I, Dr. Karl Bessner from Austria, killed a servant woman? I am known everywhere. I treat rich and noble patients. It is foolish and rude to say this. None of my knives are missing. You can look if you want. They are all here.
He closed his case loudly and walked out angrily.
Wow, said Simon. You made him angry.
Poirot lifted his shoulders. It is unfortunate, he said.
You are wrong about him, said Simon. He is a good doctor, even if he is a bit bosh. Dr. Bessner came back suddenly. Please leave my cabin now, he said. I must take care of my patient's leg.
Miss Bowers came in with him. She looked ready to work and waited for them to go.
Race and Poirot went out quietly. Race said something and walked away. Poirot turned left. He heard a few young women talking and laughing softly. Jacqueline and Rosalie were in Rosalie's cabin. The door was open. They were standing near it. A shadow came over them, and they looked up. Rosalie Otterbourne smiled at him for the first time. Her smile was shy and soft, like she was not sure how to do it. You talk about secrets, young ladies, he asked.
No, not at all, said Rosalie.
We were just looking at our lipsticks.
Poirot smiled. He said something about ladies' things. But his smile did not look real. Jacqueline noticed this quickly. She dropped the lipstick and stepped outside.
Has something happened? She asked.
Yes, mademoiselle, Poirot said. Something has happened.
What is it?
Rosalie came outside too. Someone has died, said Poirot. Rosalie gasped and looked afraid.
Poirot watched her very carefully. He saw worry and shock in her eyes. It is Madame Doyle's maid, he said. She is dead.
Dead, cried Jacqueline. You mean she was killed?
Yes, said Poirot. He answered Jacqueline, but his eye stayed on Rosalie. He kept speaking to her. This maid saw something she was not meant to see, he said. So someone made her quiet forever.
What did she see? Asked Jacqueline.
Poirot looked at Rosalie as he answered. The three of them stood there, silent and tense. There is, I think, very little doubt what it was she saw, said Poirot. He said she saw someone go into and leave Lynette Doyle's cabin on the night of the murder. He listened carefully. He heard a quick breath and saw her eyes move. Rosalie Otterbourne reacted just as he wanted.
Did she say who she saw? Rosalie asked.
Poirot slowly shook his head. Footsteps ran along the deck. Cornelia Robson came, her eyes open wide with shock.
Oh, Jacqueline, she cried. Something terrible has happened. Another awful thing. Jacqueline turned to her. They both walked a few steps.
Poirot and Rosalie moved away a little without thinking. Rosalie looked at him sharply.
Why do you look at me like that? What are you thinking? She said.
You asked me 2 questions, Poirot said. I will ask you 1 question. Why don't you tell me the whole truth, mademoiselle?
I don't know what you mean, she said quickly. I told you everything this morning.
No, Poirot said. You did not tell me that you keep a small pistol with a pearl handle in your handbag. You did not tell me all that you saw last night.
Her face turned red. She said in a hard voice, That's not true. I don't have a gun.
I did not say a gun, Poirot said. I said a small pistol that you carry in your handbag.
She turned around fast, went into her cabin, came out again, and pushed her grey handbag toward him. You are talking nonsense. Look yourself if you want, she said.
Poirot opened the bag. There was no pistol inside. He gave the bag back to her? She looked at him with proud eyes. No, Poirot said kindly. It is not there.
You see, she said. You are not always right, Monsieur Poirot. And you are wrong about the other silly thing you said.
I don't think so, Poirot said.
You make me angry. She cried. She stamped her foot. You find an idea, and you never stop talking about it.
I do it because I want you to tell me the truth, Poirot said.
What is the truth? She asked. You seem to know it better than I do.
Poirot looked at her. Do you want me to tell you what I think you saw? If I am right, will you say that I am right? I think when you walked around the back of the boat, you stopped because you saw a man come out of a cabin halfway down the deck. Later, you understood it was Lynette Doyle's cabin. You saw him close the door and walk away. Maybe he went into one of the 2 cabins at the end. Now tell me, am I right, mademoiselle? She said nothing. Maybe you think it is better not to speak, Poirot said softly. Maybe you are afraid that, if you talk, you will be in danger too. For a moment, Poirot thought his words would make her speak. He thought she might answer when he questioned her courage. but she stayed quiet. 24. Miss Bowers came out of Dr. Bessner's room and fixed her sleeves neatly. Jacqueline quickly left Cornelia and walked to the nurse.
How is he? She asked.
Poirot came close and heard her question. Miss Bowers looked worried.
It's not too bad, she said.
Jacqueline asked quickly. You mean he is worse?
Miss Bowers sighed. I will feel better when we reach Shellal, she said. Then he can have a good x-ray and proper cleaning under medicine.
When will we reach Shellal, Monsieur Poirot?
Tomorrow morning, said Poirot. Miss Bowers pressed her lips and shook her head.
It is lucky, she said. We are doing everything we can, but there is still danger of infection.
Jacqueline held the nurse's arm. Is he going to die? She cried. Is he going to die?
Oh no, Mr. Belfort, said Miss Bowers softly. I hope not. I don't think so. The wound is not too bad, but it needs an x-ray soon. He should have rested all day. He has had too many worries. It is not strange his temperature is higher now. His wife's death and all the trouble have been too much for him.
Jacqueline let go of the nurse's arm and turned away. She stood by the railing, looking down.
We must hope for the best, said Miss Bowers. Mr. Doyle is strong. He looks healthy. That helps him. But the fever is not a good sign. She shook her head again, fixed her sleeves, and walked away quickly.
Jacqueline turned and walked slowly toward her room. She could hardly see because of her tears.
Poirot came beside her and helped her walk. She leaned on him and he took her inside the cabin. She sat down on the bed and began to cry hard.
I know he will die, she said. I know it. And it will be my fault. I hurt him. I hurt him.
Poirot lifted his shoulders silently. He shook his head sadly. Mademoiselle, what is done, is done. We cannot change the past. It is too late to be sorry.
She cried loudly. I have hurt him. And I love him so much, I love him so much.
Poirot sighed. He had thought this before in M. Blondin's restaurant. He thought it again now. He spoke slowly. Do not listen too much to Miss Bowers. Nurses often think in dark ways. The night nurse is always surprised when her patient is still alive in the morning. The day nurse is always surprised when he is still alive at night. They see many things that might go wrong. He smiled gently. When we drive a car, we could think many bad things could happen. A car might appear from the side road. A big truck might move backward. A wheel might come off another car. Or a dog might jump in front of us. But we believe these things won't happen, and usually, we are right. We reach our destination safely. But if we have had an accident or seen one, we start to think differently.
Jacqueline looked at him with a small smile and wet eyes. Are you trying to make me feel better, Monsieur Poirot?
I do not even know what I am trying to do. You should not have come on this trip.
No, I wish I had not. It has been so terrible. But it will soon be finished.
Yes, yes.
And Simon will go to the hospital. He will get the right treatment and everything will be okay.
He smiled softly. You talk like a child. And they lived happily ever after, yes.
She became red in the face. Monsieur Poirot, I never meant never.
It is too early to think of that. But you are not fully English, Mademoiselle Jacqueline. You have the heart of someone Latin. La roi is mort, vive la roi. The sun has gone and the moon comes up. Yes, that is true. He looked at her with a small smile and with another feeling in his eyes. He spoke some quiet words in French. Then he went back to the deck. Colonel Race was walking fast there and called to him at once. He took Poirot's arm and walked with him along the deck.
You don't understand. He only feels sorry for me. He knows it is very hard for me to know that I hurt him so much.
Ah, well, said Poirot. Pure pity is a very noble feeling.
Poirot. Good man. I need you. I have an idea. It was something Doyle said by chance. I almost didn't notice it. It was about a telegram.
Yes, that's true, said Poirot. Maybe it is nothing, but we should check everything. Damn it all, man, 2 murders, and we're still in the dark. Poirot shook his head. No, not in the dark. In the light.
Race looked at him with surprise. You have an idea?
It is more than an idea now. I am sure.
Since when?
Since the death of the maid, Louise Boget.
I don't understand it.
My friend, it is very clear to me. Only there are things that make it hard to explain. Around Lynette Doyle, there are many strong feelings. People hate her, envy her, and are jealous of her. All of this mixes together like a group of flies that never stop moving.
But you think you know who did it?
Race looked at him carefully. You wouldn't say that unless you were sure. I don't have a clear idea myself. I only have some small guesses. Poirot stopped walking. He put his hand on Race's arm. You are a wise man, Colonel. You don't ask me to tell you what I think. You know I would tell you if I could. But first, I must clear away some things. Think, my friend, think in the direction I will show you. There are several things we must look at. There is what Mademoiselle de Belfort said about someone hearing our talk that night in the garden at Arswan. There is what Monsieur Tim Allerton said he heard and did on the night of the crime. There are also Louise Boget's important answers from this morning. We must note that Madame Allerton drinks water. Her son drinks whiskey and soda. I drink wine. Then add 2 bottles of nail polish and the saying I mentioned. And at the end comes the most important part, that the gun was wrapped in a cheap handkerchief and a velvet scarf and then thrown into the river. Ray stayed quiet for a short time. Then he shook his head.
No, he said. I don't understand it. I think I see what you mean a little, but it doesn't seem right to me.
But yes, I said. You are only seeing part of the truth. Remember, we must begin again because our first idea was completely wrong.
Race made a small smile. I'm used to that. Detective work often means starting again and again.
Yes, that is true, I said. But many people refuse to do that. They make one idea, and they want every fact to fit it. When one fact does not fit, they ignore it. But it is those facts that matter the most. From the beginning, I knew the gun being taken away was important. I knew it meant something special, but I only understood what that was about half an hour ago. And I still don't see it.
But you will. Just look at it the way I showed you. Now let's deal with the telegram, if the doctor lets us in.
Dr. Bessner was still feeling angry. When they knocked, he opened the door with a dark look.
What do you want now? Do you want to see my patient again? It is not good for him. He has a fever and too much excitement today.
Only one question, Race said. Nothing more.
The doctor didn't look pleased but moved to the side. The 2 men entered the room. Dr. Bessner walked past them and said, I'll come back in 3 minutes. Then you must leave. They heard him walking away.
Simon Doyle looked at them and asked, "Yes, what is it?"
It's a small thing, Race said. When the stewards talked to me, they said Signor Richetti caused some trouble. You said you were not surprised because he has a bad temper and was rude to your wife about a telegram. Can you tell me more?
Of course, Simon said. It was at Wadi Halfa. We had just returned from the second cataract. Lynette thought she saw a telegram for her pinned on the board.
She had forgotten that she no longer used the name Ridgway. The names Richetti and Ridgway looked similar when written badly. She opened the envelope, but the message made no sense to her. While she was trying to understand it, Mr. Richetti came and quickly took it from her hand. He was very angry. She went after him to say sorry, but he spoke to her in a very rude way. Race took a deep breath.
He asked, "Do you know, Mr. Doyle, what was in that telegram?"
Mr. Doyle said, "Yes." Lynette read some of it aloud. It said,
He stopped speaking because there was noise outside. A loud voice was coming closer.
Where are Monsieur Poirot and Colonel Race? I must see them right now. It is very important. I have important news. Are they with Mr. Doyle?
The door was open, with only a curtain hanging over it. Mrs. Otterbourne pushed the curtain aside and came in quickly. Her face was red. She walked a little unsteadily and spoke with excitement.
Mr. Doyle, she said loudly, I know who killed your wife.
"What?" Simon looked at her in shock.
The other two men did the same. Mrs. Otterbourne looked at all of them proudly. She seemed very sure and very pleased.
Yes, she said. My ideas were right. The strong, old feelings inside a person, it may sound crazy, but it is true.
Race asked in a firm voice, "Do you mean you have proof about who killed Mrs. Doyle?"
Mrs. Otterbourne sat down in a chair. She leaned forward and moved her head quickly up and down.
Of course I have, she said. You must agree that the same person killed Louise Bourget and Lynette Doyle. Both crimes were done by one hand.
"Yes, yes," said Simon, sounding annoyed. "Of course. That is clear. Go on."
Then what I said is true, Mrs. Otterbourne continued. I know who killed Louise Bourget. So I also know who killed Lynette Doyle.
You mean you have an idea about who killed her? Asked Race, not sounding sure.
Mrs. Otterbourne turned toward him sharply. No, I know for sure, she said. I saw the person myself.
Simon was upset. "For heaven's sake, start from the beginning," he said loudly. "You say you know the person who killed Louise Bourget?"
Mrs. Otterbourne nodded. I will tell you exactly what happened.
She felt very proud and excited. It was her big moment. Her books were not selling anymore. People liked new writers instead. But now, Salome Otterbourne would be famous again. Her name would appear in every newspaper. She would be an important witness in court. She took a deep breath and began to speak.
It happened when I went down to lunch. I did not want to eat much, because the tragedy had upset me. I do not need to explain that. Halfway down, I remembered I had left something in my cabin. I told my daughter Rosalie to go on. She went without me.
Mrs. Otterbourne stopped talking for a moment. The curtain at the door moved a little in the breeze, but no one noticed.
Well, she said slowly. She looked a little nervous. I had made a small arrangement with one of the ship's workers. He was going to get me something I needed. I did not want my daughter to know, because she can be annoying sometimes.
Race raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Poirot.
Poirot moved his head a little and quietly mouthed the word drink. The curtain at the door moved again. A small metal light showed between the curtain and the door. Mrs. Otterbourne began to speak. She said she was supposed to go to the back of the boat on the deck below. There she would find a man waiting for her. She walked along the deck. A cabin door opened and someone looked out. It was the maid, Louise Boget. The girl looked like she expected someone else. When she saw Mrs. Otterbourne, she looked upset and quickly went back inside. Mrs. Otterbourne did not think much about it. She kept walking to meet the man. She took the package from him, paid him, and said a few words. Then she started to walk back. As she came around a corner, she saw someone knock on the maid's door and go into the cabin.
Race asked, "And who was that person?"
Suddenly there was a loud bang. Smoke filled the cabin, smelling strong and bitter. Mrs. Otterbourne slowly turned to the side as if wondering what had happened. Then she fell forward heavily to the floor. Blood came from a small round wound near her neck. Everyone froze for a moment, shocked. Then the two men quickly stood up. Her body made it hard for them to move. Race bent down beside her. Poirot jumped quickly to the door and looked outside. The deck was empty. A revolver lay on the floor near the door. Poirot looked both ways. No one was there. He ran toward the back of the boat. As he turned the corner, he met Tim Allerton running from the other side.
Tim asked in surprise, "What was that noise?"
Poirot asked quickly, "Did you see anyone?"
Tim said, "No."
Poirot said, "Come with me." He took Tim's arm and went back. More people were now on the deck. Rosalie, Jacqueline, and Cornelia had come out of their cabins. Others came from the saloon: Ferguson, Jim Fanthorpe, and Mrs. Allerton. Ray stood near the revolver on the ground. Poirot looked at Tim and asked, "Do you have gloves with you?"
Tim searched his pockets. "Yes, I do," he said.
Poirot took the gloves, put them on, and bent down to look at the revolver. Race also looked closely. Everyone watched quietly.
Race said, "The person did not go the other way. Fanthorpe and Ferguson were sitting there, and they would have seen him."
Poirot said, "Mr. Allerton would have met him if he had gone to the back of the ship."
Race pointed at the revolver and said, "I think we saw this gun before. But we must check."
He knocked on Pennington's cabin door. Nobody answered. The cabin was empty. Race went to the drawer on the right and opened it quickly. The revolver was not there.
"That explains it," said Race. "Now, where is Pennington?"
They walked back onto the deck. Mrs. Allerton was there with the others. Poirot went to her fast. "Madam, please take Miss Otterbourne with you and stay with her," he said. "Her mother has been," he looked at Race, and Race nodded, "killed."
Dr. Bessner came quickly toward them. "My goodness! What has happened now?" he said.
They moved so he could pass. Race showed him the cabin. Dr. Bessner went inside.
"Find Mr. Pennington," said Race. "Are there any fingerprints on that revolver?"
"None," said Poirot. They found Pennington on the lower deck. He was sitting in a small drawing room and writing letters. He looked up with his clean, smooth face.
"Anything new?" he asked. "Didn't you hear a shot?" "Now that you say it, I think I did hear a loud sound. But I didn't know what it was." "Who was shot?" "Mrs. Otterbourne." "Mrs. Otterbourne?" Pennington looked very surprised. "Well, that really surprises me," he said.
Otterbourne. He shook his head.
"I don't understand that at all," he said.
He spoke more quietly.
"I think, gentlemen, that we have a dangerous person on this boat. We should make a plan to stay safe.
Mr. Pennington, said Race. How long have you been in this room?
Let me think, said Mr. Pennington. He slowly touched his chin. I think about 20 minutes.
And you didn't leave the room? Asked Race.
No, of course not, said Pennington. He looked at them with surprise.
You see, Mr. Pennington, said Race, Mrs. Otterbourne was hurt with your gun.
25. Mr. Pennington looked very shocked. He could not believe what he heard.
Gentlemen, he said, this is very serious. Very serious indeed.
Yes, said Race, especially for you, Mr. Pennington.
For me? Asked Pennington, opening his eyes wide. But, sir, I was sitting quietly here writing when that sound came.
Can someone prove that you stayed here? Asked Race.
Pennington shook his head. He looked worried. He said it was not possible for him to go up to the higher deck, hurt the poor woman, and come back again without anyone seeing him. He explained that there were always many people sitting on the deck at that time of day. Race asked, "Then how do you explain that your gun was used?"
Pennington sighed. He said, I might be partly to blame for that. He remembered that soon after he came onto the ship, there was a talk in the saloon one evening about guns. He told everyone then that he always carried a small revolver when he traveled.
Race asked, "Who was there?"
Pennington tried to think. He said he could not remember clearly. He thought many people were there. He said, "Yes, I am probably to blame for that." He spoke quietly. Then he said, "First Linnet, then Linnet's maid, and now Mrs. Otterbourne. None of it makes sense."
Race looked at him and said, "It does make sense."
Pennington asked, "It does?"
Race nodded. He said, "Mrs. Otterbourne was about to tell us that she saw someone go into Louise's cabin. Before she could say the name, she was shot." Andrew Pennington wiped his forehead with a silk handkerchief.
"This is terrible," he said quietly.
Poirot looked at him. "Monsieur Pennington, I want to talk about some parts of the case with you," he said. "Please come to my cabin in 30 minutes.
"I will be happy to," Pennington answered.
But he did not sound happy. He did not look happy either. Race and Poirot looked at each other and then left the room.
"He is very clever," said Race. "But he is scared, right?"
Poirot nodded. "Yes, he is not calm, our Monsieur Pennington." When they reached the deck, Mrs. Allerton came out of her cabin. She saw Poirot and called him. "Yes, madam." Poirot said.
"That poor girl," said Mrs. Allerton. "Is there a double cabin I can share with her? She should not go back to the one she had with her mother. Mine is only for one person."
"That can be arranged, madam," said Poirot. "It is very kind of you."
"It is simply the right thing to do," said Mrs. Allerton. "I like the girl very much. I have always liked her."
"Is she very sad?" asked Poirot.
"Yes, very," said Mrs. Allerton. "She was deeply attached to that unpleasant woman. That makes it even sadder. Tim says he thinks she sometimes drank."
Poirot nodded. He said, "We should not judge her. She had a very hard life."
Yes, she did. She is proud and very loyal.
Poirot smiled.
I like loyalty, Madame said. It is rare these days. That girl is strange. She is proud, quiet, stubborn, and very kind deep inside.
Poirot said, "I am glad she is with good people, madam."
Yes, do not worry. I will take care of her. She likes to stay close to me.
Mrs. Allerton went back to her room.
Poirot returned to where the sad event had happened. Cornelia was standing on the deck. Her eyes were wide.
I don't understand, Monsieur Poirot. How did the person who shot her leave without anyone seeing? Yes, how?
It was not as impossible as you think. The person who did it could leave in 3 different ways.
Jacqueline looked confused. She asked 3? Cornelia said. He could go to the right or to the left. I can't think of another way. Jacqueline frowned for a moment. Then she looked thoughtful. She said, I see now. He could move in 2 directions on one level, but he could also go in another direction, down, not up.
Poirot smiled. You are clever, mademoiselle.
Cornelia answered. I know I am just ordinary, but I still don't understand. Jacqueline said, Monsieur Poirot means, dear, that he could climb over the rail and go down to the deck below. Oh my, said Cornelia with surprise. I never thought of that. He would have to move very fast. Do you think he could really do it?
Tim Allerton said, yes, it would not be hard for him. When something happens, people are shocked for a moment. After hearing a gunshot, one cannot move right away.
Poirot asked, was that true for you, Monsieur Allerton?
Tim nodded. Yes, it was, he said. I stood still for about 5 seconds. Then I ran quickly around the deck.
Race came out of Dr. Bessner's cabin. He spoke in a strong voice. Please move away. We need to take the body out.
Everyone stepped back quietly. Poirot walked with them.
Cornelia looked sad. She said softly to Poirot, I will remember this trip all my life. 3 people have died. It feels like a terrible dream.
Ferguson heard her and spoke loudly. He said, you think that way because you are too polite and gentle. You should think about death like people in the East do. It is just something that happens. It is not very important.
Cornelia spoke quietly. She said, they are poor and not educated.
Mr. Ferguson shook his head. He said, that is good. Education has made people weak. Look at America. People there care too much about culture.
Cornelia looked upset. She said, that is not true. I go to talks every winter about Greek art and the Renaissance. I also learn about important women in history.
Mr. Ferguson made a sound of frustration. He said, Greek art. Renaissance. Famous women. It makes me feel sick to hear that. You should care about the future, not the past. He looked around the boat. He said, 3 women have died here. It does not change much. Lynette Doyle had money. The French maid worked for others. Mrs. Otterbourne liked to talk too much. No one really cares that they are gone. He crossed his arms. He said softly, I think it is better this way.
Then you're wrong, Cornelia said loudly. It makes me upset to hear you talk like you are the only person who matters. I didn't like Mrs. Audubon very much, but her daughter loved her deeply, and she is very sad now that her mother is gone. I don't know much about the French maid, but I think someone must have cared for her too. And about Lynette Doyle, she was truly lovely. When she came into a room, she was so beautiful that you wanted to cry. I am not pretty myself, but that helps me see how special beauty is. She was so beautiful, like something from Greek art. When something beautiful is gone, the world loses something good. So that's what I think.
Mr. Ferguson moved back a step. He pulled at his hair with both hands. I give up, he said. You are amazing. You don't have any meanness in you at all. He looked at Poirot. Do you know, sir, that Cornelia's father lost everything because of Lynette Ridgway's father? But does she get angry when she sees Lynette wearing rich clothes and pearls? No, She only says, "Isn't she beautiful, like a sweet little lamb?" I don't think she ever really felt angry with her.
Cornelia's face turned red. I did, just for a short time, she said. My father lost hope because he didn't succeed in life. Only for a minute I felt upset, just a minute. Can you believe that? Said Mr. Ferguson.
Cornelia turned quickly to look at him.
Didn't you just say the future is more important than the past? Past is gone now. It's finished.
You got me there. Cornelia Robson, you are the nicest woman I have ever met. Will you marry me?
Don't be silly.
I'm really asking you to marry me, even with Monsieur Poirot watching. He can be my witness. I never thought I would ask anyone to marry me because I don't believe in marriage laws. But I think you wouldn't want anything else, so marriage it is. Please say yes, Cornelia.
Cornelia's face turned red.
You are completely foolish.
Why not marry me?
You are not serious.
Do you mean not serious about asking, or not serious as a person?
Both, but I really mean your character. You make fun of important things. Education, culture, even death. I don't think you can be trusted.
Her face grew warm again, and she walked quickly into her cabin. Ferguson looked after her.
Oh, that girl. She really means what she says. She wants a man who can be trusted. Trusted, what a strange idea.
He stopped and looked at Poirot.
What is wrong with you, Monsieur Poirot? He asked. You look very serious.
Poirot moved a little and smiled. I am just thinking, he said. That is all.
Ferguson laughed. Thinking about death again? It sounds like one of your studies, Death by Hercule Poirot.
Poirot looked at him calmly. Monsieur Ferguson, he said, you are a very rude young man.
Ferguson smiled. Sorry, he said. I enjoy questioning big names.
And you think I am one of them? Asked Poirot.
Yes, I do, Ferguson replied. Tell me, what do you think of that girl?
Miss Robson? Poirot asked.
Yes.
She has strong character, said Poirot.
You are right, said Ferguson. She is brave. She looks gentle, but she is not weak. She is full of courage.
She walked into the room again. She felt sure of what she wanted. She wanted that girl. She thought it might help if the older lady disliked her. Maybe that would make Cornelia think better of her. She turned and went into the observation saloon. Miss Van Schuyler sat in her usual corner. She looked proud and strict. She was knitting quietly. Ferguson walked straight toward her. Hercule Poirot came in softly and sat nearby. He opened a magazine and pretended to read it.
Good afternoon, Miss Van Schuyler.
Miss Van Schuyler looked up for only a moment. Then she looked down again and said coldly, Good afternoon.
Miss Van Schuyler, I want to talk to you about something important. I want to marry your cousin.
Her ball of wool fell and rolled across the floor. She looked at him sharply.
You must be crazy, young man.
I'm not crazy, said Ferguson. I really want to marry her. I have already asked her.
Miss Van Schuyler looked at him slowly. Her eyes were cold and curious, as if she was studying a strange insect. Really? I think she said no to you.
She did, said Ferguson.
Of course she did, said Miss Van Schuyler.
This is not a good reason to stop. I will keep asking until she says yes.
Miss Van Schuyler spoke in a hard voice. I will make sure my cousin is not bothered by you again.
What have you got against me? Ferguson asked.
Miss Van Schuyler lifted her eyebrows. She pulled her wool quickly and tried to end the talk.
Come on, said Ferguson. Tell me what you have against me.
That is clear enough, mister. What is your name?
Ferguson.
Mr. Ferguson, she said. Her voice sounded very cold and unpleasant when she said his name.
Any such idea is quite out of the question.
You mean, said Ferguson, that I'm not good enough for her? In what way am I not good enough? I have 2 legs, 2 arms, good health, and a good mind. What is wrong with that? Social position is foolish.
I should think that would be clear to you. Miss Van Schuyler kept silent. There is such a thing as social position, Mr. Ferguson.
The door opened and Cornelia came in. She stopped quickly when she saw her strong cousin Marie talking with Mr. Ferguson. The bold Mr. Ferguson turned his head, smiled widely, and said, "Come on, Cornelia. I am asking for your hand in marriage in a proper way."
Cornelia, said Miss Van Schuyler, her voice cold and sharp, have you been leading this young man on?
No, of course not, or at least not really, I mean. What do you mean? No, it isn't, said Cornelia, blushing. If I loved you, I would marry you no matter who you were. I think you are too bold. The way you talk, the things you say. I've never met anyone like you. Her eyes filled with tears. She hurried out of the room.
She hasn't encouraged me, said Mr. Ferguson in a friendly way. I've done it all myself. She hasn't told me to go away, because she is too kind. Cornelia, your cousin says I am not good enough for you. That is true, but not in the way she means. My good character is not as high as yours, but her problem is that I am below you in social class. Is it? Asked Mr. Ferguson, looking straight at Cornelia. Is that the reason you won't marry me? Well, said Mr. Ferguson, that's not a bad beginning. He leaned back in his chair, looked at the ceiling, whistled, crossed his legs, and said, I'll be calling you cousin soon. I paid for my ticket, said Mr. Ferguson. They can't put me out of the public lounge. But I'll please you and go. He hummed softly to himself as he walked to the door and went out.
That, I think, is clear to Cornelia, said Miss Van Schuyler. Miss Van Schuyler shook with anger. Leave this room at once, sir, or I'll call the steward. Miss Van Schuyler was almost shaking with anger as she tried to stand. Thank you, Monsieur Poirot. Please send Miss Bowers to me. I feel very upset. That rude young man.
Poirot, who had been quietly sitting behind a magazine, jumped up and picked up the ball of wool. Quite an unusual person, I'm afraid, said Poirot. 26. Poirot talked in a calm voice. He said that the family was spoiled and liked to fight against things that were not real problems. You knew who he was, didn't you?
Knew him?
He calls himself Ferguson. He doesn't want to use his real title because he has modern ideas.
His title?
Yes, he is young Lord Dawlish. He has a lot of money, but he became a communist when he studied at Oxford. Miss Van Schuyler looked upset and confused. She asked, How long have you known this, Monsieur Poirot? Poirot lifted his shoulders. I saw a picture in the newspaper and noticed he looked like Lord Dawlish. Later, I found a ring with a family mark on it. I am sure it's him. He watched her face change again and seemed to enjoy it. At last, she said politely, Thank you very much, Monsieur Poirot. Poirot smiled as she left the room. Then he sat down and looked serious again. He was thinking deeply. Sometimes he nodded his head. Finally, he said softly, Yes, it all makes sense.
Captain Race came in and saw Poirot still sitting there. Well, Poirot, what do you think? Pennington will be here in 10 minutes. I'll leave this to you.
Poirot stood up quickly. First, bring young Fanthorpe.
Race looked surprised. Fanthorpe?
Yes, said Poirot. Bring him to my cabin.
Race nodded and went to find him.
Poirot walked to his cabin. A few minutes later, Race came with young Fanthorpe. Poirot showed them their seats and offered cigarettes. Now, Monsieur Fanthorpe, let's talk business. I see you wear the same tie that my friend Hastings wears.
Jim Fanthorpe looked down and seemed a little puzzled. It's an old-school tie.
Right, said Poirot. You know, even though I am not English, I understand your habits. Some things are done, and some things are not done.
Fanthorpe smiled. We don't talk like that much now, sir, he said.
Maybe not, said Poirot, but the idea is still true. The old-school tie means something, and people who wear it follow certain rules. I know this very well. Poirot looked at Monsieur Fanthorpe. He said it was rude to join someone's private talk without being asked. Fanthorpe looked surprised. Poirot continued speaking. He said that Fanthorpe had done exactly that. A few people were talking quietly in the observation saloon. Fanthorpe walked near them and tried to listen. Then he turned and told Madame Simon Doyle that her business ideas were good. Fanthorpe's face turned red. Poirot did not wait for him to speak. He said that kind of action did not suit a man like his friend Hastings. Hastings was polite and would never do something so bold. Poirot said Fanthorpe was a young man on an expensive trip. He also said that Fanthorpe worked for a small law office and was not very rich. Poirot noticed that Fanthorpe looked healthy and did not seem to be traveling for rest or sickness. Poirot asked him directly why he was on the boat.
Fanthorpe lifted his head. He said he would not answer any questions. He added that Poirot must be crazy.
Poirot said he was not crazy at all. He asked where Fanthorpe's law firm was. Fanthorpe said it was in Northampton, near Woad Hall. Poirot said Fanthorpe had tried to overhear a talk about legal papers. He said Fanthorpe had spoken to Madame Doyle to stop her from signing something without reading it first. Poirot stopped for a moment. He said that there had been one murder on the boat, and then two more soon after. He added that the gun used to kill Madame Otterbourne belonged to Mr. Andrew Pennington. He told Fanthorpe this information meant he must now help and tell them everything he knew.
Fanthorpe was quiet for a while. Then he said that Poirot liked to work in a strange way, that he understood his points.
The trouble is that I do not have any clear facts to show you.
You mean you only have a guess?
Yes.
And you think it is not wise to speak about it?
That could be true in law.
But this is not a court. Colonel Race and I are trying to find a murderer. Anything that helps us is important.
Jim Fanthorpe thought for a moment.
Then he said, "Very well."
What do you want to ask?
Why did you come on this trip?
My uncle, Mr. Carmichael, who is Mrs. Doyle's English lawyer, sent me here. He worked on many of her business matters. Because of this, he often wrote to Mr. Andrew Pennington, who was Mrs. Doyle's American trustee. A few small things made my uncle feel something was wrong.
In simple words, said Race, your uncle thought that Pennington was dishonest?
Jim Fanthorpe nodded. There was a small smile on his face.
You said it more directly than I would, he said. But you are right about the main idea.
He explained that Pennington had made several strange excuses about how he used some money. These excuses made his uncle start to feel doubtful. At that time, Miss Ridgway got married sooner than anyone expected and went to Egypt for her honeymoon. Her marriage made his uncle feel calm again. He thought that when she came back to England, the estate would be settled and given to her officially. But later, Miss Ridgway wrote him a letter from Cairo. In it, she said she had met Andrew Pennington by chance. When his uncle read that, his fear grew stronger. He felt sure that Pennington might ask her to sign some papers to hide the money problems he had caused. His uncle had no proof to show her, so he did not know what to do. He decided to send Jim to Egypt by plane. Jim had to find out what was happening and stop any trouble if needed.
It was not a nice job, Jim said. I even had to act rude that time you mentioned. It was uncomfortable, but I think it worked well.
Race looked at him. So you warned Madame Doyle, he asked.
Not exactly, said Jim. But I think I made Pennington nervous. I felt sure he would stop trying any tricks for a while. By that time, I hoped to become close enough to Mr. and Mrs. Doyle to give them some kind of warning. I planned to talk first to Mr. Doyle. Mrs. Doyle liked Mr. Pennington very much, so it would have been hard to say anything bad about him to her. It was easier for me to speak with her husband.
Race nodded. Poirot asked Fanthorpe to share his honest opinion.
He said, if someone wanted to cheat, would they choose Mrs. Doyle or Mr. Doyle as the victim? Fanthorpe gave a small smile. He said, Mr. Doyle, of course. Mrs. Doyle was very smart in business. Her husband seems like a man who trusts people too easily and knows little about business. He would sign papers without understanding them.
Poirot nodded. He looked at Race and said, then that gives us a motive.
Fanthorpe said, but this is only guessing. It is not real proof.
Poirot answered calmly, we will find proof. Race asked, how? Poirot said, maybe from Mr. Pennington himself.
Fanthorpe looked unsure. He said quietly, I am not sure about that.
Race checked his watch. He said, he should arrive soon.
Fanthorpe understood and left the room.
2 minutes later, Andrew Pennington came in. He smiled politely, but his tight jaw and watchful eyes showed he was being careful.
He said, well, gentlemen, here I am. He sat down and looked at them.
Poirot began, we asked you here, Mr. Pennington, because you seem to have a special interest in this case.
Pennington raised his eyebrows. Is that so? He asked.
Poirot spoke softly. He said, yes. I understand you have known Lynette Ridgway since she was a child.
Pennington's face changed and became less guarded. I'm sorry, he said. Yes, I told you before, I knew Lynette when she was a sweet little girl. Poirot asked, you were close friends with her father? Pennington said, yes. Meluish Ridgway and I were very close. Poirot said, you were so close that, when he died, he made you the business guardian of his daughter and the trustee of her large fortune? Pennington nodded slowly. That is mostly correct, he said carefully. I was not the only trustee. There were others too. Poirot asked, and they have died? Pennington said, 2 of them are dead. One, Mr. Sterndale Rockford, is still alive. Your partner? Poirot asked. Yes, said Pennington. Poirot said, Miss Ridgway was not yet 21 when she married? That's right, Pennington said. She would have turned 21 in July. In normal circumstances, she would have taken full control of her money then? Poirot asked. Yes, Pennington replied. Poirot said, but her marriage changed that. Pennington's jaw grew tight again.
Pennington lifted his chin and looked at them in a hard way.
Excuse me, gentlemen, but what business is this of yours? He asked.
If you don't want to answer, one man began.
Pennington interrupted. I don't mind your questions, but I don't see how they matter.
Poirot leaned forward with calm eyes. Ah, Monsieur Pennington, we are talking about motive. Money often plays a part in that.
Pennington spoke in a low voice. By Mr. Ridgway's will, Lynette got her money when she was 21 or when she married.
No other rules? Asked Poirot.
No rules, said Pennington.
It was a large amount of money, yes? Asked Poirot gently.
Yes, millions, Pennington replied.
Poirot said quietly, you and your partner have a very heavy responsibility, Mr. Pennington.
Pennington shook his head. We handle big matters often. It doesn't bother us.
Poirot said softly, I wonder about that.
Pennington looked annoyed. What do you mean by that?
Poirot smiled a little. I was wondering if Lynette Ridgway's fast marriage surprised your office.
Surprised? What are you talking about? Pennington asked sharply.
I only ask, said Poirot, if Mrs. Doyle's business records are in perfect order.
Pennington stood up. I've had enough. I'm done here. He started toward the door.
Poirot said, please answer my question first.
Pennington said quickly, everything is in perfect order.
Poirot replied calmly, then you were not so worried by her marriage that you hurried to Europe and arranged to meet her in Egypt by chance.
Pennington turned back. His voice was firm again. That's nonsense. I didn't even know she was married until I met her in Cairo. Her letter came late to New York, about a week after I left.
You said you came by the Carmanic? Asked Poirot.
That's right, said Pennington.
And the letter arrived in New York after the Carmanic sailed.
How many times must I say it? Pennington said angrily.
Poirot looked thoughtful. It is strange.
What's strange? Pennington asked.
Poirot answered, your luggage has no Carmanic labels, only ones from the Normandie. That ship left 2 days after the Carmanic.
Pennington looked uncertain for a moment.
Colonel Ray spoke firmly. Come now, Mr. Pennington. We have good reasons to think you traveled on the Normandie, not the Carmanic. If that is true, you got Mrs. Doyle's letter before you left. It's easy to check with the ship lines.
Pennington slowly sat down. His face showed nothing. He thought quickly before speaking. Well, gentlemen, he said, you've caught me. But I had my reasons.
Race asked coldly, and what reasons were those?
If I tell you, it must stay private, said Pennington.
Poirot nodded. You can trust us to act properly.
Pennington sighed. Fine. I'll tell the truth. There was some trouble in England. I was worried. I couldn't fix it through letters, so I came myself.
What kind of trouble? Asked Poirot.
I thought Lynette was being cheated, said Pennington.
By whom?
Her British lawyer. I couldn't just accuse him by mail. I had to see for myself.
Poirot nodded. That was very careful of you. But why lie about the letter?
Pennington spread his hands. You can't just visit people on their honeymoon and say you came because of business. I wanted it to look like meeting by chance. Also, I didn't know her husband. Maybe he was part of the problem.
Colonel Ray said dryly, so, you acted only out of kindness.
Pennington smiled slightly. Exactly, Colonel.
There was silence. Race looked over at Poirot. The little man leaned closer. Monsieur Pennington, we do not believe your story.
Pennington looked angry. What do you believe then? He asked.
We think that when Lynette Ridgway married suddenly, it caused you trouble with money, said the little man. You came here quickly to find a way out of your problem. You tried to get Mrs. Doyle to sign some papers, but she refused. Later, on the trip up the Nile, you walked with her at Abu Simbel. A stone fell when you touched it, and it nearly hit her.
Pennington shouted, That's nonsense.
We also think something similar happened again, said the little man calmly. You had another chance to harm her when no one would suspect you. We also know that your gun was used to shoot a woman who was about to tell us who she believed killed Lynette Doyle and her maid.
Pennington swore loudly. What are you talking about? Why would I kill Lynette? I would not get her money that goes to her husband. He should be the one you suspect, not me.
Race said in a cool voice. Mr. Doyle stayed in the lounge the whole night until he was injured. Doctors and nurses saw that he could not walk after that. He could not have killed his wife, the maid, or Mrs. Otterbourne. You know this is true.
Pennington looked calmer. I know he did not kill them, he said. But why blame me? I gained nothing from her death.
Poirot spoke softly. Perhaps, sir, that is not true. Mrs. Doyle understood her business well. She would have seen any problem with her money once she returned to England. But now that she is gone and her husband has the money, things are easier for you. He knows little about money and trusts people easily. You could confuse him with numbers and delay payment with excuses about legal matters or the economy. It makes a great difference whether you deal with him or with his wife.
Pennington moved his shoulders and said, Your ideas are strange.
Time will show, said Poirot quietly.
Pennington frowned. What did you say?
Time will show, repeated Poirot. There are 3 deaths here. The law will look closely at Mrs. Doyle's finances.
Pennington's shoulders dropped, and Poirot saw he had one. Jim Fanthorpe's doubts were right.
Poirot said, You have tried and failed. Do not pretend any more.
You do not understand, said Pennington weakly. It was all fair really. The slump in business was terrible. But I would have fixed everything. By June it would be fine.
His hand shook as he tried to light a cigarette and could not. Poirot said slowly, The falling stone was a sudden idea, wasn't it? You thought no one saw you.
It was an accident, cried Pennington. I swear it was an accident. I slipped and touched the stone by mistake. He leaned forward, his face pale and frightened. I swear it was an accident.
The 2 men stayed silent. Pennington tried to calm himself. He still looked tired and weak, but he seemed a little stronger. He walked to the door.
You can't blame me for that, he said. It was an accident. I didn't shoot her. Do you understand? You can't prove it was me, and you never will.
Then he left the room. When the door closed, Race let out a long breath.
We learned more than I expected, he said. He admitted to cheating and to trying to kill someone. But we can't go further than that. A person may admit trying to kill, but he won't say he really did it.
Sometimes he will, said Poirot. His eyes looked calm and thoughtful. Race watched him with interest. Do you have a plan? He asked. Poirot nodded slowly. He raised his hand and counted on his fingers. The garden at Arswan. Mr. Allerton's words. The 2 bottles of nail polish. My bottle of wine. The velvet scarf. The dirty handkerchief. The gun found near the body. And the death of Louise. The death of Madame Otterbourne. Race looked surprised. Pennington didn't do it, Poirot said. Yes, he wanted money, Poirot went on. Yes, he planned something bad. But that is all. This murder needed something more. It needed a person who was brave, quick, and calm. It needed someone who could think fast and act without fear. Pennington is not like that. He only does things when he knows they are safe. This crime was not safe. It was full of danger. It needed a bold person. Pennington is clever, but not brave. Race looked at Poirot with respect.
You understand it very well, he said.
I think so, Poirot said. There are still a few small things, like that telegram Lynette Doyle read. I should like to get that cleared up.
By Jove, we forgot to ask Doyle. He was talking to us when poor old Ma Otterbourne came along. We'll ask him again. Later. First, I want to speak to someone else. Who is that? Tim Allerton.
Race lifted his eyebrows.
Allerton? All right, we'll call him in.
He rang a bell and sent a message with the steward. After a short time, Tim Allerton came in, looking curious.
The steward said you wanted to see me.
Yes, Monsieur Allerton. Please sit down. Tim sat quietly. He looked interested, but a little tired.
Can I help you with something? He asked politely, without much energy.
Poirot said, in a way, yes. I only need you to listen. Tim looked surprised but smiled a little.
Of course. I'm very good at listening. I always know when to say, oh, at the right time.
That is very good, said Poirot. Will be very expressive. ABN, let us commence. When I met you and your mother at Aswan, Monsieur Allerton, I liked your company very much. At first, I thought your mother was one of the nicest people I had ever met. She is very special. But the next thing that caught my interest was when you spoke about a certain lady.
Really?
Yes, a Miss Joanna Southwood. I had heard that name before. For the past 3 years, there have been some jewel thefts that have worried the police in London. These were crimes that happened among rich people. The thieves had a clever way. They took the real jewelry and left a false copy in its place. My friend, Chief Inspector Japp, believed that 2 people worked together to do these crimes. He saw that the thieves knew a lot about the owners and their jewels. So, he thought they were people from good families. Then he started to look carefully at Miss Joanna Southwood. All the people who lost their jewels were friends or people she knew. She had always touched or borrowed each piece of jewelry that was later stolen. Also, her way of living was far richer than her money allowed. But it was clear that she did not take the jewels herself. Sometimes she was not even in England when the jewels were changed. So Chief Inspector Japp began to form an idea. Miss Southwood had once worked with a modern jewelry group. He thought she made drawings of the real jewels and had a dishonest worker copy them. Then another person put the fake jewels in place of the real ones. This other person never touched the originals or the copies, so no one suspected them. Japp did not know who this second person was. When you and I talked, some things you said made me think. You spoke about a ring that was lost while you were in Mallorca. You also told me you had been at a party where another fake jewel had appeared. You were close friends with Miss Southwood. I also noticed that you did not like me and tried to keep your mother from being friendly to me. Maybe it was just dislike, but I thought it was more than that. You worked hard to hide your feelings with a cheerful face. After Lynette Doyle was killed, people found that her pearls were missing. At once, I thought of you. Poirot looked at Tim and said quietly, I believe you worked with Mademoiselle Southwood, who was close to Madame Doyle. If that was true, you did not steal the pearls openly. You made a copy and changed them. Poirot paused for a moment. Then the real pearls suddenly come back, he said. But I find out they are not real. They are fake. I understand now who took the real ones. You replaced the true necklace with a false one before it was stolen. Tim's face turned pale. He looked frightened, but he tried to smile.
Really? And if that is true, where are the real pearls now? He asked.
Poirot's eyes were calm. I know that too, he said slowly. There is only one place they could be. They are hidden inside the beads of a rosary in your cabin. The beads look carefully carved. I think you asked someone to make it special for you. The beads can open, even though it doesn't look like they can. Inside each bead there is one pearl glued inside. Poirot went on, police officers usually don't touch religious things unless they seem strange. You trusted they would not look there. I also tried to learn how Mademoiselle Southwood sent the false necklace to you. She must have done it, since you came here from Mallorca when you knew Madame Doyle would spend her honeymoon here. I think she sent it in a book. She cut a square hole in the pages and hid the necklace inside. Books are usually never opened during the post. There was a long silence.
Then Tim said quietly, "You win. It was a clever game, but it's finished now. I will have to face the truth."
Poirot nodded. Do you understand that someone saw you that night? He said.
Someone saw me? Tim asked quickly.
Yes, said Poirot. On the night Lynette Doyle died, someone saw you leaving her cabin just after 1 o'clock.
Tim looked shocked. Wait, he cried. You cannot think that I killed her. I swear I did not. It was terrible for me. To have chosen that night, it was awful.
Poirot said softly, yes, you must have felt very uneasy. But now the truth is here, you can help us. Was Madame Doyle alive or dead when you took the pearls?
I don't know, Tim said in a tired voice. Honestly, Monsieur Poirot, I really don't know. I found out where she kept them, on the small table near her bed. I went in very quietly, touched the table, took the pearls, put down the false ones, and went out. I thought she was asleep.
Poirot asked, did you hear her breathing? Surely you listened for that.
Tim thought carefully. It was very quiet, he said. No, I can't remember hearing her breathe.
Poirot asked again, was there the smell of smoke in the air? Like when a gun was fired?
Tim shook his head. I don't think so, he said. I don't remember it.
Poirot sighed. Then we know no more than before, he said.
Tim asked softly, who saw me?
Rosalie Otterbourne, Poirot answered. She came around the other side of the boat and saw you leaving Lynette Doyle's cabin and going back to your own.
So she told you?
No, said Poirot gently. She did not tell me.
Then how did you find out? Tim asked.
Poirot smiled slightly. Because I am Hercule Poirot, he said. I do not need others to tell me. When I asked her directly, she said, I saw nobody, Poirot added. She lied.
Tim looked puzzled. But why? He asked.
Poirot spoke calmly. Perhaps she thought the man she saw was the murderer. It really looked that way.
Tim frowned. That should have made her tell you at once.
Poirot lifted his shoulders. She did not think so, it seems. Tim spoke softly. His voice sounded strange.
She is a very special girl, he said. She has had a hard life with her mother.
Yes, someone answered. Life was not easy for her.
Poor girl, Tim said quietly.
Then he looked at Race.
Well, sir, what do we do now? He asked. I admit that I took the pearls from Lynette's cabin. You will find them where you said. I am guilty of that. But about Miss Southwood, I will not say anything. You have no proof against her. How I got the false necklace is my own secret.
Poirot said, that is a good answer. Tim smiled a little.
Always the gentleman, he said. Then he added, you can guess how strange it was for me when my mother started liking you. I am not a real criminal. It was not easy to sit next to a famous detective just before trying something dangerous. Some people might enjoy that, but I did not. To be honest, it made me nervous.
But you still tried your plan? Poirot asked.
Tim lifted his shoulders. I couldn't stop completely, he said. I had to make the exchange at some time. This boat gave me the best chance. My cabin was close to Lynette's, and she was so busy with her own worries that she would not notice what I did.
I wonder if that is true, Poirot said slowly.
Tim looked up quickly. What do you mean? He asked.
Poirot pressed the bell. He said he wanted to ask Miss Otterbourne to come for a minute. Tim looked unhappy but did not speak. A steward came, received the message, and left. After a short time, Rosalie came in. Her eyes were red from crying. She looked surprised to see Tim, but she did not look angry or suspicious anymore. She sat down quietly and looked at Race and Poirot.
We're very sorry to trouble you, Miss Otterbourne, he said.
Race spoke kindly to her. He looked a little upset with Poirot.
It's all right, she answered softly.
Poirot said, we must make one or two things clear. When I asked you if you saw anyone on the starboard deck at 1:10 this morning, you said you saw nobody. But now I know the truth without your help. Mr. Allerton has told me that he was in Lynette Doyle's cabin last night. Rosalie looked quickly at Tim. Tim's face was hard and serious. He nodded shortly. The time is right, Mr. Allerton. Poirot asked.
All correct, said Tim.
Rosalie kept looking at him. Her lips shook a little.
She whispered, but you didn't.
No, I didn't kill her. I am a thief, not a murderer. Everyone will learn the truth soon, so you should know. I wanted her pearls.
Poirot said, Mr. Allerton says that he went to her cabin last night and changed the real pearls for false ones.
Did you really do that? Asked Rosalie. Her eyes looked sad and serious.
Yes, said Tim.
No one spoke for a moment. Colonel Race moved in his seat. Poirot said in a strange voice, that is Mr. Allerton's story. It matches part of the evidence you gave. It proves he went to Lynette Doyle's cabin last night, but it does not show why.
Tim looked at Poirot. But you know why, he said.
What do I know? Poirot asked.
You know I have the pearls, Tim said.
Yes, Poirot replied calmly. I know you have the pearls. I do not know when you got them. Maybe it was before last night. You said that Lynette Doyle would not have noticed the change. I am not sure about that. Maybe she did notice. Maybe she even knew who did it. Maybe last night she said she would tell everyone, and you knew she meant it. Maybe you heard the fight between Jacqueline de Belfort and Simon Doyle in the saloon. When the saloon was empty, you went in and took the pistol. Later, when the boat was quiet, you went to Lynette Doyle's cabin to make sure she could not tell anyone.
My God, said Tim.
His face was very pale. His eyes looked full of pain. He looked at Hercule Poirot without speaking. Poirot went on talking. But someone else saw you, or the girl Louise. The next day she came to you and asked for money. She said she would tell what she knew if you did not pay her. You thought paying her would be the start of trouble. So you said yes and made a time to meet her before lunch with the money. When she was counting the notes, you hurt her. But again things went wrong. Someone saw you go to her cabin. He looked at Rosalie. Your mother. You had to do something, even if it was risky. You had heard Pennington talk about his gun. You went into his cabin and took it. You listened outside Dr. Bessner's cabin. When Madame Otterbourne was going to say your name, You shot her?
No, cried Rosalie. He didn't. He didn't.
After that, you ran to the back of the boat. When I ran after you, you turned and pretended you were coming from the other way. You used gloves to hold the gun. The gloves were in your pocket when I asked for them.
Tim said, I swear it is not true. Not one word. But his weak and shaking voice did not sound sure.
Then Rosalie Otterbourne spoke quickly. Of course it's not true. Monsieur Poirot knows it's not. He's saying it for his own reason.
Poirot looked at her. A small smile came to his lips. He lifted his hands as if to give up. Mademoiselle is very clever. But you agree, it was a good story.
What do you mean? Tim said angrily.
Poirot raised his hand. There really is a strong case against you, Monsieur Allerton. I wanted you to understand that. Now I will tell you something better. I have not looked at the rosary in your cabin yet. Maybe when I do, I will find nothing there. Then, since Mademoiselle Otterbourne says she saw no one on the deck last night, there is no case against you at all. The pearls were taken by someone who steals things but later gave them back. They are in a small box on the table near the door if you want to see them with Mademoiselle.
Tim stood up. He could not speak for a moment.
Rosalie and I? He tried to speak, but his words felt weak. Still, maybe they were enough for the people listening.
Thanks, he said. You won't need to give me another chance.
He opened the door for the girl. She walked outside. He picked up the little cardboard box and followed her. They walked side by side. Tim opened the box. He took out the fake pearl necklace and threw it far into the Nile.
There, he said. It's gone. When I give Poirot the box again, the real pearls will be inside. I've been such a fool.
Rosalie spoke softly.
Why did you start doing it? She asked.
How did I start? He said. Oh, I don't know. I was bored. I was lazy. It felt like fun. It looked more exciting than a normal job. Maybe it sounds bad to you, but it had a strange attraction, the danger, I think.
I understand, Rosalie said.
Yes, but you would never do it, Tim said.
Rosalie stayed quiet for a short time. Her head was bent.
No, she said quietly. I wouldn't.
He looked at her.
Oh, my dear, he said. You are so beautiful. Why didn't you say that you saw me last night?
I thought they might think you were guilty, Rosalie said.
Did you think that, too? He asked.
No, she said. I didn't believe you could hurt anyone.
No, he said. I'm not like that. I'm only a small thief, not a killer.
She touched his arm carefully. Don't say that, she said.
He took her hand gently. Rosalie, would you care for me? Or would you always look down on me?
She gave a small smile. There are things you could blame me for, too, she said softly.
Rosalie, my dear, he whispered.
But she waited a moment.
And Joanna, she asked.
Tim spoke loudly. Joanna? You sound like my mother. I don't care at all about Joanna. She has a horse-like face and looks greedy. She's not attractive at all.
After some time, Rosalie said, Your mother doesn't need to know about you.
I'm not sure, Tim said. I think I'll tell her. Mother is strong. She can face the truth. I'll break her nice ideas about me. But she'll feel better when she learns that Joanna and I only work together. Then she will forgive everything else.
They reached Mrs. Allerton's cabin. Tim knocked on the door. It opened. Mrs. Allerton was standing there.
Rosalie and I, Tim began.
He stopped for a moment.
Oh, my dears, said Mrs. Allerton.
She held Rosalie close in her arms.
My dear child, she said warmly. I always hoped this would happen. Tim tried to hide his feelings for you, but I knew he liked you.
Rosalie spoke softly, with tears in her voice. You have always been kind to me. I used to wish.
She could not finish her sentence. She cried happily on Mrs. Allerton's shoulder. 28. When Tim and Rosalie left the room, Poirot looked at Colonel Race. Poirot looked a little sorry. Colonel Race looked serious. You will agree to my small plan, yes? Poirot asked. I know it is not very correct, but I care about people being happy.
You don't care about my happiness, said Race. I like that young woman, and she loves the young man. They will be good for each other. Her mother likes him too. Everything fits perfectly. So, this marriage is made by heaven and by Hercule Poirot, Race said dryly. And I only need to forgive a small crime.
But, my friend, said Poirot, I only guessed what happened.
Race suddenly smiled. It's fine with me, he said. I'm not a policeman, thank goodness. I think the boy will behave now. The girl is honest. I'm not angry about that. I'm angry about you keeping secrets from me. You've tested my patience enough. Do you know who killed the 3 people on this boat or not?
I know, said Poirot. Then why all these delays? You think I am wasting time, but I am not. Once I worked with an archaeological team. I learned how to clean things carefully from the ground. You brush away the extra dirt and cut around little bits until the object is clear and clean. Then you can study it properly. That is what I have been doing, removing the extra details to find the real truth.
Good, said Race. Tell me this real truth now. It wasn't Pennington. It wasn't young Allerton. It wasn't Fleetwood. So who was it?
My friend, said Poirot, I am going to tell you. There was a knock on the door. Race sighed unhappily. Dr. Bessner came in with Cornelia. Cornelia looked worried.
Oh, Colonel Race, she said. Miss Bowers just told me about Cousin Marie. It was a terrible shock. Miss Bowers said she couldn't handle the secret alone anymore. She thought I should know since I am part of the family. First, I couldn't believe it. But Dr. Bessner has been so kind.
No, said the doctor softly. Yes, he explained everything. He told me that sometimes people cannot control it. He said he has treated people who take things without meaning to. He said it often comes from a deep problem inside.
Cornelia repeated the doctor's words with wonder. Cornelia spoke in a quiet voice. She said that sometimes a small thing from childhood can stay deep in the mind. She explained that a doctor had helped people remember such things and that it cured them. She stopped and took a deep breath. Then she said she was very worried that people might find out about it. She said it would be terrible if anyone in New York knew. The newspapers would write about it. Her cousin and mother would be ashamed.
Race sighed. He said, That's all right. This is hush-hush house.
Cornelia looked confused and asked what he meant. Race explained that everything except murder was kept quiet here. Cornelia looked happy and clasped her hands. She said she felt much better now because she had been very worried.
Dr. Bessner smiled and told her she had a gentle heart. He patted her shoulder kindly. Then he told the others that Cornelia had a sweet and sensitive nature.
Cornelia said she did not think so and that he was too kind.
Poirot asked quietly if she had seen Mr. Ferguson again.
Cornelia blushed and said no, but her cousin had been talking about him.
Dr. Bessner said the young man was from a good family. He said he did not look like it because his clothes were poor. He explained that Ferguson did not seem like a well-bred man.
Poirot asked Cornelia what she thought.
Cornelia said she thought Ferguson was simply strange.
Poirot turned to Dr. Bessner and asked about his patient.
The doctor said the man was getting better. He had calmed Mr. Belfort, who had been very upset. She had worried because the man had a small fever that day. The doctor said it was normal. He was surprised the man was not very sick, since he was strong and healthy. He said the man's heart and temperature were fine, and he had told the lady not to worry. He smiled and said it was strange, first you hurt someone, and then you cry because he is not well.
Cornelia said quietly that the lady loved him very much.
Dr. Bessner said that was not sensible. He asked Cornelia if she would hurt someone she loved. He told her she was sensible.
Cornelia said she did not like things that make loud noises.
The doctor nodded and said it was natural because she was a gentle woman.
Ray spoke again to stop the talk. He said that since the man was better, he wanted to continue his earlier talk with him. Doyle had told him about a telegram.
Dr. Bessner laughed and said it was very funny. He said the telegram talked about vegetables, potatoes, artichokes, and leeks.
Ray suddenly sat up. He looked shocked and said, "So that's it? Richetti." The others looked puzzled. Race explained that it was a secret code from a war in South Africa. He said potatoes meant machine guns, artichokes meant dangerous bombs, and so on. He said Richetti was not really an archaeologist. He was a dangerous man who had caused trouble and harm before. Race said Mrs. Doyle had opened the telegram by mistake. If she ever told anyone what she had read, Richetti would have been caught. Race looked at Poirot and asked if he was right.
Is Richetti the man? He is your man, said Poirot.
I always felt something was not right about him. He was almost too perfect in his job. He acted only like an archaeologist and not like a real person.
Poirot stopped for a moment. Then he said, but Richetti did not kill Lynette Doyle. For a long time, I have known one part of the truth. Now I know the other part too. The picture is complete. But you must understand, even though I know what happened, I have no real proof. The case makes sense in my mind, but it is not really finished. The only hope is that the killer will admit it.
Dr. Bessner lifted his shoulders and looked doubtful. Ah, that would be a miracle, he said.
I do not think so, Poirot replied. Not in these conditions.
Cornelia spoke quickly. But who is it? Will you tell us?
Poirot looked quietly at each of them. Ray sat with a little smile. Bessner still looked doubtful. Cornelia's mouth was open a bit, and she watched him with bright eyes. "Mais OUI," said Poirot. "I like to have people listen to me. I must admit, I am proud. I enjoy saying, 'Look how smart Hercule Poirot is.'"
Race moved a little in his chair. "Well," he said calmly, "how smart is Hercule Poirot?"
Poirot shook his head slowly from side to side. "At first, I was very foolish," he said. "I could not see clearly. The problem for me was the gun, Jacqueline de Belfort's gun." 29. Why was the pistol not left where the crime happened? The killer clearly wanted people to think she was guilty. So why did the killer take the gun away? I made many foolish guesses. The truth was simple. The killer had to take it. He had no other choice. "You and I," said Poirot to Race, "began the case with a wrong belief. We thought the murder happened suddenly, without planning. Someone wanted to get rid of Lynette Doyle and took the chance to do it when people would blame Jacqueline de Belfort. So we believed that person heard the scene between Jacqueline and Simon Doyle and took the pistol when the others left the room. But, my friends, if that idea was wrong, the whole case looked different. And it was wrong, Poirot said firmly. This was not a quick crime. It was carefully planned. Every part was prepared in detail, even the drug that was put into my wine that night. Yes, that really happened, Poirot said. I was made to sleep deeply so that I could not wake up and take part in what happened that night. I thought it was possible. I drank wine, but my two friends drank whiskey and water. It was easy for someone to pour a little harmless sleeping medicine into my wine. The bottle stood on the table all day. But I ignored the idea. The day was hot, and I was very tired. So I thought it was normal that I slept heavily instead of lightly. You see, I still believed the wrong idea. If I had been drugged, it meant someone planned everything. It meant that before dinner, the plan was already decided. And that did not fit with the sudden crime idea. The first thing that broke that idea was when we found the pistol in the river. If we had been right, the pistol should never have been thrown into the Nile. And soon, we learned even more. Poirot looked at Dr. Bessner. Bessner looked at Lynette Doyle's body. The wound showed a mark that looked burned. That meant the gun had been held close to her head when it was fired. Bessner nodded and said that was correct. When the gun was found, it was covered in a velvet scarf. The velvet had clear marks showing the gun had been fired through it. Someone might have thought that doing this would make the sound quieter. But if the gun had been fired through the velvet, there would be no burn marks on Lynette's skin. So the shot fired by Jacqueline de Belfort at Simon Doyle could not be the same one. There were two people who saw that shooting, so we knew everything about it. It looked like there was a third shot that no one had seen. But only 2 bullets had been fired from the gun. There was no sign that another shot had been made. This was very strange. The next thing I found was in Lynette Doyle's cabin. There were 2 bottles of nail polish. Women often change the color of their nails, but Lynette always used a dark red color called cardinal. The second bottle was marked rose, which should have been light pink. But the few drops left inside were bright red. I opened it and smelled it. It did not smell like nail polish. It smelled like vinegar. That meant the bottle had red ink inside, not nail polish. It was unusual for her to keep ink in a nail polish bottle. It made me think about the handkerchief that had a light red stain on it and was around the gun. Red ink can wash out fast but leaves a soft pink color. I might have understood everything then, but something happened that made it clear. Louise Boget was found dead. The way she died showed that she had been asking the killer for money to keep quiet. She was still holding part of a 1,000-franc note in her hand. I remembered words she said that morning.
She told me something very strange when I asked if she had seen anything the night before. She said, if I could not sleep and went upstairs, maybe I would have seen the person who went into Madame's room.
What did that mean?
Bessner looked interested and said quickly, it means she went upstairs.
I shook my head. No, you do not understand. Why would she say that to us?
He said, maybe she wanted to give us a hint.
I answered, but why would she hint at us? If she knew who the killer was, she could tell us the truth or ask that person for money to stay silent. She did not do either. She did not say clearly that she saw no one, and she did not tell us whom she saw. Why use those strange words? There was only one reason. She was trying to give a sign to the killer. So the killer must have been in the room when she spoke. Only Colonel Race, Simon Doyle, Dr. Bessner, and I were there.
The doctor stood up quickly and shouted, "What are you saying?"
You accuse me again? That is foolish and not worth respect. Poirot said sharply. Be quiet. I am only telling you what I thought before. Let us stay calm.
Cornelia said softly. He doesn't think you are guilty now.
Poirot continued quickly. So the idea was between Simon Doyle and Dr. Bessner. But why would Dr. Bessner want to harm Lynette Doyle? He had no reason that I could see. Then Simon Doyle. That was impossible. Many people saw him stay in the saloon that night until the fight began. After that he was hurt, so he could not have done anything more. Poirot looked around. I had strong proof for both points. Mademoiselle Robson, Jim Fanthorpe, and Jacqueline de Belfort told me about the first part. Dr. Bessner and Mademoiselle Bowers gave professional proof about the second. There was no doubt at all. So it seemed that Dr. Bessner was guilty. This idea looked right because the maid was stabbed with a medical knife. But Dr. Bessner himself had said that the knife was surgical. Poirot paused for a moment. Then, my friends, another clear fact came to me. Louise Boget's small hint could not have been meant for Dr. Bessner. Bessner could have talked to him alone whenever she wanted. There was only one person who could help her. That person was Simon Doyle. Simon was hurt and was always with the doctor in the doctor's cabin. So she decided to speak those strange words to him, because it might be her only chance. I remember she turned to him and said, "Sir, please, you understand, don't you?" What can I say?
My dear girl, don't be silly. No one thinks you saw or heard anything. You will be fine. I'll take care of you. No one is blaming you.
That was what she needed to hear, and he told her exactly that. Bessner made a loud noise of anger.
That is foolish. Do you think a man with a broken leg and a splint could walk around the boat and hurt people? It was impossible for Simon Doyle to leave his cabin.
Poirot spoke quietly. Yes, I agree. It was impossible. But it was also true. There was only one clear meaning in Louise Boget's words. So I went back to the start and thought again about the crime. Could Simon Doyle have left the room before the quarrel, and the others simply didn't see it? I felt that was not possible. Could we ignore what Dr. Bessner and Miss Bowers said? I was sure we could not. But I remembered there was one short time gap between their stories. Simon Doyle had been alone in the room for about 5 minutes. Dr. Bessner's careful notes began only after that time. We only had what people said they saw during those 5 minutes. It looked correct, but maybe it was not certain after all. What did people really see? Miss Robson saw Miss de Belfort shoot her gun. She saw Simon Doyle fall into a chair. She saw him press a handkerchief to his leg, and that cloth slowly became red. What did Mr. Fanthorpe see and hear? He heard the shot. He found Doyle with the red-stained handkerchief on his leg. What happened next?
Mr. Belfort must be taken away and not left alone. Fanthorpe should bring the doctor at once.
Accordingly, Mademoiselle Robson and Monsieur Fanthorpe leave their place with Mademoiselle de Belfort. For 5 minutes they stay busy on the left side of the deck. Mademoiselle Bowers, Dr. Bessner, and Mademoiselle de Belfort have rooms on that side. Simon Doyle needs only 2 minutes. He takes the gun from under the sofa. He removes his shoes. He runs quietly along the right side of the deck. He goes into his wife's cabin. She is asleep. He silently shoots her. He puts the bottle with red ink on her table so it will not be found on him. He runs back again. He takes Mademoiselle Van Schuyler's velvet scarf, which he has hidden near a chair. He wraps the gun in it and shoots his own leg. He falls down in pain near the window. He opens the window and throws the gun and the handkerchief into the river.
Ray says, impossible.
The other man answers, no, not impossible. Remember Tim Allerton's words. He heard a small sound and then a splash. He also heard a man running. But no one could have run on that side of the deck. It was Simon Doyle, running in his stocking feet.
Race says, I still think it's impossible. No one could plan everything so fast, especially Doyle, who is slow in thinking.
The other says, he is slow in thinking but quick in movement.
Race replies, yes, but he could not make such a plan.
The other answers, he did not plan it alone. That is our mistake. It looked like something done suddenly, but it was planned long before. Simon had the bottle of red ink in his pocket on purpose. It was not luck that Jacqueline's foot pushed the gun under the sofa, where no one would remember it. Jacqueline? Of course. They worked together. Jacqueline gave Simon an alibi when she fired the first shot. Simon gave Jacqueline an alibi because he made sure a nurse stayed with her all night. Together they had all they needed, the clever thinking of Jacqueline and the quick action of Simon. If you see it this way, everything fits. Simon and Jacqueline loved each other. They still love each other. Simon kills his rich wife. He will get her money and later marry Jacqueline. Everything was very clever. Jacqueline's anger toward Madame Doyle was part of the plan. Simon's fake anger was also part of it. But some things were not perfect. He once spoke to me about possessive women with real dislike. It was clear he meant his wife, not Jacqueline. He acted too loving toward his wife in public. Englishmen like him feel shy to show affection. He was not a good actor. Then there was the time Jacqueline pretended someone had overheard us. I saw no one. There was no one. It was only meant to confuse us later. Another night, on this boat, I thought I heard Simon and Lynette outside my room. He said, we must go on with it. It was Simon, but he was speaking to Jacqueline. The final part was planned perfectly. There was a sleeping medicine for me so I would not interfere. Mademoiselle Robson was chosen as a witness. Jacqueline acted with guilt and strong emotion, making noise to cover the real shot. It was a very clever idea. Jacqueline says she shot Simon. Mademoiselle Robson and Fanthorpe both say it too. Simon's leg is really hurt. No one doubts it. Both have perfect alibis, though Simon must suffer real pain. His wound had to look serious. Then everything goes wrong. Louise Boget cannot sleep. She walks up the stairs and sees Simon running to his wife's cabin and coming back. Next day she understands what happened. She asks for money to stay silent. That demand costs her life.
Cornelia says, but Mr. Doyle could not have killed her?
No, says the other man. The other partner did that. Soon after, Simon asks to see Jacqueline. He even asks me to let them stay alone together. He tells her about the new danger. They must act quickly. He knows where Dr. Bessner keeps the scalpels. After the crime, the scalpel is cleaned and put back. Later, Jacqueline de Belfort comes to lunch very late and looks tired. But things are still not right. Madame Otterbourne sees Jacqueline go into Louise Boget's cabin. She runs to tell Simon at once. She believes Jacqueline is the one who killed. Do you remember how Simon shouted at her? We thought he was nervous. But the door was open, and he was trying to warn his helper. She heard him and acted very fast. She remembered Pennington had spoken about a gun. She took it, went quietly to the door, listened, and fired at the right moment. She once said she was good at shooting, and she was right. After that third murder, I said there were 3 ways the killer could have escaped. He could have gone toward the back of the ship, which would mean Tim Allerton was guilty. He could have jumped into the water, which was very unlikely. Or he could have gone into a cabin. Jacqueline's cabin was only 2 doors away from Dr. Bessner's. So she could throw down the gun, run inside, make her hair look messy, and lie on the bed. It was dangerous, but it was her only hope. No one spoke for a moment.
Then Race asked, "What happened to the first bullet that Jacqueline shot at Doyle?"
"I think it hit the table," I said. "There is a small hole there that looks new. I think Doyle took it out with a small knife and threw it out the window. He also had an extra bullet, so it looked like only 2 were shot."
Cornelia sighed. "They thought of everything," she said. "It's terrible."
Poirot said nothing. But his eye showed that he did not agree. They seemed to say, "You are mistaken." They did not think about Hercule Poirot. Then he said aloud, "And now, Doctor, let us go speak with your patient." 30. It was late in the evening when Hercule Poirot knocked on the door of a cabin. A voice said, "Come in." He opened the door and went inside. Jacqueline de Belfort was sitting in a chair. Another chair near the wall was occupied by the large stewardess. Jacqueline looked carefully at Poirot. She pointed towards the stewardess.
"Can she go?" she asked.
Poirot nodded, and the woman left the room. Poirot moved a chair close to Jacqueline and sat down. They were both silent for a moment. Poirot's face looked sad. At last Jacqueline spoke first.
"Well," she said, "it is finished. You were too clever for us, Monsieur Poirot."
Poirot sighed and opened his hands slowly. He did not seem able to speak. Jacqueline spoke again in a calm voice.
"Still, I don't think you had much real proof. You were right, of course. But if we had tried to fool you—"
"In no other way could it have happened, mademoiselle," said Poirot.
"That makes sense for someone who thinks clearly," she said. "But I don't think a jury would have believed it. Anyway, it doesn't matter now. You showed Simon everything, and he broke completely. He lost control, poor man, and told the truth." She shook her head. "He doesn't know how to lose."
"But you, mademoiselle, accept it quietly," said Poirot.
She suddenly laughed, a small, brave laugh. "Oh yes, I can accept losing." She looked at Poirot. Then she spoke quickly, with feeling. "Don't feel sorry for me, Monsieur Poirot. You do feel sorry, don't you?"
"Yes, mademoiselle," he said quietly.
"But you would never think of letting me go free?"
Poirot answered in a calm voice. "No."
She nodded slowly. "No, you are right. It's no good being soft. I might do something bad again. I am not a safe person anymore."
"I can feel it myself."
She spoke in a sad voice. "It is very easy to hurt people. Then you start thinking that nothing else matters, only yourself. That is very dangerous." She stopped and gave a small smile. "You tried to help me that night in Aswan. You told me not to let bad thoughts into my heart. Did you know what I was thinking then?"
He shook his head. "I only knew that what I said was right. It was true. I could have stopped then. I almost did. I could have told Simon that I didn't want to continue. But then maybe—" She did not finish the sentence. She asked quietly,
"Do you want to hear everything from the beginning?"
"If you wish to tell me, mademoiselle."
"I think I do want to tell you. It was really quite simple. Simon and I loved each other." Her voice sounded calm, but there was feeling under her words.
Poirot said gently, "Love was enough for you, but not for him."
"You could say that. But you don't really understand Simon. He always wanted money very much. He liked everything that money could buy, horses, boats, sports, and other nice things. A man usually likes those things, but he never had the chance to enjoy them. He is very simple, Simon is. He wants things in a very strong way like a child does. But he never tried to marry a rich and unpleasant woman. He was not that kind of man. Then we met and that changed everything. We did not know when we could get married. He had a good job before, but he lost it. It was partly his own fault. He tried to make some quick money, but people found out at once. I don't think he meant to do anything bad. He just thought it was normal behavior in business.
Her listener's face showed a tiny reaction, but he said nothing.
So we were in trouble. Then I thought of Lynette and her new house in the country. I rushed to see her. I really loved Lynette, Monsieur Poirot. She was my best friend. I never believed there could be any problem between us. I only thought how lucky she was to be rich. Her money might help Simon and me if she gave him a job. She was kind and told me to bring Simon to meet her. Around that time you saw us one night at Chez Ma Tante. We were having fun even though we could not afford it.
She stopped for a moment and sighed.
Then she said, "What I say now is true, Monsieur Poirot. Even though Lynette is gone, it is still true. That is why I am not really sad about her death. She tried hard to take Simon from me. That is the truth. She did not even think twice. I was her friend, but she did not care. She wanted Simon badly. And Simon did not truly care about her. I talked to you before about glamour, but that was not real. He did not want Lynette. He thought she was pretty but too bossy, and he disliked bossy women. The whole situation made him very uncomfortable. But he did like the idea of her money. Course I saw that. Finally, I said maybe he should leave me and marry Lynette. But he refused. He said it would be awful to live with her, money or no money. He said he wanted to have money himself, not through a rich wife. He joked that he would be like a man married to a queen with no power. He said he wanted only me. I think I know when the idea first came to him. One day he said, if I were lucky, I would marry her and she would die soon and I would get her money. Then I saw a strange look in his eyes. That was when the thought first started. He talked about it again several times. He said it would be easier if Lynette died. I told him it was a terrible thought and he stopped talking. Then one day I found him reading about poison. When I asked him why, he laughed and said, "You have to take risks to get something. This may be my only chance to have a lot of money." Through a while I saw that he really wanted to do it, and I was very frightened. I knew he could not manage it well. He was too simple and had no imagination. He might try to poison her and think the doctor would believe she died from illness. He always thought everything would go easily, so I had to help him to keep him safe.
She said it in a quiet, honest way. Poirot was sure she meant what she said. She did not want Lynette's money. She only loved Simon Doyle, loved him far too much.
I thought for a long time, she said. I tried to make a plan. I wanted something that would make both of us safe. Simon and I could act as if we blamed each other. People would believe it, but it would actually protect us both. It would look real if I pretended to hate Simon. That could happen easily after what had gone on. Then, if Lynette was killed, people would suspect me first, and that would help the plan.
We worked on the plan slowly. I wanted to make sure that if something went wrong, they would catch me and not Simon. But Simon was worried about me.
He said he was glad he did not have to do it. He said he could not go and kill the woman while she was asleep. He said he could have done it if she was awake and he faced her, but not like that.
We planned everything carefully. Even so, Simon did something silly. He wrote a letter J with blood. It was dramatic and foolish, but it was just the kind of thing he liked. Still, everything went as planned. Poirot nodded. He said it was not my fault that Louise Boucher could not sleep that night. Then he asked me what happened later.
I looked straight at him. Yes, I said. It is terrible, isn't it? I can't believe I did that. Now I understand what you meant when you talked about opening your heart to evil.
He already knew most of it. Louise had found out the truth and told Simon she knew.
Simon asked me to come to him. When we were alone, he told me what had happened. He told me what I must do.
I was not shocked. I was just very scared, so frightened that I could hardly think. That is what killing does to people. Simon and I were safe, completely safe, except for that French girl who wanted money. I gave her all the money we had.
31. I pretended to beg. When she started counting the money, I did what I planned. It was very easy. That is what made it so frightening. It was too easy. Even then, we were not safe. Mrs. Otterbourne saw me. She walked quickly along the deck, looking for you and Colonel Race. I had no time to think. I only acted very fast. It felt almost exciting. I knew it was a dangerous moment. That made it feel even stronger. She stopped speaking. Do you remember when you came to my cabin later? You said you did not know why you had come. I was very sad and scared. I thought Simon was going to die. I was hoping that, said Poirot.
Jacqueline nodded. Yes, it would have been kinder for him, she said.
That was not my reason, said Poirot.
Jacqueline looked at his serious face. She spoke softly. Do not feel too sorry for me, Monsieur Poirot. I have always lived a difficult life. If we had succeeded, I would have been happy and never sorry. But now it is different. I must finish what I began. She added, I think the stewardess is here to make sure I do nothing foolish. You do not need to worry. I will not do that. It will be better for Simon if I stay with him.
Poirot stood up. Jacqueline got up too. She smiled suddenly. Do you remember when I said I must follow my star? You told me it might be a false star. I said that star had fallen down. He went out to the deck. Her laughter stayed in his ears. It was early morning when they reached Shellal. The dark rocks came close to the water. Poirot said softly, What a wild country.
Race stood near him. Well, he said, our work is done. I told them to take Richetti ashore first. I am glad we caught him. He was clever and often escaped us. He continued, we also need a stretcher for Doyle. He broke down completely.
Not strange, said Poirot. The young kind of criminal often loves himself too much. When that pride is lost, everything ends. They break down like small children. Race said, he should be punished.
He is a cruel man. I feel sad for the girl, but we can do nothing now.
Poirot shook his head. He said, people say love makes everything right, but that is not true. Women who love men too strongly, like Jacqueline loves Simon Doyle, can be very dangerous. I said that when I first saw her. She loves too much, that little one. It is true. Cornelia Robson came close to him. She said, oh, we are almost there. She waited for a moment and then said, I was with her. Poirot asked, with Mademoiselle de Belfort. Yes, said Cornelia. I thought it was very hard for her to stay with that stewardess all the time. But Cousin Marie is very angry with me.
Miss Van Schuyler walked slowly down the deck toward them. Her eyes looked sharp and cold. She said in a strict voice, Cornelia, you have behaved terribly. I will send you home at once.
Cornelia took a deep breath. She said, I'm sorry, Cousin Marie, but I'm not going home. I'm going to get married.
The old lady said quickly, so you have finally understood what is right.
Ferguson came around the corner of the deck. He said, Cornelia, what is this? It cannot be true.
Cornelia answered, It is true. I am going to marry Dr. Bessner.
He asked me last night.
And why are you going to marry him? Asked Ferguson angrily. Is it only because he has money?
No, it's not that, said Cornelia, upset. I like him. He is kind and smart. I have always cared about helping sick people, and with him I will have a very good life.
Do you really mean, said Mr. Ferguson, surprised, that you would marry that unpleasant old man instead of me?
Yes, I would. You are not someone I can trust. You would not be easy to live with. And he is not old. He is not even 50.
He has a big stomach, said Mr. Ferguson sharply.
Well, I have round shoulders, answered Cornelia. What we look like is not important. He says I can help him with his work, and he will teach me about nervous sickness.
She walked away. Ferguson turned to Poirot and asked, Do you think she is serious? Of course, said Poirot. She likes that boring old man, not me. Yes, that is true, said Poirot. She must be crazy, said Ferguson. Poirot smiled. She is a very special woman, he said. Maybe this is the first time you have met one like her. The boat slowly came to the landing area. The passengers were told to wait and not get off yet. Richetti, dark and unhappy, was taken off the boat by 2 officers. Then, after some delay, a stretcher was brought out. Simon Doyle was carried along the deck to the exit. He looked like a different person, nervous and scared, no longer confident. Jacqueline de Belfort came next. A woman from the ship walked beside her. She was pale but seemed calm. She stopped near the stretcher.
Hello, Simon, she said.
She spoke softly. He looked up at her quickly. For a moment, he looked young again.
I made a mistake, he said. I lost control and told them everything. I am sorry, Jackie. I failed you.
She smiled at him gently. It's all right, Simon, she said. We played a foolish game and we lost. That's all.
She moved to the side. The men lifted the stretcher. Jacqueline bent down and tied her shoe. Her hand went to her stocking. She stood up holding something. There was a small sharp sound. Simon shook once and stopped moving. Jacqueline nodded slowly. She stood with a small gun in her hand. She gave Poirot a short smile. Then, before anyone could stop her, she turned the gun toward herself and pulled the trigger. She fell quietly to the floor.
Ray shouted, Where did she get that gun?
Poirot felt someone touch his arm.
Mrs. Allerton spoke softly. You knew.
He nodded. She had 2 of these little guns. I understood that when they found one in Rosalie Otterbourne's bag on the day of the search. Jacqueline had sat at the same table. When she knew the bags would be checked, she hid her gun in Rosalie's bag. Later she went to Rosalie's cabin, talked about lipsticks to distract her, and took the gun back. Because her bag and cabin had already been searched, no one thought to look again.
Mrs. Allerton asked, You wanted her to end things that way?
Yes, Poirot said quietly. But she would not go alone. That is why Simon's death was easier than it might have been.
Mrs. Allerton shivered. Love can be very frightening, she said.
Poirot looked sad. That is why many great love stories end in sadness. Mrs. Allerton looked at Tim and Rosalie. They stood together in the bright sunlight. She spoke suddenly and with strong feeling.
Thank God, there is still happiness in the world.
Another person answered, Yes, madam, thank God for that. Soon, the passengers left the ship. Later, the bodies of Louise Boget and Mrs. Otterbourne were taken away. Then the body of Linnet Doyle was carried to the shore. News quickly spread around the world. Messages told everyone that Linnet Doyle, once known as Linnet Ridgway, the rich and beautiful woman, was dead. Sir George Woad read the news at his club in London. Sterndale Rockford saw it in New York. Joanna Southwood heard about it in Switzerland. People also talked about it in the bar of the Three Crowns in Moulton Underwood.
Well, it seems her good life did not help her much, poor girl.
But after some time, people stopped speaking about her. They started to talk about who might win the Grand National Horse Race.
The past is not important. The future is what matters.